Good morning, Chatty House. Hello.
What up, gang?
Russell, did you win the belt?
Who won the belt? You guys got to let us know because freaking StreamYard keeps sweating us. What up, Warren? What up, Russell? Quality weekend for sure. Productive, but not too productive. Obviously, a lot of Kendrick and Drake in my life.
I may have listened to about 3.5 minutes of the Drake.
What up? Yeah,
Hi,
you listened to
Spencer.
the worst song of the whole ordeal.
Yeah. Well, that's when it started getting wonky. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to shut this off.
What didn't you get wonky? It just got real.
Yeah. All of it's awkward.
John? That's weird. Oh.
What?
What up, Michigan? Smart. There we go. Good morning, everybody. A happy Monday to you and also to you. Appreciate everybody listening on ESPN 1320. So appreciate everybody listening on the free Odyssey app. And of course, everybody tapping in on ESPN 1320 TV, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Appreciate y'all who are with us here on a Monday, May 6th. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Kyle.
How are you?
Doing all right. Fair to middling, I would say.
Did you watch the Kentucky Derby? We did a whole bit about the Kentucky Derby. And then when we got done with the bit, we were both like, probably not going to tap in.
I went back over to see what was happening, and it just finished.
Mm.
And it was weird. Like, there were a bunch of people like milling around on the track, and
Sure.
I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Then I saw the photo finish.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, like that was really, really like closely contested.
I'm sure it was very exciting to watch. I didn't catch any of it.
Yeah.
Kentucky Derby, perfect social media sport. Show me who won. That's all I need. That's all I need. No, I know that there's ins and outs of things like horse racing. There's a lot of sports like this, right? There's a sport like baseball. Played a lot growing up. I understand that sport on a different level than I understand other sports, right? On a just better level.
Yeah.
Then there's sports like horse racing where I just have no idea. I couldn't tell you if a jockey did a good job or a bad job, or if a horse ran a good race or a bad race. I've got nothing for you. As far as I know, it's just the horses. They just run. And I know it's more nuanced than that. But to me, it seems like, yeah, hey, whoever the fastest horse is going to win.
I think that's the case. I also think that there is nuance to like when, depending on the horse and depending on the rider, like when you let them like take off, like to reserve some of their energy and then hit it.
Sure.
Because some horses like can burn themselves out.
Sure.
Like they get too excited.
Right.
And so you have to hold them back and then boom, you got to go.
No, I understand that that's all a thing. I couldn't tell you who is doing a good or bad job of it.
Okay.
I just have no idea.
No,
I've got nothing.
I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. And the only way I would know it is if the commentator is literally telling me while we're like in the middle of it.
Yes.
So, Kyle, I was in Siena, Italy one summer, and we went to the Palio, which is it's a crazy horse race. So it's basically the equivalent of running with the bulls in Pamplona, but for Italy. So they have this town square. They bring in dirt that is the same dirt that they've been bringing in for hundreds of years. They lay a track of dirt around the city square, and then if you get there early, you pile into the middle of the square, and then it's wild. So they have like 16 contradas, which are basically like little groups, little parts of the city. So like the
Okay.
Bronx or whatever.
Villages,
Yeah.
boroughs.
So and then they draw, and I think only 11 get to race, right? And then
11 of these boroughs.
11 of these boroughs, and
Okay.
then on top of that, they don't get their own horse. All the horses are trained and are together. So there's another drawing, and then you get the horse that you know, whatever ranking horse.
You get to draft the horses?
No, you don't get to draft. It's just like you get stuck with whatever horse you get.
Okay,
right?
so Brooklyn gets horse 1.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
got it.
So then on top of that, it's a free for all for the jockey. So whoever can collect the most money in their little community and pay for the best jockey, they get to like pay for the best jockey. The jockeys switch, right? So they all have their contradas, and they all have their flags and their colors and all this stuff. And then it is literally just wild. So in Siena, there's a giant
you can go
tower.
get so hang on. So you can go get a jockey from any contrada.
Yes. You can. Well, they're like free agents. They are. The jockeys are free agents, and they go to the highest bidder.
Okay.
So there's one corner where it's too tight, and it's kind of like it goes down and takes a right. And so they have mattresses set up all along the wall, and it's no holds bar. Anything is legal. Like people are like knocking each other off the horse, and it's bareback. Like it's like there is no saddle. So these dudes are like going wild, and it's 2 laps around the city square. So I actually got to I was at the finish line.
Incredible.
Holding on to the rail because all the locals want to be at the finish line. And so they're trying to rip me off the rail. I'm holding on. My wife and our friends got pushed way out into the middle of the crowd, and I'm holding onto the rail with a camera, like click, click, click. And I'm watching this thing. And as soon as, and it doesn't matter if the rider finishes or not, it's all about the horse. So I think the race we're in, the horse finished first. And then these Italian people they go crazy. They're jumping over the rail. They're climbing over the top of me. I'm throwing people over this rail. They're running out in front of the horses that are still coming. The horses are still flying, and like guys are out there crying, and all of a sudden they like wake up and they're dodging horses that are coming up. It is absolutely insane. So it's called the Palio. I highly recommend it. It was like it was one of those events that you go to like maybe once or twice in your life.
Sure.
And then you can get like expensive seats on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
But no, the middle was wild. And like I was at the finish line, like with my camera, leaning over the rail,
ditching your wife and your friends as they went back into the mass of people.
They just got pulled back. Like I couldn't even see where they went. Yeah, it was
That's
wild.
Concerning.
Yeah, it was wild.
Man.
So
sounds
I think
like it.
There's 10,000 people in the middle of this little town square. It was good stuff though. So
yeah, it
I've
sounds
been
like
to
a great time.
Like that's a real horse race, not like these contrived like.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Kentucky Derby is just a classic, just blank show.
Yeah.
Just a total joke, right?
Yeah.
Preakness.
They're only there for the mint juleps, man.
Mint juleps and funny hats. Speaking of jokes, one NBA game on yesterday. It was a game 7 between the Cavaliers and Magic. Yeah, that's right. Round 1 wasn't done yet, even though round 2 had started. It's fine. Game 7, Cavs Magic, 10 a.m. on a Sunday.
Weird.
Only game.
Why would they do it at 10? I was confused.
I didn't hate it because you wake up, you get some errands done, and then you sit down and there's basketball on. It was great. And then the game's over and it's 12:30.
Yeah.
And you got a whole day. But also, I'm just so accustomed to an early NBA game, meaning there's more NBA games after. Why would you not start Knicks Pacers yesterday? Why would you not start Thunder and Mavericks yesterday?
And it's almost like you lined it up to do that.
Yes.
It felt like you lined it up to do that. Like, why are we getting to game 2 of the Timberwolves Nuggets tonight? And there's another series that won't start until Tuesday, right?
Game 1 of Mavs Thunder. There will be 2 games down in Nuggets Timberwolves before the Thunder and the Mavericks play. The Thunder will have not played in like 8 days. It feels like you could have done game 2 of
Yeah.
or game 1 of Thunder and Mavericks yesterday, or at least Knicks Pacers. I don't know. There's smarter people than me making those decisions,
I guess.
but I woke up and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. There's a game 7 today. I wonder what other games are on. Nope, nothing. At 12:30, your day is going to be done for basketball.
Yeah, that's
Enjoy
wild.
some baseball, which I did.
Okay. I
But-
watched a little baseball.
Yeah.
I thought that the Orlando Cavs game, it was just like really odd. Like it was a tale of two halves.
Series was weird.
Yeah, the whole series was kind of yuck.
It felt like 2 teams that aren't quite there yet.
Mhm.
One team in the Magic that is ascending, and you're like, man, they're a piece or 2 away. And then you have a team like the Cavs that feels like it's flatlining a little bit.
Yeah.
Where, hey, they're not necessarily a piece or 2 away. They're probably going to have to blow this thing up in some respect. And they were duking it out for the right to get thumped by the Celtics. Just a weird, like, you want to win the playoff series because you want to win every series you're in.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it didn't feel like there were any stakes because we know the outcome of the second round.
I would totally agree with you, and I think we know the outcome of like a couple of these games already. Like I don't think that there's any way the Pacers are going to hang with the Knicks.
Yeah,
they might win a game. I don't know. I'm sure we'll get to that
They'll
later.
get a
but
couple.
yeah, maybe. I would also say like watching the Cavs have the superstar. That's like that Donovan Mitchell like caught fire in the third quarter and just carried them to victory.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else about that team is just like it just feels like it's a bunch of players who never developed. Like I'm watching Evan Mobley, which was one of my favorite players.
I loved him, dude.
Loved him. And he just like looks like he's not good at all. And Isaac Okoro, I'm like, I loved him coming into the draft. Never ever developed there
He's
at all.
just kind of a guy.
He's just a dude.
He was
Yeah.
better in game 7 than he was in game 6, but still, you weren't blown away by Isaac Okoro at any point in that series.
No, I mean, the one thing he did do, he took that charge against Paolo Banchero, which was tough.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I was just like, okay. Like,
Karis LeVert was their second best player yesterday.
yeah, and I've never been a fan of Karis LeVert.
No.
Like, he watches his dribble. Like, he has to watch his hand while he dribbles. Like, he doesn't ever look up at
tough shots.
any. Well, he makes tough shots, but he never once
Yeah.
looks up at anyone else. I mean, yeah, it's like Cam Thomas.
He is ideally on a good team. He's probably like an 8th or 9th guy, Karis LeVert.
Yeah.
And he's the Cavs' second best player in a game 7. Tristan Thompson. I know Jared Allen is hurt, and
Yeah.
that's the reason for this. But Tristan Thompson was out there like making plays. And the fact that he's not only on the court, but you're like, yeah, hey, take it on the baseline and make something happen. Oof. Darius Garland was a mess. That first half, I didn't think the Cavs had any shot.
They had nothing.
The Magic started missing some, and Donovan Mitchell went nuts, and here we are.
Yeah, that's wild.
Just a ridiculous game. Cavs win 106-94. They move on to face the Boston Celtics in round 2. I don't know what to do with Donovan Mitchell, man. I like Donovan Mitchell a lot. I think he's a really good player. But I don't think he can be your best guy.
I think it's possible he could be your best guy, or like the equivalent of a Paul George. But at the same time, like I also he needs to leave there. That team is like 2 years away from 2 years away.
Mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't matter what they do in the regular season. You can just see that like the talent is not developing. And I know Jared Allen wasn't there, and that would change things. But it doesn't matter. They aren't good enough. And even with like a really good scoring guard next to him with some defensive pieces, Max Strus is hitting some shots.
Yeah.
They just feel like they're just bleh. Like you put them in the West and they're like the 11th or 12th.
They are so not fun to watch.
Yeah, maybe they would be 11 or 12th. Maybe they'd be 9-10. But I don't know. They just don't feel like they're that good.
No, I'm right there with you, man. They have a bunch of guys who, in theory, like, oh yeah, this could work.
Mhm.
Oh, Evan Mobley, you can he can really move, and Jarrett Allen is developing really nicely, and you can play him at the same time. That works. And oh man, Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland. Like Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland should be one of the best backcourts in the league.
Yeah.
They just can't figure it out.
Yeah.
And that feels like the duo in the front court with Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley. Those guys just can't quite figure it out. Isaac Okoro can't quite figure it out.
Yeah, there's too many of them, and
Yeah.
like that's why you like having a group of young players never really works unless you're Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they've got some tough decisions to make.
So as teams start leaving the postseason, we will be taking a look at them and going, hey, are they going to blow it up? And if they do, how can the Kings take advantage? We will do that today. We will talk about some of the head coach openings in the NBA. We'll talk a little bit of baseball as well. Plenty of Kings, plenty of NBA playoffs coming up right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Why do I hear stuff like off in the distance? I hear that, I think.
Is it gone now? Is it gone now?
Yes.
Okay. That's because there's a person on the phone line.
Oh. That's what it sounded like.
I'm going to go grab that phone real quick.
That's probably Leezy. This is probably a safe bet. Yeah. Good morning, Katrina. What's happening, everybody? I agree with it. I would say too, as opposed to Jamal Murray, Mitchell's also a really good regular season guy. Yeah, I just always feel like he has this look on his face like, man, I need more help. And it doesn't matter where he's at, who he's playing for. Yeah. I also agree with this. Garland is definitely taking, you know what, like Kyle and I were texting about this like over the weekend as like one of those guys that you should go get maybe. And he just feels like he might not be a starter. Like his best role might be as a second.
Who?
As sixth man, Garland.
Oh yeah, no, we're going to talk about it. Bless.
Excuse me. I just watched the entire Kentucky Derby multiple times.
What up, Katrina?
So is it Mystic Dan, this number 3, that takes a big lead and holds off the other horses, or did somebody else track him down?
No clue.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the program. We've got somebody on the line right now who we will get to shortly if you're not familiar with how calls work on this show, because it is just me and James. We don't have a call screener. When you call in, it'll just ring until we can hit the button that puts you on, and then you will hear us talking, and then we will address you and welcome you into the show. So caller, hang on the line. We'll get to you in just a moment. James, you brought up Darius Garland during the break, and that's a player that I know the Cavs have moved on, but man, he really struggled in that game 7. I don't know. I hit my buddy who is around the Cavs and asked him a while ago, hey, they're going to trade one of these guys. What's the deal? And he said, they probably won't trade him. I think Donovan Mitchell's getting an extension, and they like Darius Garland a lot, and those two can coexist. And I don't know that they can.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. There was a point where, he made an all-star team, and it feels like, I don't want to say he's regressed, but I would say that I don't think that that's a perfect marriage. It does kind of have that, either you got to stagger them more
Exactly.
and allow one of them to take over and the other one take over,
Mhm.
or you need to move one to the bench, or you have to move away from one. It feels
I'm
like
with you.
Darius Garland would be much better with a pure shooter next to him.
Yep.
And I would say Donovan Mitchell would be better with a pure defensive player who can shoot it too, like a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
I just think that there's like a little bit of weirdness there because they're both starting. And when you're both starting, it just makes it hard. That's why I keep telling people, like, why don't you just give Malik Monk the starting shooting guard spot? It's like, well, because he's going to have more opportunity off the bench.
Mhm.
Like he always will. Like
Right.
he's got the opportunity to shoot 13, 14, 15 times a game, but not in the starting lineup.
Yep.
That's the problem. And it's why, guys like Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes start taking this step backwards because there just aren't enough shots in the starting unit like when you're playing. And so I kind of feel that. And I also feel like by having two guys that are like that in the starting lineup, you're really, really constricting who Evan Mobley can be.
Yeah.
Or, again, I think
it's everybody's standing around and watching.
Exactly. So I think a perfect role would have been if they would have, like, first of all, worked with Isaac Okoro and got him to be better as a 3-point shooter, but also if they would have sort of like played him alongside Donovan in the backcourt where you just had like two road graders, two guys that, like, well, first of all, he's a bigger, stronger, like
I thought that he could be a player that like OG Anunoby turned into, where he's just a dogged defender.
Yeah.
I think he's a little smaller than Anunoby.
Yeah, he's 6'5",
but still like just a really good defender, can knock down a three, and he hadn't developed like that.
I mean, he shot 39% from 3 this season, so it's there, but just the opportunity isn't there. He's only playing 27 minutes a night. He's
only go watch how many threes he passed up in game 6 too.
Oof.
He's just not been empowered.
Yeah,
to be an offensive threat.
I don't know. Maybe he is a player that you would look at if you're a team like the Kings, though, because he's at the end of his rookie scale deal, and I don't think they've extended him, and so he's going to go into this summer as a restricted free agent. I like him. I think that in the right situation, you might be able to build something with him, but I'm not sure about that, and it's tough.
I like Isaac Okoro specifically for a lot of the same reasons. And again, we're talking about the Cavs because they played yesterday in their game 7 with the Magic, beating them 106-94. Just talking about, what those teams look like, and can the Kings, take advantage of that this summer if they're going to make any changes to their roster. And I would take a flyer on a player like Isaac Okoro the same way they took a flyer on Chris Duarte. The Chris Duarte thing didn't work out, but defensive-minded players who can maybe stand in the corner and knock down a three for you offensively, who teams have to guard credibly, I would take a flyer on that potential every single day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to get in free agency either.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about a guy who averaged 9 points a game. You brought up, who did you compare him to?
OG?
Oh, yeah. I always thought of him coming into the draft as an Andre Iguodala type.
Sure.
Just a guy who multi-positional, can defend 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Even like at the 4 in some cases because he's built like a linebacker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he weighs 225.
Yeah, he's a tank.
So, I don't know. He's definitely one of those guys I would put on my list of, like, hey, could we find a long-term answer at the 3 or at the 2 here? And I would just say he's like a bigger, stronger, like Keon Ellis, and like very good defensive instincts, but like how much you have to pay for that. And yeah, it's always going to be the question.
Yeah, would definitely have to come at not a major cost. 916-909-1320. If you want to join the show, that is 916-909-1320. Caller, you are live on air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Big E from Woodland.
Biggie, appreciate you for hanging on. What do you want to say?
Two-part question. What do you guys think about the physicality thus far that the refs have allowed in the playoffs? And the second part would be, do you think the teams that I guess you could say are free throw merchants that are out have been exposed? And my examples will be the Suns and the Lakers. I'll take my answer off the air. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. We're going to give you the answer on the air. Just FYI.
All right.
He's going to be off the air. We will continue being on the air.
Okay.
My buddy Dan Dibley is a host at 95.7 The Game. He hated when people said that.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, off the air? Okay, give me your address. We'll come chat after the show, I guess. Yeah. Anyways, physicality's been great. I think that I always prefer fewer calls to more calls. Even when it's Contavious Caldwell-Pope hacking Anthony Edwards on both arms and not getting whistled for it.
Yeah.
I'll take that every day over, like, I can live with that over phantom, guy tosses his head back because the player's hand was over here when he started to drive. And so he throws his head back and throws the ball in the air and he gets a foul call. I hate that.
Here's what
I've loved the physicality.
Yeah, I love the physicality too, but here's what I would say. The best player in the first half of the Cavs Magic game was Bill Kennedy. Like, I just thought like it was Bill Kennedy's show. And I was watching Bill Kennedy just like take over and was like, hey, I'm not sure why the official is calling every single. And the Cavs were getting so frustrated. The second we get to halftime and they stopped blowing the whistle every play, the Cavs ran them over.
Yep.
Like what they were doing was taking the Cavs so far out of their game. And part of it was because Banchero was being so aggressive. But then in the second half, they just didn't get any of the same calls. And so it became like, but just call it straight up. Like it's kind of like we've talked about this. If you're going to call the high strike, call it the whole game.
Sure.
Don't wait until the third inning and all of a sudden start calling the high strike and punching people out, because then you're going to have like a riot on your hands. Like someone's getting tossed and people are yelling at you the whole time. Like, as long as you're consistent with it, that's fine. And I almost felt like the whole first half was like whistle, 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 whistle. And it's like, first of all, no one wants to watch this game anyways. And certainly nobody wants to watch the game to see Bill Kennedy take over.
Not at all.
Then we get to the second half. It's like, okay, like we're done. You guys go. And it was just a Cavs, boom, 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 and ran them off the court.
It's just more fun that way. I on the issue of, or on the discussion point of free throw merchants in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of something to that, like the Lakers being out and the 76ers, specifically Joel Embiid being out. I don't think that has to do with the free throw grifting stuff, because the Lakers were never that good this year. The 76ers were never that good this year.
The Suns weren't either.
The Suns were, the Suns were the other team. Yeah, we're not that good this year.
And two of the biggest grifters of all time are still in. So SGA and Luka Doncic are still in.
Yeah.
So
but
I get it.
You'll see that physicality get cranked up in the second round. And I'm interested to see if Shea continues getting whistles. And like Donovan Mitchell went to the free throw line, like 17 times, 18 times yesterday. Paolo Banchero, same thing. Like the free throws were there to be had. But I prefer in the playoffs, it's not the number of free throws, because if a player gets fouled, a player gets fouled. It's the number of free throws that come via player doesn't have anything to do on offense, so what they're going to do is try to draw a foul. Whereas in the playoffs, it feels like, hey, player trying to go to the bucket gets fouled while trying to go to the rim, not sticking his arms out and trying to get hacked.
Yeah.
And that's the big difference for me. I think players aiming for foul calls get rewarded less in the playoffs, which is something I like.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think that has anything to do with the results so far.
I don't. And if you go back and look, a lot of it's the 3-point shooting disparities. The teams that were not good 3-point shooting teams have all been bounced.
That's it.
I really.
Like you in the modern NBA, you have to be able to knock down your threes.
Yep.
We'll continue this discussion about the NBA postseason. If you want to join us, 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. That is the Farmer's Dog Talk Line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. We'll continue talking about the NBA playoffs, players who may be available for the Kings, including Brandon Ingram. His name came up over the weekend. We'll talk about whether he is a possibility for Sacramento coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Somebody asked a question. Sorry.
I started one that was directly for you.
Let me look.
Which we may want to do on air. Since
Okay.
we're about to do.
Yeah, that's fine. There was also another one that was along the same lines of why sign-in trades have gone away. It was at the end of last break. Let me see. I can answer that. If they lose Monk, maybe. That's possible.
We all fired up for the Met Gala tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Stray Kids, the entire group got invited. So pretty big day for me.
Really?
Pretty big day in the Madsen house.
The Metropolitan Museum of Art, right?
Yes.
So I went there once. My wife had a conference in New York, and we went, and Mary J. Blige played.
Oh, sick.
Like in the Met.
That's super cool.
Yeah, and it was like maybe 100 people.
Yeah.
And so like we were standing like right next to her on stage. It was
incredible.
Pretty wild.
That's super cool.
Oh, there it is. Hey. Yeah, there is a reason. Sign-in trades don't exist anymore. I mean, they do, but very rare. But teams that do sign-in trades hard cap themselves. And so that makes it extremely difficult to do anything else. And that's why they don't do that anymore. It was a move. It was to constrict good teams from being able to get like ridiculous deals back. I think it's how I want to say the Warriors were able to swing the deal to get
Kevin Durant or
Wiggins.
Am
I wrong?
No. That's
not where
Durant did a sign-in trade with the Warriors so they could send him to the Knicks for D'Lo.
Yeah.
And then they used D'Lo to trade for Wiggins in the Kuminga pick.
Okay. And that deal, the Warriors hard capped themselves.
Yes.
And they were hard capped for like 6 months.
Yes.
And that means that you literally can't do anything. You can waive a player and then resign, sign another like minimum scale guy, but that's all you can do. Right. Yeah, it takes away all of your ability.
I gotta tell you, that made it really tough to talk about the Warriors on the radio. Just because we couldn't talk about like, yeah, they should go get this guy or this guy. It was just like, nope.
Yeah.
Just kind of where they're at. 1 minute. Somebody asked about Jimmy Butler. That's a good idea. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, we can also talk about that one.
Oof.
And Tom L., if this is for everyone out there, if you guys want to know about the draft, listen to everything Sam Vecini says.
We should get him on. Maybe not this week.
He used to be on the pod. He used to come on the pod all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of stopped doing stuff. So I know he's in Australia, or at least he was for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'd gone to Australia to live short term before the pandemic and then got stuck. But then I think kind of like just stayed.
So you want to try to get him on or no?
We can try.
Okay.
Yeah. I have his phone number. Yeah.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us on a Monday. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. There are so many names that are going to come up in connection with the Kings this offseason.
Mhm.
Malik Monk, obviously, awaiting his decision, which will not come for another couple of months here. But you're going to hear every name from Paul George to Jimmy Butler, who came up in the Chatty House, who we will talk about, to Brandon Ingram, who came up over the weekend, because there was a report, I believe, from The Athletic that the Pelicans are not going to extend Brandon Ingram and instead are going to look to move him for another superstar to pair along Zion Williamson. So they are committing long-term to Zion, conceivably committing long-term to Zion this summer and getting Brandon Ingram out of the mix. Let's forget financials and what it would take to get him. We'll do all of that here in a second. How do you feel about the fit for Brandon Ingram with the Kings? Just with the roster, let's pretend he is picked up and dropped onto their roster as is.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect fit. Like,
Mhm.
I like Brandon Ingram as a player. I'm a little leery about his injury issues, just like everybody else should be.
Mhm.
He's got a 1-year deal remaining. He's extension eligible this summer. And I'm always concerned with how much is a player like that going to cost. And what does he look like on your team? So I think the problem is if you had Brandon Ingram on a 2-year deal, you could conceivably have him on your squad, assess what he looks like on your squad, and then extend him accordingly.
Mhm.
Right? Use your what you now know. You need to collect more data on what he would look like on your team
Mhm.
before giving him just a massive like $200 million extension. I'm not sure that he's that player, and that's always been my question with him. He's young. He fits the player arc. He's 26. He'll be 27 in September, so before the season starts, which is right in line with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis turned 28 late last week. But I'm always like, I think he fits. He's the type of guy who can create for himself. He's the type of guy that can shoot over players. I just worry that he's not always like fully engaged.
Mhm.
And that's tough because there's a reason why that team flames out every year. And part of it
Mhm.
is because Zion is always hurt.
Yeah.
But part of it is also because Brandon Ingram isn't able to, in certain situations, elevate himself and take the next step. And I think he's probably a really good second/third, like as far as like best
Scoring
players.
options.
No, scoring options, he's going to be your second scoring option, right?
Mhm.
But I also think, like, if you're looking at best players, it would still, if he was to join the Kings, I would still have it be Fox, Sabonis, and then Ingram,
Mhm.
with Keegan Murray being the fourth. I think if there's a way to get him and there's a way to upset your top three and push Keegan Murray to number 4, and then if you're able to get Malik Monk back, now Monk is your 5, now you're cooking.
Mhm.
Right? That's going to be an exceptional team. It should be,
Mhm.
at least. But there are also the issues, like, he doesn't play a full season ever.
Mhm.
And, even this year, he didn't get to the 65 games.
Mhm.
He finished with 64, but it's, 45, 55. He is a little injury prone. And I also don't think he's the 24.7 points per game he was last year, as much as he is more closer to maybe the 22.7 he was a
Mhm.
year before that. So, yeah, I think he's a really good player. I don't think he'll age well, just because he hasn't been able to stay on the court already.
Mhm.
And so that would be a concern. And also my other concern is just the sheer dollar amount you're going to have to give him in an
It's going
extension.
to be a lot of money.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're talking like a $35 million a year guy, that's one thing. But if you're talking, a 4-year 200,
Right.
that's a lot more money. And that constricts who you are moving forward for a long time.
So I love the idea with Brandon Ingram, as particularly in a crunch time situation where you need, hey, forget the offense. This is going to be De'Aaron Fox. He's got the ball in his hands. He's breaking down the defense. I think they need a second go-to guy in those situations. And having another player like Brandon Ingram, who's going to create his own shots, he can shoot over basically any defender in the league. He actually plays some defense when he's dialed in on that end. He can be a good defender. Like, all in theory, that's great. My biggest question is, when the Kings are running their offense, is he relegated to the corner? Is he executing dribble handoffs? Are teams going to be scared of him as a 3-point threat coming off that dribble handoff?
Mm-hmm.
Is he hanging out on the wing? Is he in the dunker spot? Like, what is he? That's where my questions come in, and how exactly he would look. I think there would be some work to do offensively to really get him into the flow, because it is so Sabonis Fox dominant. I wonder how Ingram would, one, take to that, and two, how he would be integrated, because I don't think he's taken DHOs and shooting off of them.
Well, I think he probably could do that. He's a smart basketball player. He's actually a very, very talented player.
Mm-hmm.
But I would also, like, if you had him and Keegan Murray as your starting forwards, the versatility, the switchability there would be incredible. I think it would probably slow the growth of Keegan as an offensive player.
No doubt.
And, you're looking at a guy who basically would probably cap out at 17, 18 points a game, just because he's not going to get the volume of shots that you would hope. But I also think that there's a world in which Keegan Murray becomes, equal to or greater than Brandon Ingram as a player.
Sure.
And that's for a couple of, I don't think Keegan's going to average 24.5 points a game at some point in his career. He could, but I think Keegan is a better defender, a better fit in your system.
Yeah.
But you need that other element, which is, the playmaker, the guy who can actually attack and take people off the dribble, because that's the modern NBA. And again, you look at Ingram at 5.7 assists per game this year, 5.8, 5.6. He's a guy who can make plays for others. And so there is that other element that the Kings lack, when we talked about, losing 25 points per game from Herter and Monk. But you also lost 7.7 assists when those two went down.
Yeah.
And the team just could not create for Domantas Sabonis. So I would be intrigued to see what he looks like in a 2-man game with Sabonis, and I would be intrigued as what he looks like running alongside De'Aaron Fox on breaks and stuff. I think you could actually find something really good there, but I think it's going to be very, very difficult to be competitive when chasing a player like that.
Right. And that's where all of this kind of turns.
Yeah.
Because you talked about this world where, hey, Malik Monk comes back and you're putting him alongside Keegan Murray, because that's what we're doing. Hey, how does he fit? Just forget who's there, who's not. How does he fit with the Kings specifically? But I think the big thing that sticks out to me with Brandon Ingram specifically is, in that report over the weekend, it was that the Pelicans are looking for another star to pair with Zion Williamson. And to me, that says, hey, whatever makes the money work, Kevin Herter and Harrison Barnes or Chris Duarte or whoever, whatever makes that money work isn't what they're looking for. They're not looking to just dump Brandon Ingram. They're looking to move him for a big piece, which is where I think Keegan Murray would have to be on the table, which is where I think this ends.
Okay. I don't disagree with you there. Like, they would love to get their hands on Keegan Murray, but I think one of the biggest reasons why they're looking to move Ingram is because they don't want to pay him, and they want to pay Trey Murphy. And so they have this issue that they have a younger player who plays more games, who's more reliable, who's developing very quickly at the same position. And they're like, okay, it might open the door. Now, they have an issue that Valanciunas is a free agent, and they're going to have to figure out how to replace the center position moving forward. And they don't believe he's the guy, because we saw that at the deadline, where they were already kind of pushing the button on this exact thing, where we saw conversations where they were trying to pitch Brandon Ingram or one of these players to the Cavs for Jared Allen. I'm going to guess that that's where they're going to go again. I don't even think it's at the Kings. It's not that they don't have, like, the talent to trade or the draft capital to trade to get Ingram. It might be very specific that they need a center, and you don't have a center, And there's a
So
possibility.
you're willing to deal.
Yeah, so there's a possibility to get into a 3-way trade for sure,
Mm-hmm.
where you're able to take on Ingram and they're able to get a center that makes sense for them, and you're able to like give draft capital to a team that is
Mhm.
looking to reset or something.
Mhm.
But again, that's extremely complicated, and I think it's going to be difficult for the Kings to be competitive trying to chase him.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. And I think you just explained the Pelicans are looking to move on from Brandon Ingram because they want to commit to Trey Murphy. They like his development at the same position.
Mhm.
And they think that paying Brandon Ingram is going to get in the way of Trey Murphy.
Yes.
Could you not substitute that exact same conversation with Keegan Murray's name instead of Trey Murphy?
Yeah. I mean, totally. That's the problem.
Mhm.
That if you're the Kings, you're going to run into the same problem they are.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, this is the problem. No one wants to be. We keep saying this. No one wants to be the Atlanta Hawks.
Mhm.
They basically like, Thelma and Louise the thing off a cliff.
It's crazy.
Bringing in all these guys thinking that they had a team that could go win it,
It's insane.
and bringing in Bogdanovich and Gallinari and all these players in one offseason.
Going to the conference finals was the worst thing that could have happened to the Hawks.
Totally.
It's
And
really
everyone
bad.
around the you don't want to be that team,
Mhm.
because then they have to peddle their players for pennies, right?
Mhm.
That's exactly what's happened down the road.
Mhm.
And so the Kings are they have to have a 1-year plan, but they have to have a 2-year plan and a 5-year
Mhm.
plan. All of these things have to line up.
Mhm.
And sure, the cap's going to go up, but it's only going to go up 10% a year.
Mhm.
And so it's not like you're just going to have like this moment where all this money is available. It may mean something different for the luxury tax,
Mhm.
for sure, but I still think that the Kings are going to, they've got to be cognizant of what every move they make today means for them 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
Mhm. And you always say the Jerry Reynolds phrase: if you have a 5-year plan, you don't have a plan.
Yeah, you have no plan at all.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not to say you need to have a 2, 3, 4, 5-year plan, meaning you don't have a plan for now. That's flexible down the road.
Yeah.
You have to be malleable as circumstances change.
Mhm.
But I do think that if somebody wants to make the argument that the Kings, everything should be on the table, they should try for a championship this year, I guess, but that is not proof conducive to winning. So I think that the plan this year has to be, we've talked about this a million times, staying the course as much as humanly possible. There's going to be a little bit of deviation, but doing something like, hey, let's bring in Brandon Ingram and ship out Keegan Murray, that doesn't track with either now or the next 2 or 3 or 4 years.
Well, and you have to look at Ingram is going into his 3rd contract, right? And the difference is that Keegan is going into his 2nd contract. So even if Keegan becomes who everyone thinks he can be, and he takes this massive leap, and the Kings give him a full extension, like not this summer but next summer, you're still looking at basically a starting salary of $30 million. That's not the case with Ingram. Ingram is on a much higher scale deal because he's older and because he's in his 3rd contract. So again, $200 million isn't off the table at all versus $140 million. So again, one player is much more affordable. And sort of to tie this into like how the Kings, you have to have a 1-year plan, you have to have a 2-year plan, you have to have a 3-year plan. Make no mistake, the Kings last offseason, when they decided, even the year before, when they decided to trade for Kevin Huerter, and then they decide to sign Harrison Barnes to his extension, his 3-year extension. You have to look at both of those deals end the day that Keegan Murray's new contract starts.
Yeah.
So no matter what, you're going to have roughly $39 million falling off the books the day that Keegan Murray's $30 million contract kicks in. And so there's always this give and take. There is a long-term and a short-term plan with all of these players, and that's how you team build. I mean, you can't just go all in, because then you run into this moment where you can't afford the talent that you have. And if you can't afford it, it's going to be $200 million in payroll. And sure, you can sign your own guys to extensions and use the Larry Bird clause, but at the same time, you're pushing yourself so far into the luxury tax and the new rules, the first apron, the second apron, they're so constrictive that you're going to end up giving up 1st round picks. And, the second apron is, I think it's $17.5 million above the luxury tax. So the luxury tax is 172. That means the second apron is going to be like 189.5.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings could conceivably get to that, like without even, I mean, not without even trying, but they could conceivably get to that, not maybe this offseason, but next offseason, where
Mhm.
they went all in right now and then had to pay a guy like Brandon Ingram. And then next thing you got to pay this guy and this guy and this guy. And that's not where you want to be unless you're a true contender and you have a team that is great and you're going to get a huge amount of that money back by going deeper and deeper and deeper into the playoffs. And that's tough.
And that's where my problem with Brandon Ingram arises. I don't think he's bad. I think he's a really good player.
Mhm.
But I don't think he's a $50 million a year player.
Yeah.
And I think that the level that you need to get to with your roster around Brandon Ingram is higher than his salary would allow you to afford. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if you're paying him 50, it makes it really hard to build a team around him that can win a title.
Well, the problem is you're paying him 50, you're paying Fox 50, 60, 70,
Mhm.
and you're paying, Sabonis 40, 45, 50. There's a moment where you can't do it anymore. Where
Right.
you
And now
don't
you're
have the
bringing
money.
in these minimum scale guys who probably shouldn't be playing NBA minutes, who are starting.
Well, it goes from like a guy like Keon Ellis not just being like a nice find, but being like a complete necessity for you
Yes.
to survive.
Yes.
And that's what, right now it's a good
Not where you wanna
story. But if he's like your only option and like that's what he's got to be great,
be. Mhm.
then that makes it a lot more complicated to improve and to, kind of move forward.
I'm adding Brandon Ingram to the list of players I am out on for the Kings.
Okay.
Not because of what he does on the court, like what he does between the lines. I totally get it. But I do have questions about what he would look like in their offense and if he would be fine if he is not touching the ball as often as he might like.
Mhm.
And B, you have to factor in all the financial stuff that comes with it. And when you start looking at, okay, this year, okay, maybe they're better. Maybe they're 50 plus wins with Brandon Ingram. And maybe they're making a little noise in the playoffs. But 2, 3, 4 years down the road, as we start to look ahead, is that the best move? And I just don't know if potentially getting to the second round is worth that.
Yeah, I think it's tough. But I'd also like when we talk about Brandon Ingram and you're saying, I don't know if I want to pay him 40, 50 million bucks a year. It's kind of why I keep crushing any hopes of going out and getting Zach LaVine. Like Zach LaVine doesn't make any sense to the Kings because of that. Because number one, he's always injured.
Mm-hmm.
But number two, it's just the financial. He's not worth the contract that he's paid.
That's right.
And there's no way to build a team around it.
If Zach LaVine was making $15 million a year,
yeah,
great.
25. The Kings.
Yes,
the Kings tried to sign him to they gave him an offer sheet at 4-year, $82 million a few years ago. Like that is where he's reasonable.
Yeah,
it's when he got this next contract that was like ridiculous, and
they maxed him, right?
They maxed him. Yeah, I mean he's making there's a point where he's making over $50 million, and it's like, look, that's just not conducive to team building.
That's crazy,
especially for a guy who does not get either doesn't get to the playoffs, his team doesn't get to the playoffs, or he doesn't play in the playoffs because he's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
There's just too many question marks about a player like that. Makes it tough.
And that's where, so somebody in the, I believe it was it Tom L in the, Joey Griggs in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 said, what's a realistic trade for Jimmy Butler to the Kings? And that's another one. That's another one where I love the idea. Like having a guy like Jimmy Butler would be great for the Kings now and long term, just from a mindset perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that you are making yourself significantly better given what you would need to give up to acquire Jimmy Butler.
Well, and even if you did make yourself better, you're making yourself better for such a short amount of time, and you're going all in on a player who, number one, does not fit your style of play at all. Although that's okay. I mean, Jimmy Butler is a very, very talented player, but you're also looking at a player. This is like short-term gratification.
He turns 35 before the start of next season.
Yeah. Like that doesn't make any sense for a team like the Kings. That's going all in as in, we're going to win a title this year. And if you were a team that made it to the second or third round of the playoffs and Jimmy Butler is a potential add, then okay, maybe he does get you over the
Mhm.
top. Playoff Jimmy gets you over the top,
Mhm.
and you're this team that like could win it all. But I don't think that that's the case. I mean, that's you're not that team yet, and that's a problem.
Just a reminder, the Miami Heat with Jimmy Butler on their roster, 44 wins last year, 46 this year. And they had to get into the playoffs in both instances via the play-in. In both instances, they lost the first play-in game. And they made their little run to the finals last year. That was a lot of fun. But did anybody think they were going to beat Denver?
I did not.
I didn't.
No.
And Jimmy Butler is incredible in the postseason, and I understand he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but I just don't. If he was 30, maybe.
Yeah, it's
But
just
he turns 35 before the start of next year.
yeah.
And
It's really
skeptical.
tough. It's really tough to see a world in which that isn't just like putting a Band-Aid on something and hoping that it works. And then even if it does work, you're talking about one and done. You're
Mhm.
talking maybe two and done. And
Mhm.
I don't know if it works to the point where you can win a championship,
Mhm.
which I mean, would you do it all to win one championship? Maybe you would.
Definitely.
Yeah, but especially since you haven't won one since like 1951.
If you told me there were moves the Kings could make that would win them the title this year and then put them in purgatory for the next 10, I would do it immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Without hesitation.
I would agree with you, but at the same time, like it's got to be the right move for a player that is the perfect, and again, we're talking about a guy who not only is he 35, but for the most part, he plays between like 55 and 60 games a
Oh yeah,
year.
he hasn't played more than 65 games since he left Chicago
Mm,
in the 2016-17 season.
yeah, the only time he's only played over 70 twice in his career.
Yeah, and once as a 23-year-old when he didn't start for Chicago.
Yeah, that's wild.
No, so and the whole like I would do it to win a title this year. That's in a hypothetical world where somebody can guarantee me a championship.
Yeah.
But that's obviously not reality. And I don't think Jimmy Butler, again, because you're acquiring him via trade, what you would be giving up and then bringing him in.
Mhm.
I don't think you're not a title contender to me at that point.
Now, see, I would say that's where with Ingram, I could see that if you had this team gel together, and if your top 5 players are Fox, Sabonis, Ingram, Keegan, and Malik Monk, like
That's interesting.
that could be a potential like championship contender.
Mhm.
But and wouldn't just be 1 year as long as you were able to lock up Ingram long term. You could conceivably see that being like a 5-year run where you got a shot, right? But there's no guarantees.
Yeah.
There's just not.
All right. Brandon Ingram. I'm sure this is not the last time his name will come up.
No.
I'm sure it's not the last time Jimmy Butler's name will come up or Paul George, who apparently Steve Ballmer wants to keep the band together. I don't know.
All right.
We'll get to that later. That seems to be the theme of the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get into it right now because you got a break in a second, so we'll talk about it next. But the amount of teams, because we're trying to pick out the teams. Okay, this team fell short this year. That team fell short this year. Who's on that roster that the Kings might be able to acquire if they're looking to blow it up or get some cap relief? Who are some players the Kings could, take off their hands and improve their roster without giving up too much? It's kind of going to be the theme of the offseason for us. But then there are so many teams that we're like, oh yeah, they should be blowing it up. And then you find out like, nope, not their plan.
Mm.
And that's really, really interesting. We will talk about that because team building in the NBA is hard, man. There's no specifically right way to do it, but it feels like there's a lot of teams doing it the wrong way.
I agree.
That's all. Word to the Knicks. Don't trade everything for Devin Booker. That's all. That's all. Okay. The Clippers, the Bucks, the Suns, all of these teams that were supposed to be title contenders this year are now out of the playoffs. Can the Kings take advantage? Should the Kings take advantage? And we'll continue talking team building. Also, a member of the Golden State Warriors looks like he may be leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And we will talk about that as well coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Let's see. Zion, Brandy. Okay, so Ingram's under contract for $36 million next year. Okay, so I could make the case that a package of Kevin Huerter and Chris Duarte and a bunch of first round picks like might be something that intrigues the Pelicans.
I have a distant removed cousin who played 3 games for the Philadelphia
Incredible.
A's in the 1900s, so I have
Incredible.
an affection for them.
I love that.
Yeah. Dave Casper, the tight end for the Raiders in the 70s, is one of my mom's distant cousins.
Oh, neat.
He's the one with the fumble.
The Holy Roller, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Leezy, like I don't know what Norman Powell. I like Norman Powell. I think he's a starter in the league. But I don't know that he really pushes you over the top. I'd put him like around the range of who Kevin Huerter is. Like it's negligible which one is better. It's possible Norman Powell is, again, he had a better season this year. And I like Valanciunas, but I don't know that Valanciunas is going to take nothing. Like pennies on the dollar. I did not read Tony Jones' piece. I love Tony Jones, though. He's a good dude. Markton's updated price. Star level player plus 4 to 5 firsts. Yeah. Well, that's just stupid. Like, no one is paying that for Lauri Markkanen. Yeah, no one has given up 4 to 5 firsts for Lauri.
Yeah, I figured asking for it worked with Rudy Gobert, so why not?
Someone did ask a few minutes ago about FG says he can hear me on the radio.
Sorry.
That's okay. All good?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, FG. That helped us. I like CD Osman. Hopefully I didn't say anything inappropriate.
I'm not. All right, mics are hot again. Hour number 2. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will rock with you until 4 right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Mitch, I see you on the line. Hang in there, buddy. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. If you want to get involved and join the show, we would appreciate that greatly. We'd love to hear everybody's thoughts on the NBA playoffs, what the Kings can do this offseason to improve after, we'll call it a lateral step in 2023-24. Team building is hard. We've talked about that. And we'll continue talking about that. But Shams Charania, James, reported this morning that Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic have mutual interest. Which should be great news for Kings fans, by the way. Because if Orlando is going after Klay Thompson, I doubt they're also going after Malik Monk, although maybe, I don't know. But I think the more players the Magic can spend money on to help them space the floor and help unclog their offense, the better.
Yeah, I totally agree that like the next step for Orlando is to find players that can space the floor. Again, we talk about the teams that are bounced from the playoffs already.
Mhm.
They're the worst 3-point shooting teams in the league,
Mhm.
right? So it's
Yep.
all the teams that are in the 20s. And again, that's why when we bring up New Orleans and the potential for like maybe a Brandon Ingram type trade, like the Kings have players that would make sense to them. Like especially if Kevin Huerter was healthy, Kevin Huerter's ability to shoot 7 threes, 8 threes a game,
Mhm.
it's the volume. They're a good 3-point shooting team, but it's the volume of threes that they aren't taking that is a problem for them. And it's a problem why a lot of teams got bounced from the playoffs. They just aren't good enough from behind the arc. Yeah, like there's so many things that can happen between now and like late June, early July.
Yeah.
But I think that having a team that has $85 million in dedicated salary like the Orlando Magic and having them fall in love with a guy like Klay Thompson, who's going to ask for 30, maybe 35 million a year,
You're going to ask for it for sure.
that might, especially if they do a short-term deal where they're locking up money right now with the hopes that when Paolo Banchero or Suggs or, Franz Wagner's rookie scale contracts are come up, like they've got 1 year for Suggs and Wagner, they've got 2 years for Banchero. I could see them front loading a deal with a guy like Klay where it's like, maybe 35, 30, 25, 20, and that to me is like bonkers that they would consider something like that, but it's probably what he's going to ask for.
Yeah.
The more cap space that Klay Thompson can eat up, the better it is for the Kings.
Yeah.
Although they do have enough that they could probably feed a couple of mouths here because the cap is at 141, 142.
Mm-hmm.
They're only at 85. So let's say they give him 30 million a year. That puts him at 115.
Mm-hmm.
They still, in that situation, still have plenty of money to spend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No doubt. We'll continue talking about this. Let's get to Mitch. Mitch in New Jersey. What's going on, bud?
How you doing? What's happening?
Doing a radio show. Doing great. How are you?
It's good. Pretty good. Nice to be retired.
My man.
Couple of free agents. You don't have to give up assets or players. Paul George might not. I think he's a free agent. Anthony Melton. But I love Ingram the most. And two other guys, but it depends on the injuries. I know one won't cost you anything, I think. Ben Simmons and Zion. I love to have him on our team. I mean, I really would.
Perfect. Thanks for the call, Mitch. Appreciate you. Boy.
Okay.
Curveballs for Mitch.
Yeah.
Let's go through them.
Some wild ones.
Let's go through. He brought up Paul George. I want to put a pin in Paul George for a second because that's kind of what I want to talk about next.
Yep.
Brought up DeAnthony Melton, who Mitch brought up last week as well, as a potential, if Malik Monk does leave, as a potential Malik Monk replacement. I'm not that high on DeAnthony Melton.
Okay.
I'm not there.
Yeah, I don't think he's like anything special, and he's almost 26, and sure, he's had a couple of nice seasons, but I need to see more consistency. Like in a bad case scenario, if you did lose Monk, like he's a super low budget. I think you're gonna get him for like $4 million a year, around the biannual exception type money. He did make $8 million this year, but I don't buy it. I don't think that that's where he's going to be in his next contract. So I think that that's at least interesting. I think we'll put him on the list of players that we would consider when it comes to a Malik Monk replacement in case you were to lose him.
Yeah. I just don't. I don't know. I'm not out. He's not on my out list, but he's definitely down the in list. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons, no. I want no part of Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons isn't a free agent, if I'm not mistaken. Ben Simmons has one more year left at like
correct.
40 million or
it's
something.
One more year to not play basketball before he can sign another contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done with being in on the theory of Ben Simmons.
Yeah, that's what it's theoretical.
Yeah.
There's nothing that makes you believe that he can ever get healthy, but also get right mentally where he can be an NBA player at a high level.
Yeah.
And, again, I think that there was a point where like his talent was worth, what he's being paid, but he's making $40 million next year. and he might play 20 games.
That's crazy.
And that, that's been he's been doing that for a while.
What if God, what a fascinating person. Like you said, in theory, a small ball 5 who can run the point and is an awesome playmaker. Yeah, sure. In theory, that all sounds great. But then you find out that he doesn't shoot and that he's played, let's see, 42, 50, 57 games in the last 3 years. I don't want to deal with that.
He's got a lot of
Sounds
nicknames under Basketball Reference.
What do we got?
We have Simo the Savage,
Of course.
Young Socialite,
Obviously, everybody calls him that.
Fresh Prince.
Mm-hmm.
That one makes a little sense. Peacemaker.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know what that. Okay.
Yeah.
Benny.
Mm-hmm.
The Yank.
Benny doesn't count. Benny does not count as a nickname. That's just a shortened name for Ben.
Yeah, same with
Or
Big
Benjamin,
Ben.
sorry.
Big Ben. Same
Yeah,
thing.
lame. That's Ben Roethlisberger. That's a clock.
Yeah, and then
Actually, it's not a clock. Big Ben is the bell inside the clock. Sorry, keep going.
all right, the Wizard of Oz. I've never. I mean, I get it. He's a wizard with as a passer, a very good passer. But man, the dude played 15 games last season. He played 42 the year before that. The year before that, he sat out with a holdout and then a back injury. The worst part is he's still only 27.
I know.
Like he feels so broken.
He's probably going to get another contract.
Because
there's going to be some team that's going to be like, I can fix him. And you know what? I don't blame that team. I wouldn't blame a team that went, hey, if you're the Pistons or whatever iteration of the Hawks, or if you're just that team that's like, hey, we're going to take this swing for Ben Simmons. We're going to bet on this guy. I don't blame them.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the ship you want to go down on, fine. I get 6'10", like I said, 240, former first team all defense.
Two-time all defense.
Two-time
first team.
Two-time first team all defense. Like he's
3-time all-star.
Right. And you see the playmaking and you're like, man, it's in there. It's in there somewhere. Sure. I wouldn't blame them. I just would not want to be the team that I would rather be wrong on Ben Simmons and he turns his career around and is awesome. And everybody's like, dang, I'd rather be wrong like that than wrong on, give Ben Simmons $25 million a year.
Oh yeah.
And see if it works.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look, if you're talking about mid-level money, $10 million a year, and you're doing like a 2-year deal or something, you're like, okay, we got to at least give it a shot.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
Mhm.
But, the Kings came this close to getting him a few years ago. I mean, there were so many negotiations there, and eventually, Monty and his good friend Daryl Morey met up in Philly while the Kings were on the road, and Monty walked away and said, yeah, I'm not doing this.
Good for him.
Well, I mean,
Good
just
job,
look
Monty.
how history could have been different.
Would have been much different.
Yeah.
In a bad way.
Oh, totally.
I don't think there's a way the Kings walk out of the Ben Simmons deal
No, he would have
looking
been
better than they look.
a modern day Ralph Sampson deal.
Really bad.
So yeah, the
Really
Kings
tough.
traded for Ralph Sampson, gave him a bunch of money, and then he never played ever again.
The other player Mitch in New Jersey brought up was Zion. That's a no. The Pelicans just aren't trading him.
No, I don't think they are.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm the Pelicans, I would, but I don't think they are.
Yeah. No, that's a discussion. I just don't think the Pelicans are interested in. I think they're looking at what Zion did this year, getting in shape, looking how dominant he was in that play-in game, and they're going, "Oh, okay, we figured it out." Maybe they did. Good luck to them. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to join the show. Hey, caller, you're on the line. What's your name?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm Brandon.
Brandon, what do you want to say?
Hey, I just had a quick question. I don't know if you guys have been looking to him much, but what do you guys think about a guy like Jalen Smith from the Pacers for someone to look forward to try to grab next year? He's a young guy. He shot over 40% from the three-point line, and I don't think he's a huge contract. So what do you guys think of a player like that? Is that what we should be expecting over the offseason?
Perfect. Thanks for the call.
Okay, so Jalen is he's Jerry Reynolds' favorite. Jerry Reynolds has
Then I'm in.
He keeps saying this is a guy I would go get. 6'10", 215, 24 years old and barely 24. And he realistically is one of the biggest draft misses of all time. Phoenix took him with the 10th overall pick. when they had a young Devin Booker and an old Chris Paul. And if they would have just taken Tyrese Halliburton right there
Oof.
and had Chris Paul and Tyrese Halliburton working together for a couple of years,
Dang.
the handoff would have made them a undisputed contender. But the problem I have with Jalen Smith is that Rick Carlisle is a great coach in Indy, and he still won't play him more than 17 minutes a game. And they went out and got Pascal Siakam to play that position. They've got other players that play that position, and I get it. You know, he's a guy who has busted up the Kings and shoots 42.4% from three. He gives you some rebounding. He can block some shots. There is a world in which that works, but I need to make sure that he's good enough. And that's what my concern is, whether he's good enough to go out and not just put up numbers, but go out and play winning basketball.
Yeah.
And as of right now, I don't know that Indiana is convinced of that, or they probably would have done something different. So interesting, and a maybe.
He's a $5.4 million player option for next season.
Yeah, I don't think he'll pick up that option. I think he'll look to be a free agent.
Yeah.
So
I'm kind of in. I like the idea.
Okay.
Put him in the list of players I'm in on.
Okay.
Anyways. Or maybe he's just what was the guy? Was it? Oh my gosh. Veteran center. Played with the Warriors for a hot second. And the Hawks. The Kings signed him.
Dwayne Dedman?
Dwayne Dedman. Thank you.
Mm.
That's who Jalen Smith is.
Yeah, I would also, Christian Wood is like a player that I would be slightly concerned that you would compare him to.
Yikes.
Like whether or not he's strong enough to hold up is a question.
Yeah. All right. We got to hit the break. Team building. It's hard. We'll talk about that. And we put a pin in Paul George. Is he a realistic possibility for the Kings? We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear this time.
Clear. What's going on, everybody?
Woo!
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of where I'm at. Like, I just don't know that he's separated himself in Indiana. If he's not good enough to play on a team that, you know, is solid, but if he's not good enough, what would make you think he'd be like, maybe situationally he would step in and be like, oh, this is perfect. But I don't think the Kings need like a guy who isn't defined in who he is as a player yet. And unless you're getting him for cheap, then sure. Like, and there is a pipeline there between these two teams. They have made trades before. And, you know, Jalen Smith is a 1 year, $5-something million contract, 5.4. You could trade that into your mid-level exception, or you could give them Chris Duarte back. Oh, no, there are ways in which you could probably do something there, but I don't know that it makes a ton of sense. Saying that, if he was on the Kings, I wouldn't hate it. I would just be like,
there's two different types of moves for the Kings that we can talk about. There's the moves like, yeah, I would take a flyer on Jalen Smith if you can get him for $5.5 million. Like, sure,
yeah,
see what happens. But
well,
then there's moves like, hey, this is going to make them substantially better.
Mm-hmm.
And Jalen Smith is like, yeah, sure, it's maybe.
Yeah, he
like
gives you a
Edwards.
different types of player.
Like,
yeah,
sure, maybe, but I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not going like that's the move they need to make to be contenders. But I also wouldn't hate the move.
No, it's kind of like the Duarte deal. Like the Duarte deal on paper made sense.
Mm-hmm.
It just in
1,000%.
actuality didn't work. And again, if he's not playing for Rick Carlisle, it gives me concern for why that is. And a lot of times, again, guys can put up stats, but if those stats don't lead to winning, then that's, you know, a problem. Oh, do we have Pat Riley going off?
50 seconds.
50 seconds. Isn't Obi Toppin playing over him too? And they have Jarris Walker. Like, they would probably give him away for nothing.
Damn. Don't look at Twitter. Don't look at Twitter. Did you see what Pat Riley said?
No,
Okay, don't look.
you can't pull it up, right? Or are you going to?
I'm going to. All right, Mike's there.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, Pat Riley going off right now. Talking about Jimmy Butler and can the Kings go get Jimmy Butler, and what would he require in the trade market? And based on what Pat Riley had to say today, maybe not a lot. Maybe he's done. Maybe he's done with Jimmy Butler. Here's Pat Riley of Miami Heat culture fame. Here he is talking about Jimmy Butler. I have not screened this, so hopefully there's no bad words.
For him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
Woo! Damn.
Get off my lawn.
Shout out to Pat Riley.
79-year-old Pat Riley out there. He's out there with garden hose. Get off my lawn.
Butler.
Get off my lawn.
Damn.
Wild.
Good for him, though. That's that Heat culture. That's why Pat Riley is one of the greatest or whatever.
Yes.
He's not afraid to talk to the stars like that. Although I kind of agree with him. Jimmy Butler was out there talking trash about the Celtics, which is what Pat Riley was addressing there.
Yeah.
I'm not that's just what Jimmy Butler does, and he's been in the league long enough, I think, to have the amount of cachet to talk some trash from the bench. But also, I get what Pat Riley's saying.
If you're not going to play, I get it. Like, it's the same thing. Who was it? Oh, the Warriors. Who was
Tari Eason.
Tari Eason.
Yeah.
Going out there and
but that's Tari Eason. This is Jimmy Butler.
No, I get that, but if you can't play, then what are you doing? Like, you're putting your team in an awkward situation where, like, you're pumping up the other team.
Do we think that that's why the Boston Celtics beat the Miami Heat was because Jimmy Butler was talking trash and it fired the Celtics up?
No.
Like, if this was a really tightly contested series, and you know what? It's like, dude, Jimmy, what are you? But the guy was having fun. He couldn't play, so he was talking trash, trying to contribute. I don't know. Maybe if this was a different player, maybe if this was Tyler Hero, I would feel different.
Okay. No, I'm with you. I
understand the sentiment.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. It is kind of like a old school, like, hey, don't talk your trash unless you're going to be able to back it up. And he can't back it up. You can't back it up if you don't step on the court.
Yeah.
And so
that's true. That's true.
I agree with Pat Riley to a certain extent. Like, hey, man, maybe you need to zip it while we're in here battling. Your team is in here battling.
Jimmy Butler is one of a handful of players that I think I would accept it from in this instance.
Okay.
But
I think
he's the lone Miami Heat player that I would be like, yeah, go ahead and talk your junk.
Okay.
I think that's it. And Bam, no. Tyler Hero, definitely not.
Well, Bam doesn't seem like he's a loud talker.
No. Like Jaime Jaquez is definitely no. Like you have
maybe
to,
3
you have
years
to earn
from now.
some stripes.
Yeah.
Well, Like if LeBron did that or Steph or whoever, just like, okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, Pat Riley going off. We will push. Let's just do good idea or bad idea right now. I'm going to make a little intro for this at some point. Good idea or bad idea? It is a game we play. It's some semi game. It's very straightforward. I'm going to give you 3 headlines, and we're going to talk about whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. Number one, there it is. The Mavericks extend Jason Kidd with the Lakers and their head coach vacancy lurking. Good idea or bad idea?
Bad idea? I just don't know that Jason Kidd, to me, has ever proven to be a good head coach. It's tough.
I think it's a good idea because continuity, I think, matters a lot in this situation. And so I think if you're the Mavericks and you're going to the second round and you're going to play Oklahoma City and have a shot to beat Oklahoma City.
Okay.
I think that you're now going to the conference finals with the chance that you might lose your coach. And if you do lose that coach, now you have a head coach vacancy in a year where you just went to the conference finals. That's a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, I get that, but he's also the same coach that was there last year when they went 38-44 and didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he's also like,
and they kept continuity and got better.
He got fired in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
He got fired in Milwaukee midway through a season for being crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's in Dallas, and like he's a 500 coach. He's a 522 career.
Been to the conference finals though, right? He was their coach in 22.
Yeah. 21-22 he was. They went 9-9, and so yeah. But I don't know. Like he's kind of a run of the mill head coach.
Okay.
And I think he's also like, the better his assistants, the better he is.
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of the coach he is.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm kind of.
So you would have let him walk to LA?
I would have thought about it.
He probably would have flown to LA, but yeah.
I would have thought about it.
Okay. Number 2, Tom Brady gets roasted on Netflix, agrees to get roasted on Netflix. I did not watch all of it. It was one of those things where Twitter was giving me the highlights. So I was like, great, I'll do this. Maybe I'll take it all in someday. It's like 3 hours long. To me, it's a bad idea for Tom.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Like,
I don't think, here's the thing. Here's what I love the idea of athletes, especially a guy like Tom Brady, who was so buttoned up in his career.
Yeah.
Going out and being like, yeah, hey, roast me, you can make fun of me. He just looked so deeply uncomfortable with the whole thing that I don't think he knew exactly what he was getting into.
Well, I mean, like, what are you going to, it's not like when Michael walks into the office and starts roasting everybody.
Right.
Like, boom, roasted. Boom,
exactly.
roasted.
You know what's coming.
Yeah.
You should know. You should have a great idea of like, yeah, hey, I've watched some of these other roasts on Comedy Central. Wow, these are brutal. I don't think I want to do this.
Because you can't roast him as a player. So if you can't roast him as a player, what exactly do you think you're going to get roasted about?
Yeah, people are going to be like, hey, Tom, remember that time you forgot what down it was? Am I right, this guy?
Yeah.
No, you're going to get Giselle jokes and Robert Kraft massage jokes. And I mean, it got brutal. And he looked so deeply uncomfortable.
That's
I love the idea of trying to get out there and being like, yeah, I can make fun of myself. But I think it was a bad idea for Tom to do it in this specific instance without apparently doing proper research.
Yeah, because again, like, he's going to get roasted for Bridget Moynihan and that situation. And like, there's all kinds of things he could get roasted about, which aren't going to be comfortable at all. You're going to be like, I don't think I feel comfortable with this. Yeah. Anyway.
Really tough.
No, bad idea.
I agree. Bad idea. Last one here real quick before we get to our final segment. Sounds like the Clippers are keeping the band together. Paul George re-signing him, maxing him out. Kawhi bringing it back. James Harden re-signing him.
There's a point where some bands actually need to lose a couple of members.
It's a bad idea.
To have somebody come in that's different, that maybe can play the guitar a different way, or maybe their vocals haven't gone away. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's who the Clippers are. But hey, God bless him. That
sure,
good,
man.
good. Go ahead, Steve Ballmer. Pay your money. You're not gonna worry about money. I guess you just do what you do.
Let's talk about this after the break, because I have so many thoughts on the Los Angeles Clippers deciding to keep their team together. But hey, team building is hard. That's been the theme of the show today. We will discuss that, and we'll talk about the NBA playoff games that are going on tonight. NBA playoff talk and the Los Angeles Clippers potentially torpedoing their next decade. Coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. We're clear.
I have a somebody asked earlier. I don't remember who it was. It was earlier in the show. Would the Kings trade their 2024 number 13 overall pick for the Knicks 2024? That they have 2 first-round picks. They have Dallas's pick, and they also have. Oh no, they have their own pick. So would the Kings trade the 13 to move back to, I think it's 23 and 24? The answer to that is no, but I do believe, let me see if I can see NBA draft order 2024. I do think that they could come up with a trade with the Knicks. Let me see. Okay, lottery teams. Okay, so the Knicks have the 23rd pick and the 24th pick. I don't think the Kings are trading 13 for that. I do think that they would take the 23rd or the 24th pick and Milwaukee's first round pick in 2025. Because the Knicks also own that. They also have Detroit's pick, and they have Washington's pick, but it's a Milwaukee pick that I'm going to circle and say that if the Kings can get a 2025 pick, it frees them up to do other things in the upcoming, like as far as like what they can trade. I could also see them looking at a 2026 pick from the Knicks, which I don't think the Knicks have. Oh, no, they had their own 2026 pick. So, yes, I can see that. Lazy. Because that's who's available at that point in the draft.
Yeah, you just got to get a good player.
Yeah.
If you are going to take somebody.
Yeah. Don't concern yourself there. Concern yourself with who is the player that's going to be drafted by somebody at 13 right there.
Need a good enough player that a team is willing to give up assets for.
Aldrin J. They had a chance to draft Malik Monk and end up with 2 busts. They also had a chance to select Donovan Mitchell and Bam Adebayo. So, yeah, Malik is one thing, but the other 2 are bigger misses. Just saying. Those 2 went 13 and 14, I believe, 2017. Ouch.
I just think at this point, Pat Riley's aura is greater than Pat Riley in practice.
Yeah.
LeBron walked in and he put his rings on the table. Cool, man. LeBron wanted to go play basketball with his friends. Wasn't Pat Riley.
Yeah. Riley did build some
He did. No doubt.
Teams.
No doubt. I'm not disparaging Pat Riley's career. He's been remarkable. If not for Jerry West, he might be the best like player, coach, exec.
Yeah.
But Jerry West gets the mantle.
He probably does.
All right, here we go.
The baby daddy.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I forgot I had that one.
Just because
Yeah.
you're just pushing buttons and it doesn't matter.
Yep.
It's a complete crap.
You can suck it.
He's James and Kyle. One of D-Lo or KC will be in about 10 minutes to do the handoff before we give the reins over to them. D-Lo and KC will hang with you from noon until 4. We were talking about Paul George, and we were talking about the Clippers keeping their team together. And this is why I think if I sat down with an NBA executive, whether from the Suns or the Clippers, or what's another team that should, probably the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think there's an argument to keep the Bucks together mostly. Golden State, particularly in the previous couple of years. I think I could probably tell you what that exec is going to say about team building and, needing to take more things into consideration than just, the balance between winning and, you got to keep fans happy and this and that. Like, I think there's a lot that goes into it, and that's part of why it's difficult. But I look at a team like the Suns, and I look at a team like the Clippers, and you hear that their owners or governors, the governors, owners of those teams, say, no, we're keeping the band together. The Suns, hey, we're just going to, Matt Ishbia, yeah, we're going to run this back. Continuity is the most important thing. You got Steve Ballmer talking about they're going to re-sign Paul George, and they're going to bring back James Harden, and they're going to have the Harden, Kawhi, George trio again. And that's going to be their move as they go into their new stadium in Inglewood. I just don't Intuit Stadium. Is that what it's called?
Maybe
Arena?
It might be.
Whatever it's called. I get it, but also from a basketball standpoint, I don't. I don't understand how you look at what the Suns and Clippers both did this year and go, yeah, these teams are close. This is a couple pieces away from a title.
Intuit Dome.
The Intuit Dome, of course.
Dome. Yeah. Which makes sense for Steve Ballmer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay. So look, I think that there is something about like being a billionaire and thinking that you know what's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so often these guys are completely wrong. And just because you've got enough money to buy an NBA team doesn't mean you have any basketball sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where I kind of put like that decision should be up to people who make basketball decisions, and they have good ones. Like it's Lawrence Frank, right? Yeah, I believe that's their general manager or president of basketball ops. Like the Clippers have the right people in place. They also have they have a whole front office of high-end execs. Mark Hughes is there. Like this is a good group that can come up with some ideas. Now, it's what this roster looks like is, again, we talked about this earlier. It's like this weird instant gratification thing. It's holding on to stars. It's about worrying more about having famous people on your roster than having the right people on your roster.
Yes.
Like I could make the argument very clearly. And I would even say, like, look, there's a reason why the basketball people there in LA have held on to Terrence Mann, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it didn't matter what traded it was. Like they're not trading Terrence Mann.
Terrence Mann is untouchable.
He's untouchable. Okay, that's because Terrence Mann is probably one of their best players. Like what he brings, all the things that he brings on the court, like helps everyone else be better. And so that to me is where the basketball people are winning some sort of conversation. But I just have a really tough time believing that, like, again, some of these players that they keep going to that don't show up in the playoffs, that like the best thing the Clippers could do, and I don't even think this is possible. The best thing they could do probably is run it back without Kawhi Leonard and go find someone who would take his $200 million. Because yeah, sure, he could go on and win a title somewhere, but he could also miss 30 games a year for the rest of his career, or 40 games or 50 games, and then not show up in the playoffs again. And it doesn't matter what team you build, it's going to be capped out because your best player decides that he's not going to play at specific times of the year or can't play.
I'd be interested to know why that is, because the what you just framed about like Kawhi Leonard, and I think the same thing could be said for like Zion Williamson, Kevin Durant, whoever it is, where you're like, yeah, hey, look at the history of this. This doesn't work. This isn't going to work. Yet there's this like eternal optimism of like, you say it doesn't work historically, but what if it does?
But what if it does?
What if it actually does work? Have you ever thought of that? Like, yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
That's why everybody keeps trying to do this. The idea is great. The idea of like, yeah, hey, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard and James Harden with Terrence Mann and Ivica Zubats and whichever Plumlee, one of the various Plumlets, Mason Plumlee. What was the other one? Miles.
There's another one too. Mason, Miles. They're the Plumleys. They run deep.
It's something. I think Cody Zeller is a Plumlee who just got misplaced.
No, see, I think there's Marshall Plumlee.
Marshall, thank you.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
the Plumlee.
Marshall Cody Zeller's a Plumlee.
There's so many Zellers too.
Who is the kid?
Cody and Tyler Zeller.
Who is the kid from Wisconsin who played for the Suns?
Frank Kaminsky.
King's
legend.
Plumlee.
King's legend.
He's a Plumlee.
He's a Plumlee. The Zellers.
Anyways,
just so you know, Cody Zeller and Tyler Zeller both played.
Cody Zeller needs to come home.
But also there's Gary Zeller, who played from 71
Get
to 72.
out of town.
Not only that,
Gary Zeller's a fake name.
There's also a Luke Zeller that came into the league in 2023, the same year that Tyler Zeller came in. There's also, just so you know, a Dave Zeller who played in 1962. And before that, a Harry Zeller in 1947. I'm going to guess that the lineage of Zellers to make it to the NBA is long and illustrious.
Dave Zeller sounds like a guitarist in a Journey cover band.
Yeah. So does Gary Zeller.
Yeah.
And for that matter, so does Harry Zeller. Like they could also be like the Zeller brothers. Like
Harry Zeller sounds like a broadcaster.
Yeah.
Like,
that's wild. I need to now look at the family lineage of the Zellers.
There was another one in there that sounded like a
Gary,
Pac-12,
Harry, Dave.
Pac-12 quarterback who then transferred to an SEC school.
Luke Zeller.
Yeah,
that's clear.
That's 1,000%. He went to Arizona State, forks up, and transferred to like Auburn.
That's right. I could totally see that. Yeah.
It's just a bad idea. That we're finishing out good idea. That's a bad idea, dude. I get why. Again, he wants to have the star power going into the Intuit Dome. They were the number 4 seed in the West this year, so it wasn't like they were super far off. And you can talk yourself into, hey, but if Kawhi Leonard is healthy in the playoffs next year, we're going to do everything we can to make sure Kawhi is healthy for the playoffs. And we're going to try and supplement this roster with better talent, and we're going to be right back in there. We're going to be championship contenders again. Because remember, in the middle of this season, I was among the people like, dude, the Clippers look for real. The Clippers have arrived. This is going to work.
Yeah.
It just didn't. The wheels came off.
They're
going to try it again.
They never look like a team that is going to work, though. Like, I always have like an approach of like, look, you cannot build a team of superstars like that. You can't just think that it's
not aging ones like this.
No, that you're just going to be able to throw this all together and make it all work. At least not in my mind.
No, if you now, I do think, because again, we talk about Matt Ishbia and continuity and the importance of that. I do think if, let's say, De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis both make massive leaps next year, and De'Aaron's averaging 30 a game, he's averaging 30 and 8, and Domas is averaging 24 and 15 and 9, and holy crap, look at the Kings, here they are. If you then add another star to that mix, an external one, let's say Keegan Murray's not developing how they like and they trade him and they bring in another star, that can work. It's hey, we have Devin Booker and nothing else. Well, they had something else, but they decided to punt all of it to bring in Kevin Durant. And then this offseason went, oh, hey, we're going to punt all of it again. We're going to bring in Brad Beal, and that's going to be the move. That doesn't work. It doesn't.
No.
You can't and that's what they've tried to do with the Clippers. It's not going to work. No matter how badly you think it's going to work, Steve. Is there a Steve Zeller?
There was not a Steve Zeller.
Oh, well.
It's possible he's one of the Zeller brothers. Steve Ballmer.
Got the hair for it.
Look, I think like building a team is difficult, and you always look at, hey, this player used to be this, and you keep looking at their stats and saying, hey, it doesn't matter what's going on. It looks to me like Russell Westbrook is still an extremely impactful player.
Mm-hmm.
Like the stats don't always tell the story, and so much of the NBA is about putting a group together that just fit. And when you bring in James Harden and you take the ball out of Paul George's hand or Kawhi Leonard's hand or even Russell Westbrook's hands, like it's so difficult to balance everything. And then you have a bunch of guys who are just like hanging out. Like, who is Zubac supposed to be? And in this discussion, they should have gone out and got someone different than Zubac. If like he's an offensive minded center that can get you some rebounds, but he's not like a defensive star.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's what you're going to do, if you're going to bring in all these aging stars and you want to, like, you need role players that can fit into that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see how running it back, like, look, maybe they win 50 something games again next year. It's totally possible.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they win a first round series. It's totally possible. But to think that that's a title contending team and to know that you're going to have to pay to keep Paul George, that's brutal. And Paul George isn't the one that needs to go. Like, he's just not.
No, bringing Paul George back makes sense. But rolling with Kawhi and bringing James Harden, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about teams that are winning in the playoffs.
Okay.
Pacers at Knicks tonight, game 1 of that second round series. Every bone in my body thinks the Knicks are going to mollywop the Pacers. Like,
yes.
Punch them in the mouth in a way that the Pacers are just not ready for.
Yes.
That's what every bone in my body wants to say. But then I go back to, you know what? The Knicks look really good against a pretty depleted 76ers team. And can the Pacers get hot enough in a couple of these games to make the series interesting? And it just, that's what I keep coming back to.
I can't buy in, though. Like, Indiana might win a game or two because they're fun and crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the season series was actually, I think the Pacers won the season series 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy it. Like, the Knicks right now, their defensive intensity, the level that they're playing at, I do think it's just a really, really bad matchup.
Yeah.
And I don't know any other way to say. I just think that's a really bad matchup for Indiana. You're talking about a team that will hang its hat on the defensive end, and sure, you can get hot, but they just keep coming at you. And that's what I kept every time I watched that Knicks Philly series. It felt like Philly would it took so much for them to get a basket, and then the Knicks would score. And it was like so difficult. They were grinding. And you're watching this back and forth, and no matter what, it didn't matter how hot Philly got, they were still up by a point or they're down by a point. And I don't think Indiana can live in that world.
No, I don't think they can either. And I also don't think, though, that Indiana can do enough defensively to exploit some of the Knicks' offensive shortcomings. I really don't. Let's start the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. Oh, got to get that mic on. There we go.
What up?
There he is. Kenny Caraway. Hey, I'm glad you're here. We're talking Timberwolves Nuggets now.
I'm on wax. Y'all heard me on Friday. Maybe you didn't.
I didn't.
I said Minnesota at 6.
Oh,
I thought they could give the Nuggets trouble, but I've kind of been on this tip of the Nuggets just being this machine that is just going to kind of churn over everybody. And then that didn't happen in game 1. It started to. Minnesota's up 1,000,000. And then the Nuggets, just like James and I always talk about, just this methodical, it's okay, going to turn the faucet off offensively, going to score on every single freaking offensive possession. Like, oh my God. But Minnesota has an ability to crank up the defensive intensity enough. And they have a bona fide superstar in Anthony Edwards, who is not afraid of this moment.
I don't know if you can guard him. We talk about Jokic being, I mean, you put somebody his size on him and he kind of bullies the dude. You know what I mean? Or he shoots over him or whatever. You try to put, more size on him, like a taller guy, He blows by him.
Aaron Gordon is such a good defender, and he just has nothing for him.
It's too quick for Aaron Gordon.
Way too quick.
And on top of that, nobody's going to stop Jokic or anything else like that. But Minnesota is probably the best equipped to play against Denver.
Yeah.
One of the things that I thought they did a great job of in game one, and this is the way, in my opinion, to play Nikola Jokic, is you just go play him one-on-one.
Yep.
And say, Jokic, if you want to score 45 tonight,
yep,
go ahead and score 45. You're going to score 45 with 5 assists, though. You're not going to have 27 with 13 assists.
Yep.
Because now we're cooked.
Yep.
And on top of that, because I remember, where was he at? He was in Phoenix. Steve Nash was in Phoenix going up against Dallas. And he would, in the playoffs, and he had like these 40-point games or whatever. And basically, Dallas was like, we don't think you even want to do that. We don't even think you want to score 40. So we're going to let you go one-on-one, give you every shot at opportunity you want, and we'll dare you to average 45 for this series. Not because you can't, because we don't even think you want to do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same thing here with Jokic. Like, average 40 for the series. I'll take my chances with that. I don't even think you want to do that. You'll start to get gun shy.
32-9 in that first game.
For Jokic?
With 8 rebounds.
With 8 rebounds.
And 3 steals.
He shot 9 3-pointers. The last time he shot 9 3-pointers was March 8th of last year.
That's a lot for Jokic.
Yeah. I think the play, the signature play in that game was, to me, and the reason that I have so much optimism about the Timberwolves now is that lob where Jokic comes off the roll and he's getting downhill and it's just lobbed Aaron Gordon every single time. Like, that's just an easy bucket. It's a pet play for them. And Rudy Gobert can guard them both. Where Jokic starts getting downhill, he takes a step out on him, lob comes up, tips it away.
Yeah.
It's like, there's just not that many dudes in the NBA that can do that.
No, man. No, and you got a guy like Cat on that front line as well, who's a 6'10" guy. You know what I mean? That maybe you could switch off and, and he can help or do whatever. You got options. You know what I mean? You're not paralyzed if Rudy gets in foul trouble or anything like that. So I think it's I want to say a bad matchup for Denver. Denver could easily win, but I think Minnesota has a lot of those pieces that you need to knock off of them.
Do you think Minnesota can win the series?
I mean, sure.
Do you think they will?
I don't think they will.
Okay.
I still think it's going to be Denver, but I do also think that no one has anyone to match up with Ant-Man. And that's so tough. I mean, talk about, this is the moment that I'm sure Michael Malone was fretting. This is a moment where you realize how much you miss Bruce Brown. Where there's
great point.
There's nothing you could do to keep him. He signed a ridiculous contract. Good for him. And so, yeah, like Christian Brown is good, but he's just not good enough, especially right now, to defend a player like this. And Kentavious Caldwell-Pope can give you minutes there, but he's not going to stop him. And if you would have that one extra body to throw at him, you probably would have had, a little bit better chance to limit him. But they're too gifted offensively because if you shut the faucet off with him, Naz Reid can still get you, Cat can still get you. And, they busted him up, and that was with Jaden McDaniels going 0 for 7 from the field and scoring 0.
That's not going to happen again, because he has shown himself to be a major player in these playoffs. So that performance, I don't expect to happen again.
Well, go ahead. Well, his ability to defend Michael Porter Jr. is going to be one of the biggest things, and his ability to even go and defend Jamal Murray and take Jamal Murray away. That's what's going to, that could be another turning point for them. I don't know. It's a much better series than I thought it would be.
The other crazy thing about that, when you're talking about taking Jamal Murray away, that man, Ant-Man might end up taking Jamal Murray away. The best defender, perimeter defender in the series might be Anthony Edwards.
Man,
that's how crazy he is, man. This dude he get after it on defense.
Anthony Edwards in the regular season had a true shooting percentage of 57.5%. And that's shooting efficiency that takes into account the difference between free throw, 2-point, 3-point. 57.5% in the regular season, which is a strong number. In the playoffs, he's up to 65.6.
Yeah,
in
he's
200
elevated.
minutes.
Yeah.
He has a 30.3 PER in 5 playoff
Oh
games.
man, this guy.
He's ridiculous.
This is his moment right here. It's feeling like it's his moment right here. Let's see if he can take advantage of what's going on and knock off the defending champs. But he's having a moment.
I would say the other thing about him is that we're just seeing like the beginning. Like I
Yeah.
think that's why everybody is so excited, because if his moment isn't right now, it certainly will be next year. It could be this summer playing for Team USA. It could be, next season. It could be the season after that. We're going to see him continue to build on what he's doing here. And like, again, it's going to cost to keep that team together, but like, I don't think they're going to have to dismantle. I think that they're going to be able to keep that team together a lot like Denver is. And this is probably going to be the matchup that we see again and again and again, and then throw in OKC. And all of a sudden you've got 3 teams that are coming up that, again, Denver is going to be older and going to, fall apart sooner.
Mm-hmm.
But the other group, the other 2 teams are going to be, really, really good. And that's where, if you're Monty McNair, if you're, again, Vivek Ranadive and the Kings, you have to figure out how do you get that next step. And that's where we talked about Brandon Ingram. Like, it's almost like you have to go do something like that. You
Mm-hmm.
have to go chase a Brandon Ingram, or you have to go chase a big name player, because that's what you're up against. You're up against these other teams that are just really, really talented and are going to be for
Mm-hmm.
the next 5 years while that's your window as well.
Yeah.
Real quick before you get out of here, did you see how things evened out real quick with the Warriors and the T-Wolves? You kind of see that set, how that played out?
No.
So obviously the T-Wolves passed on Steph Curry
Oh, yeah,
in that
yeah.
draft.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
to get
yeah,
Johnny Flynn,
Mm-hmm.
and they passed on Steph Curry.
Twice.
Well, yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
allegedly, Minnesota tried to trade the top pick in that Anthony Edwards draft to Golden State. Golden State declined,
Mm.
and it's all evened out.
I could see Steve Kerr not liking Anthony Edwards for sure.
It's
Yeah,
all,
I could
it's all
100%
evened
see
out.
that.
They passed on Steph.
Yeah.
Seemed like the Warriors then passed on Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Ricky Rubio, Johnny Flynn, back-to-back picks
Yeah.
at number 5 and 6.
Yeah, 5 and 6.
Well,
Yep.
ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. It's maybe the last sports you hear for a couple hours, so I hope everybody enjoyed. It's on and popping. It's
Is
on
it
and
though?
popping.
Oh,
Is it
no.
though?
Oh, we got a lot to talk about.
Not to talk about a blowout.
We got no, ain't no blowout. Ain't no blowout. I'll tell you that right now. It ain't no blowout. It ain't no blowout. It depends on what your criteria is, though.
It was 4-2, but it wasn't close.
I don't know, man. I think Kendrick won if it's over.
Sure.
But
If it's over.
family
It's
matters
over.
in the hard part 6. If we talking bars and ain't no blowout.
Okay.
That boy Drizzy showed up.
All right. D-Lo and Casey coming up next on ESPN 1320. Sacramento's rap beef leader. See you, everybody.
See you,
Appreciate you
friends.
guys.
Weezy, I don't think it would have mattered. The East have been pretty weak this year, so any path would have been easy, I think, for them. What's up, David? What's up, Spencer? It's Karen, I'm trying, man. I gotta get back to the basics.
Very nice. Very nice. Why do you look so short?
I don't know.
It's the
I don't know what's going on here.
Camera. There it is.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, one time. What's good? Let's run it back. I'm going to tell y'all right now, one more time for fun. If y'all here for an in-depth breakdown of the Cavs and Magic, y'all might have tuned into the wrong place today.
Man, I need to talk about Karis LeVert. Come on, man, what we doing?
We got stuff to talk about. Now, I'm going to tell y'all this is a shoot. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And that's Kendrick Lamar.
I'm in God mode.
Hey, we told y'all this before, man. Fridays get here, especially Friday at like 6, 7. All right, Brody. I'll see you Monday. And that's it. That's it. Unless something, happens with the Kings, unless there's something like, hey, yo, you see what Malik did or something along those lines, it's see you Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all got to realize Kenny and I probably spend more time together than most people spend with their significant others. Like we're together 8 to 9 hours a day, every day. So much that people even here are shocked when we're not together. But Friday night rolled around and rumors started to circulate.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think Drake's dropping something tonight.
Mm-mm.
And then his PR agent, Academics, said, hey, I got a call, said, go home.
So I want to pause you right there.
Go home.
Why do people say that about DJ Academics and not Glasses Malone?
Glasses Malone.
Yeah, Glasses Malone is the podcaster, hip hop historian who does all the same stuff for Kendrick.
Does he?
Absolutely. And I don't have a problem with it. That's who he rocking with. Glass Malone is verified, certified. But DJ Academics is not, yeah.
I mean, I know I'm like he is, but is he? Like, I don't hear his name buzzing at all.
I mean, I do. I like Glasses Malone.
No, I ain't. That's not hate. It's not hate.
But he does.
He's not.
He does
buzzing.
the same exact thing for Academic, probably even more, because he just flat out be hating on Drake and be like, "Yeah, I'm Team Kendrick." Just wonder.
I don't know. I don't have an answer. Jesse, get Glasses Malone on the phone.
Kamara says Glasses acknowledges bias. So does Academics.
And that's fine. There ain't nothing wrong with Academics being a PR agent for Drake. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, I wasn't saying that to be shade. Like, it is what it is. He's been the kind of conduit between all of this. He was the one who tweeted it's happening. All caps, exclamation points. And Family Matters dropped. 7 minutes, essentially 3 songs, all rolled into one. 7 minutes. Listen to it once. It was funny because you knew it was coming. And so phone in hand, just waiting for the alert, walking around, text comes through. There it is. I sit down. I put my earbuds in. I sit down. I'm in a dark room, no lights on. And you pull the YouTube video up, and the YouTube video had the lyrics on it. So running the record. Whew. Second verse hits. Whoa. All right. Third verse hits. Okay. Don't text. Don't text nobody. Run it back. 7 minutes. Dark room. Apparently, people were talking to me, and I was unaware of this. Run it back. Listen to it again. Okay. First text. First text. First verse is whatever. Second verse is incredible. Third verse, I don't even get. Like, what's he? What is he talking about? Don't even have a chance to digest what's happening. Get a text from Kyle Madsen. Oh my God. Kendrick Lamar Meet the Grams dropped. Yo, what is this? Click on that, and then we was off. We was off. Ooh. To me, because there's going to be a lot. There were no less than 2,000 text messages exchanged this weekend. I'm not kidding.
Sports.
I'm not trying to be funny. No less than 2,000 text messages exchanged this weekend. This conversation is going to have several like different layers to it. But to me, this whole Not Like Us, The Heart Part 6, that was fun, and we'll get to that. This whole thing ended when Kendrick cut Drake's legs out from underneath him after his big reply on Friday night. Meet the Grams was the end. It was over from there. Now you could call it overkill. You could call it taunting. You could call it damage control. You could call it whatever you want to on either side. It ended that night.
All right. Let me break down my Friday night. I was kind of a little unplugged.
And I want people to understand who's not familiar with this, by the way, before you start cooking. This was arguably the most iconic night in hip hop history. This wasn't.
I can't remember another. Maybe and people understand. People understand what I'm about to say. Maybe September 11th, 2001.
So here's the thing. I was thinking about, like, I was trying to, be thinking about Pac and Big. Most of us, I woke up to find out Big was dead. Like that, and the day plays out, but like it's not the same. It's 1997. There's no social media.
Right.
Pac gets shot and just is in the hospital. We don't know what's going on. Social media, again, not a thing. I remember hanging up the phone with my man Io minutes before he's just gonna come back. Like it's 6-7 days later.
Right.
We know now he was never coming back. I didn't even know that till like a few years ago when one of them docs came out.
Yeah.
But it wasn't immediate.
Right.
So this was instant with an opportunity for the entire world to react at the same time. Respectfully, it just wasn't the same. And I tried to take that into consideration when I was like, this is the most epic night in hip hop.
Yeah, I ain't never experienced nothing like that. You talk about when Pac and Big died. What I mean when I say September 11, 2001, obviously,
2001.
Respect to, the World Trade Center and all the tragedies. But Jay-Z dropped the blueprint that day as well. And the streets were going crazy. Like, if you could imagine, like, one of the biggest tragedies in this country's history was going on, and we didn't know what was happening. And people were still like, yo, did you hear that blueprint though? Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah.
That's insane. But that's what was going on.
Yeah.
But
it's always overshadowed.
Yeah. This might have trumped it though. Like the Friday night was unbelievable. So I was a little tapped out, got done with work. My son had a baseball game. We were there, went, got some food or whatever. So I didn't see any of the DJ Academics, none of that. I didn't see that. I just got a text. I don't know if it was in the group chat or I'm pretty sure it was in the group chat about Family Matters. I was like, and I was with wifey. We was driving around and I was like, oh snap, Drake dropped. So we listened to it. I'm like, man, okay, Drake was doing his thing, right? Then an hour later, Meet the Grams, or when I see it, an hour later, Meet the Grams dropped. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. I'm like, yo, the concept was crazy. Speaking to each one of his family members, that was crazy.
And it was,
and the bars was crazy.
Aggressive.
Yeah, the bars was crazy. Aggressive. The idea of speaking to his son, his mom, his daughter, him, like, it was crazy. I thought it was dope. So then, I'm like digesting all that and go through Friday and falling asleep. I wake up Saturday. I have some things to do in the morning. And then I'm in my car. I listen to all this on the phone. Then I'm in my car. And on Tidal, the app, the way it was set up was Family Matters was there and Euphoria was there. So I hit play on Family Matters. I said, it came out and it's dropped. And I said, oh, this is sick. It's like, I didn't feel this way right away. I just thought it was like really good. I wanted to see where it went. Next day, I listened to it again. I said, this is nasty. And he's spitting and he's doing all that and everything. I finished hearing Family Matters. I said, this is sick. This is sick. So then I played Euphoria after that. And I was like, nah, Euphoria is crazy. Like, I don't know which one or whatever, right? Like, I just don't know. But I kept going back to Family Matters. I was like, nah, this is fire. Like, this is fire. This was before all the stuff started to come out about there's some things sprinkling about Meet the Grams and all this other stuff. That's before that. But then I listened to Meet the Grams and I was listening to it and I was like, the shock value's worn off of what he was saying. I was like, oh, this ain't that good of a track to me. It's not that good of a track. I thought it was cool. I loved the concept, but after the shock value of all this, I was like, there's a lot of character assassination and just I wish you would die. I don't like you. Like, all right. So you're a bad father. Like, he keeps kind of going with that. And like my homeboy said, he keeps saying he's a bad father. Like, we don't see Adonis in the Air Canada Center shooting air balls all the time. Like, he's not linking up with LaMelo and getting little Adonis hyped off of Melo 2s. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of a narrative that's a little played out at this point. Like, we see him in the kid's life. But all right, that's the angle he wants to take or whatever. But
so you remember what I said about Euphoria?
You said it's the best record in all of this.
It is, but
it's up for debate now.
I don't think it is. And for me, it's not. And I'll tell you why. It's still not. Euphoria is the best record to drop, period, in my opinion.
Euphoria is fire.
Euphoria got better every time I listened to it. every single time I listened to it, it got better. Even as recently as yesterday. Family Matters got worse. I'm going to explain to you why. When D'Lo and KC return. Again, if you're here for a Game 7 breakdown of the Cavs and Magic, you're probably not going to get it. I put a note in our sheet like, look, we're going to, because we've got a lot to say on this. At some point, we're probably going to be screaming at each other. We're going to get out what we have to say, and then we'll move along. There is other stuff to talk about. The Magic season's over. Now there's rumors out there. And I told the fellas, Lee Corso said, not so fast.
Not so fast, my friend.
We'll talk about that. Yeah. We'll get into all of that, I promise.
We got 3 hours till James gets here, so.
That's right. We got 3 hours till James gets here. CeeLo and KC here on Sacramento's leader, ESPN 1320.
Just the leader.
Is Donnie in here? Or I see Kamara in here.
I haven't seen Donnie yet.
He might not be in here. He probably. I didn't see any of the Brady stuff either. I didn't see any of Brady or Backlash.
I saw clips. I saw clips of both.
Jay Diller was texting me. Cat was on live. I didn't even get to.
On
didn't
Saturday,
even get to see
I
all
think he
the
was
clips.
on. Yeah.
Did you watch it?
I was watching the fight.
Oh, that's right. How was that?
It was cool. It was actually a good fight. I thought, Jesse, what you said, it kind of standing there and fought a little bit more than I expected.
Talking about Canelo Munguia? Yeah, they went toe to toe. There's levels to this. Shout out Michigan. I see you in the chat. There's levels to this though.
Who won?
Canelo.
Oh, but that was what was supposed to happen, right?
Yeah, he put on a boxing lesson.
Yeah, rather easily. Munguia looked like he was game. Everything changed when he got knocked down.
Wait, what? Was this?
Oh yeah, real? I think Jordan Poole was there, or his doppelganger, or whatever. It looked like Jordan Poole. I'm pretty sure it was Jordan Poole.
Oh, I missed that.
He was like third, fourth row from the barrier, whatever.
All I saw were the entrances and those and then that the Jade move. Yeah.
I still hadn't got to that, Russell. Jeez, that's like a week ago.
I wrote something in here about that. I haven't listened to all of it, but I heard I wrote something in about what he said.
So the funny thing about this is what happens when you see too much. I can't even fully enjoy this because I know where it's leading.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like I can't even celebrate. That's
all right.
You know, that's like
The thing I hope though is that it gets the right reaction because everyone's going to anticipate it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm fearful they'll cheer it, and I don't want that for Bianca.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jade has to establish herself like as ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. I don't want them to cheer that because they're excited it happened. Bianca's too babyface.
Yeah, we all know who the babyface is gonna be. Now they ain't never ever turn Bianca.
You can't
do it. She's seen
it. Yeah.
She mean too much.
I need Rose to stay off Instagram. Bro, like
Rose having a good old time.
Rick, you lost when your plane went down, man.
He said, I seen him shooting from the sky. Rose a fool, man.
Your Rose impression, low underrated.
I was looking in the sky, I looked over to the right, and I saw the shooter jets. The white boy put shooter jets in the air. I saw him try to shoot us down. BBL Drizzy.
White boy.
Speaking of monsters, one of them acted like they didn't know what to do when Canelo was calling them out after the fight. He told him to come in the ring. Sorry, we got to come out from break. Sorry.
You need to finish whatever that was.
I'm just saying.
You
had thoughts? I mean, we're talking Drake and Kendrick. 213's gonna be here.
Jesse.
Hey. All I'm saying is Canelo told him to come in the ring.
What did Canelo say when they asked him about who he wanted to face?
He said he's gonna go spend some family time and bring him the bag.
You just got done spending family time.
No, more family time.
You just were off for 9 months for the surgery.
9 more months.
Oh my gosh. He knows. And it's okay. It's okay. And look, we all know what time it is. We all know. That boy, he destroyed Canelo. He destroyed him. David Benavidez, by the way.
Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
No, I had no idea. But all right, I'm in. Y'all seem excited about it. As long as y'all are excited, I'm excited. I mentioned as you were laying out Family Matters versus Meet the Grams, I told you I think Euphoria is still the best track of this whole process. I don't think it's particularly close. I did have an appreciation for Family Matters when it dropped. I still do. To me, that record got worse the more I listened to it. And I acknowledge to you through text, and this is the danger of exchanging thoughts when you're not on the radio. But I did tell you, I think part of the reason I don't like the record lost its luster for me was because Meet the Grams dropped. And to me, that was the kill shot. That was the end. It was over. But as I went back and replayed it, I still think he goes crazy in the second verse. But I also think everything, which also, I just call it what it is. I'm wearing a T-shirt that I've owned for 8 years and have never worn prior to today. I'm trolling a little bit. But I also had to acknowledge to my boys, Casey and Kamara, I don't like Drake. And I've told that line because of the KSFM stuff, oh, he's just not my bag. Oh, no, I get it. He makes sense. I just don't like him. And when I say I don't like his music, I've never, ever, ever gotten into Drake. I've tried, even when we were talking about classic albums, I listened to every album Drake had out and was like, Casey's right. He got bars. I'm going to put together a playlist I like without all the rich baby daddy garbage, all that other stuff. I'm going to put together a playlist of Drake rapping. And I did. And I've never listened to it. I just made it. And it's just there on my playlist collecting dust. I never listened to it. So I just had to be real. I just don't like him. I respect the work that he does. He's a hit maker, the whole deal. Salute. Do your thing. It's not for me. It's for somebody else. It's for you. It's for Ace or whoever in your circle rides with him. It just ain't for me. And everything that I dislike about Drake is in that record. When because he shows, particularly in that second verse, when he does what's essentially the first person shooter switch up. The same thing he did after Cole murdered that verse. He did the switch up. Did that, but he still can't help himself. He still has to be cheesy. Drop. And another thing, I didn't hear. See, I'm all of these text messages. You didn't get frustrated with Drake for repeating himself because Drake was repeating himself in Family Matters. He was trying to tie in push-ups in that. He tied the push-ups hook into that. Drop. That's from push-ups. I was trying to keep it PG. The whole thing.
He continued the song that he previewed on
couldn't
push-ups.
Help but be cheesy. He couldn't help but sing the little melody, do all of this when he shows bro has bars. So I realized the more and more I listen to it, this is trash. It's not trash. This isn't good.
I mean,
it's not trash. It's not trash.
Family Matters is one of the hardest diss tracks ever made. Family Matters is one of the hardest diss tracks ever made. And
it has no life.
If you don't,
it has no life.
If you don't want to go look for life, then you don't.
But it has no life. It died. The track died.
It didn't die. If you like I said, if you're paying attention, and this is
explain.
Well, I mean, one of the things that came out of this whole weekend is that Kendrick on Meet the Grams, which loses luster for me is Drake fed him information,
which is hilarious. You believe that with no questions asked. You believe that that's what happened.
So I believe it. I'll start there. But I did come to this conclusion, and I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you think Drake has an 11-year-old daughter he's hiding? Once again, these are yes or no
so
questions.
don't do that. Don't take that tone.
I don't know what we got to explain.
That. Don't take that.
It's
tone
a yes or no.
Don't do that. Man, I'm gonna answer. The first thing I thought of is again, like you got a kid getting outed through a rap beef again. I don't think so, dude.
So if the answer is no, then two things could have happened.
So let me since we're doing yes and no, I'm gonna ask you a question right back. Mind you, I know the answer to this question.
So look, I'll say this: the personal stuff we'll keep that in the group chat. Like if we're dealing with the people as people, because we don't have to say that. As far as what Drake alleged and some stuff.
Well, no, there's one I have to. No. You don't get to do that because it was in the record.
No, because like I said, there are things that I ask you that I won't say here.
Okay.
I won't say here.
Okay.
I won't ask you those questions here.
Okay, but I got it because the central focus of Family Matters was that Kendrick abused his wife,
and that's the one I won't. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that it's truth.
Okay.
Because that's what I mean by personal. That's all right. That's family.
But it's hard. But you realize it's hard to have this discussion without talking about those two main things.
No, for sure.
I thought you was trying to avoid the other one, with the Drake one.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna ask you that. I'm not gonna ask you that. We on the radio. This ain't a group text. I'm not gonna ask you that and say, do you believe this or do you think this is true? Same way. That's personal. Like, do you think he got fed information? Yeah, that's fair game. We could talk about that. Do you think Drake is a culture vulture from Atlanta? Yeah, that's fair game. Whatever. We could ask those questions.
To that too.
But
culture vulture. Apparently there were a lot of those out this weekend. Jesus. Go ahead.
So if you don't believe that Drake has an 11-year-old daughter, to me, only two things are true. Kendrick either got duped and played for a fool by information, or he just said that flat out line.
Yeah, I mean, either one could be possible. Here's the thing. I mean, the flat out lying, like whatever. Like I have no idea.
And when I say duped and information, it doesn't have to be from Drake. I think Drake is behind it. There's a lot of things, and we can or we can't. We don't have to get into it, but there's a lot of things that connect to what Drake is saying. But maybe it's not Drake. Maybe it's Glasses Malone who told him this, and he ran with it.
Mm-hmm.
So bad information is bad information, regardless of where it came from. That's all I'm saying. Don't have to be from Drake, but
sure. It's really like, what would that say if Drake had a second kid exposed to a rap beef? Like that, like that's the thing I can't like that was the thing I just kept getting hung up on. Like again, like Pusha T and Drake that like outed this two man's kids or this man's two kids, excuse me. The thing I keep getting hung up on though when I ask that question is like Kendrick just heard something and wrote a record about it. Like the central focus of that the central focus of Meet the Grams was about Drake and his behavior. The 11-year-old daughter was a part of it, and it's
he had a verse and a half about this 11-year-old daughter.
And a half?
Yeah, he talked to the daughter, but then when he was talking to Drake, I was listening to it as he was coming in. Then when he was talking to Drake, he was talking about these kids you hide and your daughter you're hiding. But he had a verse and a half dedicated to this.
That's a line. The other three verses are about Drake.
He said other kids that you're hiding.
The whole first verse talking to his mom is about him.
No, the first verse is talking to Adonis. The second
I'm not
verse is
saying
talking
who
to
he's
his mom.
talking to, who he's talking about. Everything he's talking about is Drake. That was the central focus of the record. Drake is this, he's that, he's a pill popper, He's hiding kids.
Mhm.
He's not teaching you to be a man. He's not taking care of you just because he's putting you out there at the Air Canada Senator.
He didn't even say that.
He's not taking care of you. He don't take the shortcuts. Like every line, regardless of who he was talking to in Meet the Grams, was about Drake. That's my point.
Don't get,
The
y'all
daughter,
bailing him out for that, man.
I'm not bailing him out for
if
anything.
If he either got duped or he's just flat out lying about a daughter, that you lose points for that. Either one, you lose points for that. He centered a verse and a half around this daughter that he either got duped about.
Then you
or
have
he's
to
lying.
answer the question whether you think he's a domestic abuser or not.
Who has to
Because that's the you do. Because if you're talking about taking points from somebody, then you gotta address whether you think the central focus of what Drake was talking about all weekend is true or not.
I mean,
because here's the thing. Here's what I was holding out on all weekend. Here's what I didn't want to respond on text messages, and I wanted to wait on the radio to say, because you all weekend were adamant. If he got duped, he loses points for this in this fictitious judging of this rap battle. He loses points,
and everybody has their own way of scoring a judge battle. Like you don't have to say
not really,
everything. Like
because no one scores it. You do.
Well,
You're a boxing fan. That's what you do. Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not scoring this. Like I'm not. Like I can't even be partial to it. I don't know what to tell you. I don't like the way one of these dudes raps. But the whole central thing was and I'll keep it as comfy as possible. If Kendrick is this, if Kendrick is this, if Kendrick is this, everyone's ignoring it. Everyone's ignoring it. No one's talking about it. They're all letting it go. Why would people be willing to believe Kendrick but not Drake? So Drake's the two things with Drake, the daughter and the other stuff. Both Adonis is out there. That was Pusha T. The other stuff is out there. Now, whether it's to the form Kendrick is talking about, that's an entirely different story. But we can go back to before this record dropped and say, I told you on this show, I thought his relationship with that girl from Stranger Things was weird. That wasn't a revelation from the weekend. That's been out there for years. So all of this stuff surrounding Drake is stuff that you can see. Like it wasn't out of thin air. This stuff about Kendrick came out of nowhere. There isn't even a smidge bit of internet-based rumor out there that this is reality. And that's why so many people are willing to dismiss what Drake says, because it legitimately sounds like he's lying.
I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, to be honest with you, but he's pretty adamant about the information that he has. And he hasn't stopped. He hasn't gone back on it or anything else like that. I don't know if it's true or not. We do know.
And then I'll take the other side and say neither is Kendrick. Because Kendrick, we ain't even talked about Not Like Us yet.
Kendrick ain't what?
Shied away from the information that he has.
Okay. Well, no, he shied away from the little girl. He shied away from the little girl.
Well,
he shied away from the little girl, and he shied away from OVO people giving him information. And that's one of the things that I think it lends credence to what Drake said.
So you think
for two songs he talked about OVO people being on his team. One song he talked about this little girl. And then the next time he drops, he don't mention either one of them.
So you think Not Like Us was brand new?
I don't think he went to the studio and made Not Like Us. But look, like I said, he stopped mentioning those two things.
But for him to, it would have had to have been new though, right?
There's some bars, yes, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if he created.
There's a line in there that made me think it was new.
Yeah,
the line about slaves going into the Atlanta song
there's that too.
Because Drake mentioned you think you.
I think maybe he had the skeleton of that song already ready. Maybe he added some things in there.
So since we're here, and I'll let you, because we're talking about lying and telling the truth right now. To me, when you lie. When you tell one lie in a sea of truths, you damage everything you say. he wrote about, you're a fake activist. You ain't never planted no money trees in Compton.
Mhm.
We did this exercise live on the radio last week in Drake's favor.
Mhm.
It took a less than 15-second Google search to find out none of that is true.
Mhm.
That's something I didn't even need to search. If you know Kendrick Lamar, you know none of that's true.
Mhm.
You can search Kendrick Lamar Compton schools. You could search Kendrick Lamar charities. You could search Kendrick Lamar giving back. You could search anything you want to find out that's all trash.
Mhm.
So you tell one lie in a sea of truths, you corrupt everything else.
I need the same energy is what I'm asking. Because if he's lying about
But
this
the
little girl,
I got
that's
you.
one lie.
You're right. You're 100% right. But there's a difference. We don't know if it's true or not.
We don't know if what is true.
If he has a little girl or not. We're guessing. We have no idea.
You're right. You're right. And
But what I just asked you
believes
to look
this.
for, what I asked you to look for is verifiable. You could see, that's not true. What you talking about?
You're right. You're right. I'm not disputing that. Nobody believes he has an 11-year-old girl.
Because
Nobody
it seems
believes that.
absolutely. It seems outrageous.
It seems like a lie. And I said there's two ways that lie came about. He either was duped and played like a dummy and got information from OVO, or he said, I'm just going to lie. Are there any other two explanations?
I don't think so. Well, I mean, yeah, she exists.
Right.
Those are the. I'm with you.
Right. That's the third one. She exists. So and then when you talk about like we'll go back to Family Matters. We're skipping around. We're having a good time though here today. When you talk about Family Matters,
we podding. I guess Joe quit. Joe Budden sent out and I get why he did it because it was already recorded. Joe Budden sends out a pod canceled. Like, yo,
see you on Wednesday.
What? So I kept thinking, all right, they're just gonna record a new one. No pod from them dropped. Ebro was like, y'all thought we was gonna work on the weekends? No. Charlemagne the guy was out doing something else. Nobody had nothing.
The only one that was out there. The only one that was out there. The only one working.
Yeah.
Was
OVO Academics.
I respect, but he had both sides on. He was talking to DJ Head, everybody. Like he was talking to Joe. He was out there. He was talking to everybody. He was out there saying, "No, Kendrick is up right now." Like he was working. And I respect the work. I respect work all the time. But
I actually thought he provided some of the best moments of the weekend. His reaction when Meet the Grams dropped was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. That man was distraught when he was all excited. He was hyped. He was smiling. And then his face got like, what? And he hit play on that record. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. But, shout out to Academics. That was funny. He provided entertainment.
But the one of the things, going back to the Family Matters joint, the reason why it carries so much weight for me is not only were the bars and the beats A1. Like to me, Family Matters and Euphoria are 10s. I think I said 9 earlier for Euphoria. I moved that up to a 10. That was phenomenal.
The only thing that's keeping that record from the radio is that it's 6 minutes.
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
I like I said, I listened to both of them again on Saturday, and I just couldn't decide. I was like, man, this is crazy. Family Matters. I don't know. Maybe you haven't gone back and looked at the video component, the visuals. Man, he's dropping some jewels in the visual, pun intended, and everything. He is doing some stuff in that.
I haven't watched
video and the words.
I haven't watched the videos since the first 2 runs. I was excited Sunday when they hit the platforms because I had been, Bluetoothing it through the car to hear it the way it's supposed to sound in the car. Yeah.
I mean, he's got a number of different lines in there that, might have went over people's heads.
Oh, wow.
But he got a number of different lines. I mean, even the first one, Kendrick just opened his mouth. Somebody give him a Grammy right now. That's a good look. And then he said, I want to talk to your uncle. I want to talk to the man of the house. Where's your uncle at? That's a tie to Kendrick talking about his auntie changing to a man or whatever, or whatever happened in that one. He talks about setting Kendrick up in that song. He mentions that. He mentions the gin and juice line. The gin and juice line was crazy. He said, yeah, we know the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, but we know that you like gin in your juice. You want to talk about quadruple and quintuple entendres. He was spitting, but I mean, it may sound all that stuff like when he talks about Anthony set up the play, Kojo's charging you double right now for nothing. Those sound like throwaway lines, right? Like nobody's thinking about it. Gin and juice. They sound like throwaway lines. It all tied
that
together.
line's pretty clear.
It all tied together. He said, "You too busy. You too busy searching for dirt instead of searching for proof."
So again, it goes back to what I said to you earlier. You believe everything Drake is saying.
I believe that there was information given to Kendrick, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, why don't he just show why don't he just show proof or whatever?" Number one, he should have had some type of proof. Whatever it was, he should have. That's a loss on his part. Number two, it's not as simple as OVO guy, at least I don't believe, an OVO guy calling Kendrick up and being like, Kendrick, guess what I have? But Kendrick was quick on 2 diss tracks to talk about how he got OVO people working for him. And the second that came out and the other stuff came out in Family Matters, that stopped. That and the child stopped. And all of a sudden he was like, well, let's just ride with this. He's a pedophile thing. That's all Not Like Us was. All of that, he said for 2 tracks, Euphoria and 616, he was quick to be like, yo, I got people working for me. That stopped immediately.
So again, I asked you, you think Not Like Us was a new track that he wrote after the other 2 dropped?
Some of it. I do think some of it. I don't believe he got with Mustard on Saturday morning and they came with this beat and he wrote it all there.
Okay.
I don't think that, but I do think there are components to it that he added to that or took out or whatever on Saturday. I do think that.
Okay. Interesting.
And everybody in the chat.
That song could be on the record. That song could be on the radio too.
Not Like Us?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I told you when I first heard that track, I didn't like it because of the arena that we were in, like the beef arena. I didn't like it like that. But
I'm sorry. What arena was that?
Well, just relax. Jesse didn't hear it, so I'm not gonna say it again. Oh no, Kyle saw it. Kyle saw it through the flag.
We got a scab referee throwing the flag.
Oh
I got my
no.
secondary ref on the sidelines working still.
The umpire saw that one. It was the ref didn't see it. The line judge saw that one. Oh man, let's go.
I think Kyle was just pointing at the video monitor right there.
I said the first thing I told Sean Cunningham, I told my homies in my group chat, I told you and Kamara, I said, first thing I said was, this is trash. What's the second thing I said though?
Essentially it's a bop. They're gonna play it in the club.
They're gonna play it everywhere.
And they played it in the club that night.
Yeah. I just didn't. And I said as a standalone
Abs
song.
played it out here.
Yeah. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, as
a standalone song, like if he just came out with this song just by itself, like in August, not even as a diss track or whatever, I would have been like, no, this goes hard. I was looking for more in this battle in that situation, but the strategic aspect of it was phenomenal. It's going to go on all summer, but for 24 hours, people were making dances to it. It was in the club. Like it absolutely served its purpose and was a phenomenal move on his part. I wasn't
of all of the records, that's the one that's probably going to live because of the beat. The lyrics might keep it off the radio because it's like even as someone who plays records on the radio, come on, man.
It might find itself.
It might
way to the radio.
It might but it's like the beat is hard enough, but at the same time, you got to be aware of what the subject matter is. Like I wouldn't expect to switch over at 4:00 and that record be in without Complex talking to us first.
That's true.
Like there'd have to be some.
I mean the minor line,
yeah.
Like, that's kind of.
Well, that line you have to be paying attention to. Like you do strike a chord and it'd probably be a minor. You'd have to be paying attention and kind of know what's going on to get that.
Right.
But there are some other lines in there. You don't have to pay attention. Like you just hear the line. You're like, I'm sorry. What did he say?
Right.
Like it's mindful of that. But the beat.
It's a bop. It's definitely a bop. I just didn't like it for what we were doing at that point.
I got you.
You know what I mean? But it's a bop.
I think there's a lot of things, when you talk about the strategy of all of this, it was like I'll stick with an analogy that you like. It was like two prize fighters, right? It wasn't just the punches that they were hitting. It was the game plan in which they were executing each of these deliveries.
We're not done.
We're not, because we haven't talked about what I think will be the final record. And I'll say what I said again. This ended Friday night when Meet the Grams dropped. In my opinion, it ended.
This ended on Saturday for me, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
This ended when Not Like Us came out. I'll tell you why.
Okay. We'll get that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Casey acting like a real stan right now. Am I really?
I like you guys so much. This is so fun.
Kyle Madsen.
Am I acting like a stan? Am I really?
Yes.
I am. I am.
A little drive-by. Stop that.
Yeah, am I acting like a
Stop
stan right
that.
now? Damon, you asked me point blank who's winning or who won the beef. What did I say?
Kendrick. You said Drake can't win.
That's what a stan would say Drake, right? Come on, man. Just because, like, AD, Mac from South Sac, and this is what I've always said about everybody, just because you don't like Drake and you don't like anything he does, that's your opinion. That's what. But you clearly aren't gonna like any of his music. Like so, there's a level of, all right, you ain't even gonna look at Family Matters or The Hard Part 6 a certain way because you're just gonna be like, Drake is whack, Kendrick won. It's like, all right, it's cool. It's cool.
I like to think I can look at Drake and go, I think Drake is whack, but he can go when he wants to. He can go. But and there's applause to be deserved for someone who says, you know what, I'm gonna make a radio record that women are gonna sing in the club. Sexy Red, come here. Salute. That record has not died.
No,
that record has not died.
I think Mustard was playing it. But that whole, like, that's the crazy thing about that whole fiasco. Like, Mustard, there was somebody that was at the club in Vegas and was like, yo, he didn't play Not Like Us till, the club was half, empty or whatever the case may be. Mustard came back, was like, nah, you bugging. Here's video of me playing it with a full club or whatever. And Mustard was like, yo, never turn my back on my city. And I respect that. I love that aspect of it. He still played Drake during his set. During that set in Vegas, he played at least 2 Drake songs. Like, you gotta play it. Like, he's established himself as for an era, for a generation, somebody that you can't ignore. Can't ignore.
Oh. No meeting today, so we could work on tomorrow.
For sure.
And
Nah, bro.
You lucky I'm here today. I wish both of them would stop, to be perfectly honest.
Oh,
I really wish Rick would stop. I love Rose. Just, sir.
AD, you're not listening to what I said.
My bad.
You're not listening to what I said. I clearly explained. I said, for the battle that was going on, I did not like that. As a standalone song, I said it was dope.
Call in. All right. Now, phone lines are open, by the way. Weigh in on this. There's more to life.
Tap in with us, man.
Who's the greatest point guard of all time? 916-909. Bob Cousy, indeed. 916-909-1025. No, I'm kidding. 916-909-1320. Sometimes I wish we could do this on 1025 like
right?
this.
I know. I wish we could do this with our boy Don.
They was calling for it
Oh,
all
man.
weekend. I got an in-person request for that. Shout out to my man Tim, Coach Tim. He was like, "Hey, Corners of the Culture after this weekend." I was like, "Man, if we could track down Donnie, we could."
At some point too today, you just gotta give me, a minute and a half. I gotta talk about my return on Sunday.
Oh no,
You
ain't see the show. You ain't see the show? It's
not
written in
a couple
there.
hours. Okay,
it's written in there. Right. Yeah, I heard. I got reports from Kenny Caraway's. The facts went out. I'm back. I got live reports from Kenny Caraway's return to the basketball floor this weekend. I can't wait to talk about it. I said that this legendary weekend and this so-called beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake came to a close when Kendrick undercut Drake after he dropped his big response track 20 something minutes later with Meet the Grams. You say otherwise. You say it ended Saturday. Why?
I say it ended Saturday.
That was the most greeny thing I've ever done. That was like a total Mike Greenberg setup. I apologize for that.
I say it ended Saturday, and I'll tell you why the Cowboys are responsible for that. That's what but nah, man, like when Drake alleged what he alleged, and there was no proof one way or another to say, whether just if that Kendrick was a domestic abuser, and there was no proof one way or another of was that true or whatever the case may be. And then when Kendrick came out with Drake being a pedophile, hiding a child, a sex trafficker, and all this other stuff, for me, I think I even tweeted it out at the time, something to the effect of everything kind of on pause, man. Like, yo, these guys is kind of wilding.
Yeah.
Both of these guys got a lot going on. And I think champion either one of them should be on pause. Not like us drops, and nobody cares about what happened. Just, oh, hey, we walk into it now. Hey, Kendrick's up. Hey, we have no proof. Drake is a pedo. Hey, let's go.
Okay, wait.
I was like, oh,
hey.
I was like, oh, we don't. I was like, they don't care about nothing.
This is a red flag, not a. We're adults. I want to just find a different way to describe Drake. I'm just really not comfortable with what we're doing right there.
But I mean,
I
those
got
are the things that were happening.
So
and I was like, once that happened, there is, and you thought I was sad saying, I was like, well,
no,
there's no.
So no. Can I explain to you why I thought it was funny? Can I explain to you why I thought it was funny? The reason I thought your reaction was so funny was you're the same guy who told us Eminem can't be one of the greatest because he don't have any club hits. So Kendrick drops a record that's played in the club a couple of hours later, and it's text message. Kenny and I did not talk this weekend. We were exchanging text messages all weekend, and you sounded so upset by it.
Well, no,
he literally made a KC record. He made a pop.
No, and
that's
not what I was looking for in this situation.
I understand. You explain that. I understand.
And then with everything I just laid out, I said, well, this is over. I said that before the Heart Part 6. I said this. I was like, the next song, whoever does it needs to be the last one because this is done. Like, the public has chosen who they're going to champion regardless of what's being
I think
said.
you're wrong. I think you're wrong in that, by the way. We haven't gotten to the Heart Part 6 yet because I feel like that's rough. But I want to let's take a breather. I want to start with Madman because Madman's on the phone.
Hey,
let's hear what he got to say. Madman, what up, baby?
Yo, D-Lo, KC, what up? Madman.
What up, big dog? Free game in the building.
Oh man, I just wanted to tap in real quick because a couple of things. We know both sides. have been lying about certain things. We don't know which things. Neither has proof. So we can't judge this completely based on the T, because the T has not been verified either way. We have to, at the end of the day, bring it down to the delivery of the songs, the music, and the strategy of how you moved in the beef, because the T at this point is literally just gossip. We can't give it too much credence with no proof. And I know y'all haven't got to the Heart Part 6 yet. My only issue with it was Drake's song is asking for proof, and he hasn't provided any on his side either. So how you do that? But that I'll let y'all discuss that in a second. But going back to, I just want to touch on the Meet the Grams joint. So let's give Drake a point if we're scoring in boxing. He scores a knockdown for feeding the false information, if we assume that's true. What about the other 3 verses of the song? That was one of the 4 verses. The other disrespect that was still well executed and well written to go along with it. We can't forget about that because of the one verse. That's what I don't like that's happening in this whole beef, is because of that. Yes, that if that's true, it diffuses that verse where he says, "Hey, baby girl." It doesn't diffuse, "Hey, Sandra," "Hey, Dennis," "Hey, Aubrey," "Hey, Adonis." It doesn't diffuse all of that. So I just want to get y'all take on that.
I want to hear what he got to say about this, Madman. So I think the second part, the "Dear Sandra" part, was probably the hardest part of the song. Like he went crazy on that one. But the Adonis one, I'm listening to it, and he's talking about he's a bad father. Number one, that angle's been played I don't know how many times. Number two, we don't even know how accurate it is. We see him with Adonis. So and when we see him with Adonis, that might be the one time in 6 months he sees him. I'm not saying he's a great dad, but just be like, he's not in your life. Well, we know that now you're just talking, and now you're just regurgitating things that you heard Pusha say or all this other stuff. And then on the final one to Drake, he's once again going back, doubling back, talking about you got kids that you're hiding. If it's found out that he got fed that information and he got played for a sucker, that low key eliminates that line or that verse too. So now we're left with one verse.
Well, see, to me, I don't think you can eliminate the whole first Adonis verse, because there's some of it was, of course, yes, was repurposed from the Pusha T angle, but there's stuff that he brought up that Push didn't. Okay, something happened to you where a man disrespected you. Your father should be teaching you that should never happen. You know what I'm alluding to. I don't want to, get into the lyrics.
Yeah, I got you.
But,
I got you. I know.
A man does something to you, you got to do what you got to do, where that's the end. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of stuff to me, that landed. But I thought the whole record landed. But if you wipe away that verse, I got you. The song goes from a 10 to maybe a 8.5 or something like that if you take out because what Drake did strategically. But I still have some of that stuff landing because, once again, they're both speaking on things that have not been proven. And at this point, I don't think we need to or want to see proven. At the end of the day, we all still love both these dudes. We hope that none of this is really true.
Right.
So that's my take on it, y'all. I'm gonna still tune in, but I'm gonna jump off the line.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brody. We have a couple more. No one hang up. I see Kamara, Titus, Leezy. Leezy, what?
Leezy versatile, baby. Versatile.
I threw that in the group chat because it's Leezy. You do what you want.
Leezy, hey. All right, Leezy. Leezy wants to talk about Game 7, I guess.
Normally, I would have told someone else to go because it's fit, but it's Leezy. So you do what you want.
Leezy got a VIP pass. Let's address, because I feel like Kamara is going to want to talk about this. Titus will too. Let's address the Heart Part 6. I think, as has been the case pretty much from jump, you and I have different feelings about Heart Part 6. Another record where one lie disrupts everything that you're saying. Or maybe in his case, one misinterpretation disrupts everything you're saying. Whatever it is, there's a line that I'm uncomfortable with dissecting on the radio that either he misheard, misunderstood, or just misrepresented from, I think it was Big Steppers, but it might have been Damn. It was Big Steppers. So there was a song in there that Drake really leans heavy into. That's just not what he said on the song, like at all. So you take that, and it's like, all right,
that was a misstep. That was an L.
Yeah,
that was an L. Absolutely.
And so he in this is my opinion on the final like 85 seconds of the record. Drake is essentially saying it's over. In my opinion, he's waving the white flag. I'm not doing this anymore. Or I'm saying that's like a surrender. He's done. He's announcing he's done. Again, this had probably been over for a couple of days here at this point, but I do like the fact you want to score points, you want to fight. All right, I'll give you this. I do like the fact that after 6-16 in Los Angeles, he responded with the Heart Part 6. That's the Kendrick version of the timestamp. I love that. Hey, that's a solid troll play on Drake's part. Overall, I thought the record was garbage. I didn't think it was hot, and in the end was like, all right. I just think he leaned into the wrong things in that record, and I really hated the little talking thing at the end. I thought it was kind of absurd.
I didn't think it was.
I thought the heart. I'll say this: the heart, other than the AI record, the Heart Part 6 was the worst thing that dropped, in my opinion, in this whole thing.
I don't know. And then so what happened over the weekend was people were like, nah. I thought, and I said before it, you see it in the group chat, I was like, you should leave that stuff alone.
Yeah.
Like, there's a no win.
It did not sound good at all.
Like, don't even address it. Like, keep it moving.
And the way he addressed it was, I don't know that you can address that in the right way.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you just can't. So you should have left it alone. He spoke on it. That wasn't a good look, in my opinion. Not understanding the lyrics or misinterpreting the lyrics in the song, that wasn't a good look either. Double down on some of the stuff that he said in Family Matters. And really, he sounded tired, but he also was like kind of like how I felt. Like, what's the point? Like, what's the point? I can come with even more fire. At this point, public has made their decision. Like, it don't matter what I say, it don't matter what he say. What's the point? Like, I'm here if you ever want to go back. And like you got proof, or you want me to show proof, or well, he didn't say that, but if you got proof, all right, we can talk. But at this point, like, what's the point? Like, everybody already running with whatever you say. So say what I said.
But I don't agree with you in that regard.
Everybody who's not.
I don't. Drake fans.
I'm
talking
about Kendrick fans. Like, Kendrick fans are just running whatever he says.
So let's go back weeks ago. Or I don't think it was weeks ago. It might have been when Euphoria dropped. That was about a week ago. I tweeted, and I think I said on the show, these two are of such a high level. It's not that different than the Jordan LeBron debate. I think that's a perfectly fair comp, because no matter what LeBron does, if LeBron, well, he can't win a title this year, but if LeBron were to win 2 more titles, the Jordan crowd isn't going to care. They're not, because they still got 6-0, 6-0. LeBron wins 2 more titles. The LeBron camp's not going to care. They still think that it's the exact same thing. When Drake drops, Drake fans are going to find their angle and say, this is why our guy is the best. When Kendrick drops, Kendrick fans are going to find an angle and say, this is why our guy is the best. Everything in life is some sort of gang, whether it's Bloods, Crips, Republicans, Democrats, Jordan, LeBron,
Raw,
Kendrick,
SmackDown.
Drake. Well, that too. It might be WWE, AEW. They're all like different like cliques and groups, and you're going. AEW fans will find a reason and a way to tell you that their favorite promotion is the best.
Yeah.
WWE will do the same thing. That's where we're at. Nothing Drake did was going to change Kendrick Lamar's fan base's mind. Nothing Kendrick Lamar did was going to change Drake fan base's line. And I think that's where we are.
Like our guy in the chat, the dope ones, Donnie, he's a perfect example. He's saying basically Kendrick did everything right. Like the thing that I can't wrap my head around, and like I said this in text, people have different ways of scoring these things, and it's all subjective. Things that matter to them things that are important to them. If the big bombshell for Drake was Family Matters and domestic abuse and Day Free. That was the big, he pressed that button and he was like, yo, I got him. I'm about to get him. That was his big bombshell. The big bombshell.
And is it fair to say Drake was the first one to press the button?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And if you, I don't know if you believe it's true. The other big bombshell is he had people working for him and as a mole for Kendrick. To me, Kendrick's big bombshell was, and his red button was, first, I got people working in your camp working for me. 2, I think you're a pedophile, PDF. 3, you're hiding a child. And if one of your, like, yo, I'm about to get him with this one, is based on, number one, possibly getting played for information, to me, that's a negative point. Like, you got played. Like, this guy, he banked on you being so thirsty and so, I said this in the text on Saturday morning, so hateful towards him that you'll misstep. He called you on that. He said, you'll misstep because you're so thirsty to see me, to try and take me down. And he was right. If that's true, and he was right, to me, that's a win for Drake. Not the whole thing, but that little part right there.
So let's get to Titus, because he's been waiting for a minute.
Can I ask one more question to you into the chat?
Yeah.
Let's flip the
hang on, Titus.
Hold on, Titus. 1 second. Let's flip the whole thing. What would people be saying if it was that Kendrick tricked Drake? What would they be saying about Kendrick? Be honest with yourself. See, stupid, surface, Drake level people. Drake is surface level. He don't get all that. Kendrick he's moving 3 steps ahead. You know that's how they would play Kendrick. If it was flipped and Kendrick was the one that possibly sent a mole and set all that up, the reactions would not be the same.
Yeah. Again, but it goes back to what I said to you earlier. It's what you choose to believe. Do you believe Kendrick got played like that? So I asked you straight up, do you think Kendrick got played?
Yes. And I'll tell you why.
The kid.
The kid. Because the other option, because I don't believe there's a kid. The other option is he just lied. I don't think he just lied.
Okay. Let's get Titus, 916-909-1320. This might be the most fun we've had since last year's playoffs. What's up, Titus?
Yeah, what's up? Hey, I'm at a different angle with it. It's like, okay, like rap didn't change to where like you got to tell the truth. You see what I'm saying? Everybody want to hear the truth. So now when you telling the truth, then you really snitching. See what I'm saying? So that's just one thing.
I see you.
So it's like nobody wants to hear a fake rapper. You know what I mean? But then when they telling these stories and these, these beefs and diss tracks, even on the lower levels, it don't have to be these mainstreams. But the second thing I want to say, and then I want to hear what y'all got to say about that. The second thing I want to say is Drake can't rap. He can't even freestyle. So now you guys are arguing his ghostwriter against Kendrick Lamar. Come on, this dude can't even rap. We already know this. He couldn't even act on Degrassi. And that was on Channel 6. I'm from out here. But what y'all got to say? I ain't even go cat off on this.
Nah, Titus, we appreciate you.
Titus, you bugging, man, saying Drake can't rap. And that's where we don't even have to have a discussion. Like if you're sitting up here saying Drake can't rap, then like, all right, you got that. Like we don't even have to talk.
I'm not going to use the term stall Drake out, but most rap, I mean, some are phenomenal. A lot of rappers can't freestyle. And it took me a minute to learn that. But when I heard Big say, I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 838s on like 12 different beats, I started to think, you know what? I don't think this is a freestyle anymore. Drake can rap. Drake can rap. That's the nicest thing I'm gonna say. He like I know where Titus is going, and I got you. And Titus, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call.
Appreciate you, big dog.
All right, Kamara. Look, man, I'm gonna tell you, we got like 7 minutes before the commercial, so I don't know.
That group chat was spicy, wasn't
Boy,
it was turning up, baby. It was turning up.
At one point, Damian just threw up his hands like, "Y'all go at it."
I was telling KC, I was working over the weekend, and I put my phone down, and I'd come back and I'd pick up the phone, and there'd be 47 text messages that I had to catch up on. That's a shoot. That's real talk.
Listen, it was all love, man. I enjoyed it. But
absolutely,
I'm gonna lay it out like this, man. I come from the perspective of a trial attorney, and I look at it like the way Kendrick approached this was just masterful. And remember, the narrative before the fight was Kendrick can't write fast enough. Drake's battle tested, right? Drake has experience in going at these things. He's gonna Meek Mill him. And the way Kendrick approached this thing from a perspective, I'm gonna out Drake was incredible. And I'm gonna say that honestly, Meet the Grams is one of the most brilliant strategy moves in hip hop history. And we're gonna look back at it like the way he took away Drake's nuclear bomb. It's almost irrelevant whether the information was true or not, because it did with the necessary effect. And let me tell you, Casey, I know you're going to be like, no, you can't do that. But let me tell you, in trial, there's a thing called objection is sustained. And every great trial attorney would tell you, even if you make a statement in court and the judge says, and then someone objects and the judge says sustained and then says, listen, jury, whatever that attorney says, you're supposed to ignore that. Human psychology tells you, and an attorney will tell you, I've already put that out there. So even if the judge is telling you to ignore the statement that was made in court, I know as a human, you're thinking about it in the back of your mind, and I can tie in narratives to it later. And so to that point, and you made a statement, Casey, about, well, how come, on Not Like Us record, he completely ignored narratives and he went into one specific direction. Again, as a trial attorney, you're working with the scenario that's given in front of you, and you sit there and say to yourself, all right, I see what's hitting. I see what's effective. Even if my strategy didn't work on, like, as far as one narrative or one plot point or whatnot, I'm going to keep hammering on this particular soft point, and I'm going to make it becomes the focus of my second half of my case or my closing. And that's how I'm going to bring this trial home, because I recognize when I look at the jury's face and I see them saying, oh, they reacted. They kind of squinted on that one. Oh, they kind of, moved in their seat when I drop this little fact. Guess what? The next part of our trial, you tell your trial team, we're going to focus our entire strategy on this particular point, because I can see this one is the hooker. And so that's really what I looked at it as. And so Not Like Us, really, when you think about it, you think about how Drake responded on his record. He was like, he had to acknowledge, like, listen, man, that was a great record. I think Not Like Us, and the way it went viral and people started crip walking on allegations about him, I think Drake never anticipated that. No, I don't think he anticipated the viral moment. And I'm sorry, Kate, I don't think Drake really prepared properly he didn't prepare properly for Kendrick, and he tried to treat him as he was like Meek Mill or even A$AP Rocky or everybody else, and he didn't prepare for, like, yo, this is a heavyweight. So I'm sorry.
I don't.
You hear that, man? That's why he fly all over the country to see Beyonce. I'm sorry. That's why that man fly out of the country.
That's 100% why. I will say this. We still got him, right? I will say this. What you're saying is 100% true. And you tell me what a lawyer is doing in that situation. The way I see it, what a lawyer is doing in that situation is playing on a sucker, because he knows that this sucker in the jury will not even pay attention to anything else that's being said, because he just got hooked. He's playing on a sucker. Now, you don't have to say that because you're a lawyer. I don't want you ain't got to say nothing. But that's what that says to me. That's what that says to me is these guys, I got them. I got all these people. All they want to hear is this, and I'm going to play on that and give them something to dance to hell that I just lied 5 minutes ago. I'm gonna forget about. We're gonna make them forget about that by giving them the candy that they want.
Irrelevant. Because guess what? You know what people remember from the OJ trial? If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. They don't remember anything else from that trial. They remember that tagline because you understand there's certain parts of a battle, of a trial, or whatever that is going to register with the audience. And so you may be right. People are. There's an old adage. Humans are smart. People are stupid. Right.
That's what
when you get people together.
No, I'm just saying. I didn't mean to cut you up, but I'm just saying, just people getting played like suckers to a certain degree. Like, nothing else matters. We're gonna run on this.
Appreciate you, Kamara. Thank you as always. We'll come back. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll shift gears. Maybe we won't. I had a checklist. I've checked them all, just about all of them all, except one. I got to peep this lyric because I was listening to it on the way in. Because I was trying to rerun everything to make sure I was being fair to everybody involved that I got to ask you about. We'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN. Oh, in the Orlando Magic. That is going to be discussed today. It's ESPN 1320.
So, Jess, I'll ask you a question. Jess. This is a yes or no question. Do you think that Drake is that? Do you drink it? I'm not going to say it, but do you think he's that? It's a yes or no question. There's no alluding. There's no weird. Yes or no? Is he that?
So, Jess, before you answer,
because if you don't
look up that, no, look up the definition of the word that Kendrick is using. And read the definition word for word for word for word. And then answer what you think.
And Rob, Soren, that's not what he's being called. That's not. Stop. This is my whole problem.
So hold on, because I think we're getting into a really slippery slope right now. Both of them are wrong. Mm-hmm. Let's just make sure we acknowledge that. Both of them are wrong. Let's just be aware of the subject matter that we're talking about now.
For sure. That's all I'm saying. Like, matter of fact, just
but they are different.
Else, you don't have to.
They are different.
Yeah, you don't even have to answer. We didn't even have to go down that road. All I'm saying is, like, all the innuendos.
But Jess
and all
is
this
right.
Other stuff.
But I think Jess is right. He does. There's weird behavior, if nothing else. Is that fair?
Yeah, there's things
because there's nothing that what was he, 26-year-old has in common where you text him with a 13-year-old every day. And you've got to you flaunted that. Both of them flaunted that. And now you have to wear it. Why you weren't wearing it back then, I'm not really sure. Or maybe you were and I missed it. But that's tough.
And also, what Jess and everybody else is saying on the flip side is just because you don't see Kendrick doesn't mean his stuff ain't true. And what I mean by that is his personal issues. We're like, oh, well, it's not out there to flaunt, so we can kind of disregard.
Can I run this lyric for you real quick?
For sure.
In preparation, my jacket is covered in medals, honor and decoration. You waited for this moment, overcome with the desperation. We plotted for a week and then we fed you the information. A daughter that's 11 years old, I bet he takes it.
I don't know how clearly you hear that. Did you catch that?
Yeah, the one, because people were running with that the whole time too, talking about he called himself a clown and all this other stuff.
So he said the one you getting your information from, they're all clowns, and then goes on to say you got the information from us,
which tells me. I don't know how, like, much like people didn't understand, like, him talking about Millie and Whitney, but like they didn't like, I don't know how you guys can dissect Euphoria for 7 days and know everything else and can't understand this. What that tells me is, and this is where I said earlier, it's not just Drake to Kendrick or OVO assistant straight to Kendrick. it's probably something like OVO guy to, he's not TDE, but to Kendrick camp guy to Kendrick. And he's talking about the guy you're getting your information from are clowns. That's, to me, that was clear to me. That was,
okay.
That was clear. I don't.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, once again, unless you think specifically.
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
Unless you think specifically, we'll go with the alternative that you believe that Kendrick is talking directly to an OVO guy. If you think that's the case, then sure. You guys are crazy. Like the funny thing about all of this is when you hear me, I've never doubted Kendrick Lamar. Never doubted him. I never doubted his skills, his hit making ability, who he is, or whatever. You guys are crazy if you're doubting Drake's skills.
You got anything else on this? Have we?
I mean, we don't have to go down the whole thing that
I don't mind
talking about yesterday. All right.
Well,
I think
there are things that I just don't want to dive into, and I think we've discussed that.
Well, one of the things, like I want to say everybody, a lot of people in the chat are anti-Drake. They're like you. You're not anti-Drake, but you don't like Drake.
I'm just not a fan.
You don't get his music.
I'm not a fan, yeah.
And a lot of people in the chat and probably listening are the same way, right? There is an aspect to all of this being his time to lose. People have been tired of Drake being on top. They don't like his music.
So you say that a lot. You said that a lot this week. Can I retort to that? Because that way, if you have more, I don't want to cut you off.
I'm just saying it's just not. I mean,
so
the people want to see him lose.
He had to respond to Kendrick because he didn't respond to Pusha.
He did respond to Pusha, and everybody wanted to see him lose. The Duffy freestyle was a response. He got some bars off in there, and nobody cared because they once again wanted to see him lose. And
okay, fine. That works even better.
Pusha's track was dope.
That works even better. But what are we really talking about here?
They want to be able to say, you lost to Kendrick, you lost to Pusha. You ain't the GOAT. You ain't one of these dudes.
But it doesn't matter. Pusha. Let's go back to Pusha. What year was that?
I can't remember.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it was a while
16,
ago.
17.
When Rich Baby Daddy dropped. When First Person Shooter dropped.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. There's one more thing I need to say.
Yeah.
It's not one more thing, but it's in my notes.
Mm.
I had a long list of notes. He's quick to point out, he being Drake fans, a lot of people, us, quick to point out Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers and how it was a bit underwhelming. Let's not pretend like he's the only one whose last album was trash. For All My Dogs was not good. The difference, major difference between the two albums is you had Cole and First Person Shooter and Sexy Red and Rich Baby Daddy. Those got runs. And Drake is really, really good at that. Drake is not going to drop an album that doesn't get major run on the radio. First Person Shooter, I don't think was supposed to be on the radio, if memory serves me correctly. Rich Baby Daddy was, but it was people like us that were like, no. Again, I'm not trying to insinuate we're the only ones. I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you what happened in our walls the day the album dropped. We were like, me, you, Oasis, we all hit Complex. We've got to play First Person Shooter. They're really pushing Rich Baby Daddy. Yeah. We've got to play First Person Shooter. We played it that day, pulled it right off the album and played it that day. For those that aren't aware, that's not how this works. We set the tone, we meaning radio, set the tone for that record. Then eventually, Rich Baby Daddy came out and it did exactly what they thought it was going to do. He's great at that. The album as a whole was bad. I know that. I think you know that. And I believe Drake knows that, which is why he got in his feelings with Joe Budden and why he dropped the scary hours later saying, see, look what I could do, look what I could do. And by that point, and this is what we talked about recently, after he proved he's got bars and he could do all of this, people were tired. It was like, you just dropped. I don't want to hear 6 more songs. You just dropped. Drake, point being, you want to criticize Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers? Perfectly fair. It fell short. Part of that was the 4-year wait for that album to come out. Part of it was like 20-something tracks long. We don't need all of that. It didn't hit. No excuses for that. Neither did Drake's last album. Drake's last album did not hit.
Like I really,
and it didn't make $400 million or whatever he said on that track.
This is one thing that I will say is, if you think that people aren't ready for Drake to lose and this doesn't play a role, your head's in the stand.
And that was, and I say all that to preface the point you keep talking about Drake losing. Drake losing doesn't matter.
No,
it doesn't matter.
I mean, none of it matters because there's not records. There's not like win and loss and all this other stuff.
He'll make another record that everyone will love, that the radio will love, that girls at the club will love, that DJs will love, and it'll be fine. It doesn't matter if he loses to Kendrick, to Pusha, to Metro and Future. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That this is definitely part of the situation. It's definitely part of the situation.
I guess. Like it can be, but it doesn't. In the end, it doesn't mean anything.
Like I said, I told you I thought this was an episode of the Boondocks on Saturday night. Like, oh no, it doesn't matter what's out there about him. Let's walk. Let's just. It doesn't. Nothing matters. They want this guy to lose incredibly bad.
I don't think that's it. No, I think the record hit because they don't believe Drake.
They don't want to believe Drake, first of all.
Maybe.
And number two,
maybe
they just want Drake to lose. Seen the same thing happen to Hove. Like you and Donnie gonna really get mad at me now. You dissect Takeover and Ether again. And I can't remember what we talked about on the episode, but
I remember.
Man,
it was a 2-on-1 handicap match.
I look, I even like Ether a little bit better. Takeover was crazy, bro. Takeover was crazy, and there's more.
It's nice to see you come around.
There's more like bars in there. Like Nas was like, you 36 in a karate class. Like, as far as Jay-Z talking about Nas sampled your voice, you was using it wrong, made it a hot line and made it a hot song. And people, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. People were ready to see Jay be brought down a notch. People are ready to see Drake be brought down a notch. And then that leads into the whole other conversation that we have with Kamara, where people come up here, call him a culture vulture and all this other stuff.
There's a lot. Let's get to Herbert. Herbert's been waiting for us. 916-909-1320. Herbert, what's happening, man?
What up, KC?
What up, Herbert? How you doing, boy?
I'm good, man. Hey, man. So check it out. Y'all remember when Tupac said, "I might not be the one to change the world, but I'll probably be the one to spark the
flame,
spark the mind of the one who does."
Yep.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah,
of course.
And if you're a Kendrick fan, Kendrick fans believe that he's that one. We believe that, and we always have. If you're a Kendrick fan, there is no like competition, or there's no Kendrick been talking this talk when he got started. From the gate. Like, Kendrick does not like Drake. He never has. Kendrick fans know that already. Kendrick's been shooting at Drake his whole career.
That's cap, Herbert. That's cap.
He's been shooting at him his whole career.
My bad. I'll let you finish. I'll tell you why it's cap and why some of these people need to calm down.
He's been shooting at him his whole career. It's just a different Kendrick. It's just a different sound. It's a different vibe. Kendrick is from the culture, man. He's from that cloth. Drake, still music. He's cool. It ain't from the soul, man.
Okay. Jesse's had enough, Herbert. No, Herbert, we love you, boy. We appreciate you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why it's cap, man. There's at the beginning of all this, there was video of Kendrick coming when he was just starting to get on the scene, talking about, yo, Drake took me on tour. You know, he gave me a shot, had me open up for him. man, I got love for him now. He's a solid dude, all this other stuff. So it hasn't always been. Now, for a long time, something happened, maybe something he didn't like, and then he was shooting at him. But it wasn't that. And this is the whole thing about calling him a colonizer and culture vulture and all this other stuff. Number one, that's a black man. That's a black man. Like, regardless of what you guys want to think or whatever the case may be, that's a black man. Stop calling that black man a culture vulture. Number two, if you want to talk about the culture and he's from Canada, not from America, okay, that's cool too. Like, I understand there's different ways of living. That doesn't mean he didn't come up with his own hardships. That doesn't mean he didn't come up with his own things that he had to go through. And I don't know that. None of y'all know that. So kind of stop talking about that. And then when you talk about a culture vulture and a colonizer, a lot of people, and this is why I like people jumping on and doing all this other stuff. Like, Kendrick got an issue with him. He got an issue with him. That's cool. But a lot of people for a long time now have made a lot of money off of Drake, with Drake, and because of Drake, who are now coming out here talking about, oh, he ain't for the culture and all this other stuff. You didn't have no problem with that when you was making money with him. So I'm not really hearing that. And to be honest with you, Kendrick can do what he wants to do. Anybody can do what they want to do. But Kendrick made a lot of money because of him too. Kendrick made a lot of money off of Drake as well.
Explain that a little further.
Just said the first tour he went on, Drake put him on.
Okay.
Drake put him on. He's up there talking about how Drake, people wasn't really giving me my shot. Drake gave me my shot to open up with him on tour. Like, that happened.
So
and if he a colonizer and all this other stuff, nobody had a problem with it then when they was making money off of him.
So let me ask this question, because it doesn't change what you just said. People making money off of him, but let's go back to a line from Push-Ups. Go make a verse for Taylor. Go make a pop song. I got an email because I didn't turn the volume off after listening to the Heart Part 6 during the commercial. And he doubled down on that, using which for me, this was an absolutely bizarre line for Drake to utter, but talking about making songs for the whites. And that, again, doubles down on the stuff with Taylor Swift. He also, I believe it was in Push-Ups, and it was Push-Ups, because you broke this down for me, saying it's not just that he's making songs for Taylor Swift or these other people, it's that they're telling him what songs to make, right? Am I representing that?
The whole basis is whether Kendrick wanted to or not. Top said, I need you to go make a song. You got to go do it. Exactly. That is the way that industry works. So okay. No, my bad.
You know where I'm going. So what I'm saying is, whether it's name one of the 50 artists, it doesn't matter. There are some that like the Rick Ross Drake thing, I don't understand, but whatever. You name whatever artist you want that suddenly is turning on Drake. They might not have ever sided with Drake. It's the label saying, hey, we're going to insert Drake's feature fee into your budget, and that's going to be our radio record. All right, cool. Let's do that. That's our hit.
But
okay, I'm not saying it's mutually exclusive. I'm not saying that they didn't make money off of that. I'm not saying that. But what I'm trying to say is, one can't be true and the other one be a lie.
Which one?
If Kendrick, if Top Dog, if TDE is running around telling Drake who to make records with, and there's probably a lot of truth to that, because that's how record label work, then a lot of these artists who have done features with Drake may not actually like Drake. Again, I'm not siding with the culture vulture thing. That's not, I don't, that whole aspect to this, I'm just not riding with. I'm not going to, because it gets, I'm just not. But there could be a lot of truth to these people who are just willing to, yeah, that's what the record label wanted us to do. No different than Kendrick Lamar had to make a record for Taylor Swift.
So, and
we can't say one's true and the other isn't.
That's fine. So what I would say is, like, you, to a certain degree, you sold out. Hey, if you want to act all high and mighty and all this other stuff, because the check was good. Like you ain't gotta, obviously there's contracts and stuff like that, but there's different ways that you can make music. If you just want to make music, like, nah, I don't stand for that. I don't stand for that guy and what he does. I'm not doing that. I guess I'll just be in a bad deal forever then, or whatever the case may be. We see people have these issues with labels all the time, you know, where they're putting out mixtapes or people won't let them release and all this other stuff. So I understand that. But if you're doing it because, yo, 500,000 or 50,000, like you got to make this, you selling out. If you don't have no problem with it. And that's this big no-no around here. Like you're selling out and you're supposed to be high and mighty and all this other stuff. But when it came down to a check.
So that's none of these dudes are high and mighty. Because Kendrick too, both of them, they talking about splits. Y'all want to post screenshots of images and gloves and prescription bottles. Okay. The thing about the music industry, no one ever wants to show their splits. Nobody. They don't want you to know what they make off of that. They don't. You can put the receipt for the $60,000 in jewelry and all that. That looks good. But your split with the record company, yeah, ain't nobody gonna show that. Nobody is. This whole it's a shell game, man. That's what it is. And I'm not talking about Drake and Kendrick. I'm talking about the music industry, not even the hip hop industry. The music industry. Say this all the time. There's a reason. You look at some of these classic rock. You think it's just hip hop? Look at these classic rock acts that are doing residencies in Vegas, and they're at the Hard Rock. They're 90 years old. It's the 20th incarnation of their little band.
Yeah.
I don't mean to demean them by saying little band. It's the 20th incarnation of their band, but this is how they make money because those records that sold 10 million copies didn't make them that much money. It made them money, but not the type of money that we think. And with these guys, their money is a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Drake's money is a lifestyle. Now that money comes from the OVO tours. It comes from the I forgot the name of it, but the Big as the What tour. It comes from that stuff. It comes from touring. It comes from all of the other stuff that comes from the success of the album. But talking about splits, talking about record labels, the money doesn't actually come from the record. That's why they do all of this other stuff. That's why of all of the screenshots and all of the disses and all of the this, and this, no one's talking about splits anymore. No one's talking about that because no one actually wants to show the receipt of what Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers did, or the receipt for All My Dogs, or any record, regardless of its success.
No, that's facts, man. That's all facts. In conclusion, I thought the weekend was epic.
Oh, it was fantastic.
I thought it was epic.
It was
I enjoyed
incredible.
it all. Like I said, people talk about KC, OVO, you want Drake. I don't care.
You got the Drake jacket. I was hoping you'd wear it. I was really hoping you'd wear it today.
Because
I thought that'd be the funniest visual.
And I just like the jacket.
You with the Drake jacket on.
It's a good jacket.
That's a great jacket.
If I find a TDE jacket or an Interscope jacket, that'll work too.
It's a lot better than my $20 t-shirt. It is a fire jacket. I did tease something before the show. Not Meet the Grams. They Not Like Us. I told you who alerted me to it. I was busy. I made the dumbass mistake of walking away from my phone for a minute. And I'm putting stuff away, doing whatever. Looked over. There's a text from Matt George.
Oh, snap. That boy, DJ Matt George. DJ MG.
And I'm like, and Matt had texted me a couple of times over the weekend about what's going on. He was like, I hope you guys lead with this. I want to hear you guys talk about this, the whole thing. And I looked at the phone and it said, I think Kendrick just dropped my favorite song of the whole thing. And I looked at it like, is he talking about Meet the Grant? Like, what is he talking about? Open up the phone and there's just a sea of text messages. And that's when I first heard
DJ MG.
It was Matt George who alerted me to the whole thing. Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
Hey, fellas. So, like, for me, right off the bat, like, I'll say, like, I've always been more of a Kendrick guy than a Drake guy. I've always akin Drake a lot to LL's career, where he did what he had to do to stay relevant in the game. underground doesn't pay. Like LL switched over for a reason. I remember back in the day, I had lost love for him for a little bit because I was so stuck on this underground scene. I didn't want to hear all the love songs and all that. But in retrospective later, I understood why he did it. It was an ends to the means, and it prolonged his career and led to other things. For this battle, like some of the stuff that made me feel uneasy is some of the stuff that was said, like it got really personal, like way too personal for me on a lot of ends. But the other thing, Casey, I'll say is, I know you're talking about truths and facts, but battle rap forever has been laced in lies, over expounding the truth, white lies here and there to try to get a hit off people, right? To get the oohs and the ahs.
Absolutely.
So I don't think necessarily everything has to be truth to an extent, because I mean, and I think a lot of stuff on battle rap.
Real quick, Manny.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
want to hear you. You're right. Like, do I think Jay-Z showed Nas his first tech? I don't know about that. Do I think Jay-Z was really 36 in a karate class? No, probably not. But when you the what's the word I'm looking for? I won't use that word, but the one that you're basing, like the red button that you're pushing, there's got to be fact to that. The red button you're pushing has to be fact. You can't.
You're talking about the daughter,
the daughter, or the domestic abuse or anything.
Oh,
like,
I got you.
Either
like
way, that's the one.
Yeah.
Like there's got to be fact to that.
Yeah.
And
right.
If there's not, that's a point against, man. That's a point against.
And I'm with you on that. And the problem with that, right? A lot of that is stuff where, like you said about the 11-year-old, we don't know, right? Like it comes down to, do you believe these accusations, and how does that enhance the rhymes that were dropped? And like I said, for me, a lot of it got uneasy at times because it reminded me of Big and Pac and going too far. And I remember when I woke up to finding out that Big died, and I was on my way to go see, I believe the movie that came out was Rhyme and Reason. And I was distraught. Like I literally dropped hip hop out of my life for like 2-3 months after that, because it took me to that where like, man, I don't want no part of this no more. Like if this is what it leads to, where not only are great artists, but young men of color are losing their lives off rhyming, I don't want no part of this no more. And it took me a while to come back to the game and get back, into the flow of hip hop. And like, that's always been my biggest worry when they go this far. It's like, don't take it there. Don't go do something that doesn't need to be done because you're talking on somebody's family member or something.
Appreciate you, Manny. Yeah, when Meet the Grams dropped, it was like, all right, that was the kill shot. This is ugly. This is hit 'em up levels of ugly. And to Manny's point, there is in what you were talking about, a level of exaggeration, bravado. I know AG in South Sac, if I got that screen name right, in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, by the way. The Chatty House is gone corporate. The Chatty House is gone corporate. Come on, man.
Matthews Mattress, you know what it is, baby. Let's go.
Yes, sir. MatthewsMattress.com. Those two particular buttons, like the other one, the other main storyline for Drake, that's not really Kendrick pushing a button. That's Kendrick taking internet conversations to record. Whether you agree with it or not doesn't matter. That's out there. Whether you believe that's the case or not, it's out there. But the other two that you referenced are, all right, that's not quite I slept with your wife, but it's up there. Like it's there. Like those are tough things to walk back or explain from either side.
Right.
But that's kind of where I think everyone, or I won't say everyone, I think our group on Friday was like, hey, we're good. That's it. Drake did his response. It was fire on first listen. And then Meet the Grams dropped. It's like, all right, we're done. Yeah. And then the bop dropped, and I didn't take the bop personally. I was
like, hey, let's go.
Kinda. I was like, hey. And I'm like, They don't like us. And then the Heart Part 6 drop, I was like, oh, stop. Just everyone stop. Because I told you, I thought Not Like Us. I thought it was just kind of a record. Like it was a part of this, and I get it. It just felt like a record drop to me, where he was like, "No, you're gonna bop to this. You're gonna sing it. You're gonna be singing instead of bend that over, let that breathe. You ain't gonna do that. You're gonna sing OVO, or it's gonna depend on what part of the country you live in.
Right.
But I didn't take that record as it was like it's over. He dropped the record. It has the Drake thing in it. We're done.
One of the, if not the greatest rap battle of all time. I think we got two monumental classics out of this. I think Euphoria and Family Matters are two of the best diss tracks I've ever heard in my life. Those two, and like I said, I like Family Matters a lot more than you do, but I think both of those are unbelievable diss tracks. And and just to recap, because we'll move on after this. I said from the start, Kendrick's gonna win. Like, you can't beat Kendrick in a rap battle. Like, I don't really care who you are. Kendrick's gonna win. But I say Drake gonna show up. Drake will show up with some heat. And it all happened.
Can you carry away the prophet?
Come on, man. Listen to me.
We'll come back. I guess we'll start the show now. I'm not sure. There is some. Well, we still got an hour before James gets here. So, we got about an hour, 15 minutes of fun left. So if you want to get your calls in, get your calls in. 916-909-1320. Leezy, we see you. We know you want to talk playoffs. We'll talk about it. Ant-Man, Game 1. You talk about being right about something. We'll talk about it. Donovan Mitchell led a massive comeback. And don't be so quick to fall for what you're reading regarding the Orlando Magic. But there might be a more telling story as it pertains to Malik Monk inside those reports. We'll explain. We're just getting started. Steeler and Casey here on ESPN 1320. Chat mob. What game's on? Oh. Let's go, Zell. I'm gonna watch that. When the show ends, Zell.
I gotta think about it. He's in the contract here though.
Yeah. There's one. There might be one little problem with that. We'll save it though. Save it.
Hey.
Save it. We might need it tomorrow. Yeah. We might need it tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Nah, because they'll know what I'm talking.
Yeah. Save it for tomorrow. Because we're gonna need it.
I'll text you guys.
Sal, what did I win? Hey, Martin 23 Kings made an appearance. What's up, Martin?
Like, there's no one left from the fight. Probably Crawford or Benavidez, I guess. Those are the right answers.
He's gonna fight Berlanga.
I see you.
I saw that too.
I see you.
Yeah. Just hold off on my red button,
Why is everybody begging this man to retire? Goodness gracious, man.
You're talking about LeBron?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think Charles Barnes
Charles did it.
Michael Jordan's thing ended Michael Jordan wasn't even playing this well this
bro,
late at this age.
Chuck, you were 30, and this is what I wrote into the show. We might not even get to it. Chuck, you were 36 when you retired. LeBron damn near 40.
Yeah,
LeBron gonna be 40 at Christmas, bro. He's not like you.
Yeah, he's not like anyone. This is not him going up for a rebound and his back hurts. No.
Happy Hour. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. Unfortunately.
What's Happy Hour?
The Happy Hour right here. I haven't got a chance to watch it. I watched some of the I saw some stuff on Twitter. I just didn't get to see it. I didn't even get to see Game 7 till like last night. So, okay. I'll go. Yeah, we'll go Buddha then.
I was just gonna say, I want to give a shout out to everybody watching us on the chat, everybody listening to us right now, for allowing us on ESPN 1320 to have this discussion for 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like, this ain't sports. You know what I mean? But you guys trust the conversations that we have and the things that we talk about, where it's like, yeah, I tune into these guys to hear about the Kings or whatever every day, but if they spend a day speaking about something they're passionate about, I'm cool with that. Numbers haven't dropped off, you know, on the streaming since we got here. Obviously, I can't tell what's going on the radio, but I would think more of the same. Salute to you guys, man. This is why we love doing this. This is why, why we're able to do what we do, because y'all give us that leeway, you know, and trust us to just bring content and entertainment one way or the other.
And believe it or not, this and your guys' support is why they gave us a second show on a hip hop station. And believe it or not, we can't do this over there.
Yo, this weekend was crazy. Hey, we got Legoland tickets coming up.
That's pretty damn close. That is pretty damn close. I'm gonna tell Complex to get. We're gonna at some point we're gonna talk for 6 straight hours, or at least 5, because we let Complex cook at 5.
Yeah, we should
give us the 4 o'clock hour.
Like, to be honest, like if we had a you know, a convenient way or a couple other workers, we could have somebody could have just chopped up part of that first hour. Dipped it in there here and there.
I was thinking, is there a way we could simulcast today's show? I was because I knew what we were doing today. Like I knew. I was thinking, is there a way we could get this show on both stations? And would Complex ever let us do it? And I came to the realization, no. In fact, we can't do that. Not on either station.
And I'm not sure if they'd want to hear us that long talking on 102.5. They want to hear the Bobs.
They do. Yeah, not like us. Let's get Buddha in here first, then we'll get Leezy. 916-909-1320. Buddha, what up, baby?
What's up, family? How y'all boys doing?
What up? What up, Buddha?
Man, I'm just happy to talk to you guys on the all-time classic moment, man. Like, I feel like Kendrick got to respond to what Drake was saying, because if you lying, I feel like that diminishes all your records for real that you were saying. And for real, and if Kendrick do, I think Drake can get in round 12 on some knockout type time, because like he got to respond, and the next man, he really got the advantage. So if he make a crazy hit that's gonna take off, I feel like he can really come back for.
Here's the problem with what you're saying, Buddha, and you're not necessarily wrong. Here's the problem. Clearly, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares if Kendrick has to answer for that stuff or nothing like that. Like, nobody cares. So if I'm Kendrick, like, there's no need to respond to it. There's no need to talk about it.
And that's what I think Drake should have done regarding this most serious allegation.
For sure.
He should have just let. He didn't.
I think he should have done one more track, which is what he did. But I wouldn't have put that stuff in there. But Kendrick, like, no,
you know, the only misstep, I think. I don't know what his strategy was with this record. The one misstep, I think, is if he had altered the verbiage a little bit on Not Like Us, it's a radio record. I don't think you could play that record on the radio. And I'm not talking about, hey, we're going to go over to peep this Kendrick Lamar record. I'm talking about an hour and 15 power reoccurring.
It might be in
because of the subject matter. I don't think you can do that.
You might put it in a traffic jam, though. It's tough.
I think without context, like you can almost play the record as a and I'm talking radio. I'm not talking clubs. I'm not talking Sirius. I'm talking about on 102.5. I think you could play it. I think you can play it as like a source of information. Here's the Kendrick track. You talk before it and explain what it is. You talk after so everyone knows what it is. But playing Kendrick Lamar into Flo Milli, I don't think you could do that because you have people listening like, yo, what the F was that? Like people, as much as it felt like everyone was locked in on this, they may not be. And to play that record without, if you had just altered the verbiage, and like you said earlier, it probably wasn't the time for that. If you had altered the verbiage on that record a little bit, that you talk about the monster like that is, that could be the #1 song in the country. But
straight up,
it can't be. In my opinion, I don't think radio stations can play that record.
I hear you. I like that Flo Milli joint too. That's my song.
I love Flo Milli. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. All right, man. Let's clean it up. Leezy, straighten out the show, baby. What's on your mind? You've called like 9 times. I know you're ready to get your stuff off.
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, honestly, D-Lo, I don't know which direction to go. Earlier, I was gonna talk playoffs, but now you guys talk Drake and Kendrick so much, I feel like I'm throwing off the show.
Nah, man, you getting us on track, man. Whatever you want to talk about, Leezy.
I'm gonna talk about Drake and Kendrick. I'm just gonna stick with it. Hey, D-Lo, one question I wanted to ask. Earlier you kind of said it feels like some of Drake's relationships were forced, and I'm just doing a little pushback on that. Like I understand, like for Kendrick Lamar, if your label comes to you and says, "Hey, work with Taylor Swift, work with Mon-Fri," that feels very forced. But when Drake was like really at the height of his popularity, he had songs with Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, Eminem, and those are big artists. I don't think any label could really push them to make them do that. And also, just being a fan of the show of you guys, everything comes back to wrestling. This feels very much like John Cena versus CM Punk. Drake is very over like Cena. CM Punk is the underground hero, Kendrick. It just feels very much like that,
I think you mixed those. I think you mixed those two up. You're spot on, Leezy. I just think you mix the two up. But I think you may have misunderstood what I was saying about the record labels earlier, though, Leezy. I don't think Jay-Z and Drake, I don't know that those two work together. I don't think they were forced to work together. I'm just throwing out a scenario where to explain why artists who might have appeared with Drake may not have said, "Hey, I want to appear with Drake." That's all I was trying to explain. I don't know if any of those features or relationships were forced by the record label. I doubt it. I'm sure any artist who's looking to make money, Rick, prior to whatever happened, was quick to point out, even in his own books, if I wanted a #1 hit, I went to Drake. Lemon Pepper Freestyle was a monster.
The Drake stimulus package was a real.
No, it's a shoot.
It was very real. I remember it's
and that's what he's great at. He is great at recognizing what a specific audience wants. And when I say a specific audience, the one that listens to the radio, the one that rushes to the streaming platforms. He's great. The clubs. He knows how to make records that group of people will eat up. And most of that, at least in the hip hop space, is occupied by women.
This is proving your point. But when was the last time we listened to 4 Bats without Drake?
Yeah, that it got dumped. I mean, the record was on.
Yeah,
the remix dropped, and now the remix has replaced the regular record. Yeah,
it happens all the time with him, man. So, yeah, I mean, the music biz is an interesting place, man. It's an interesting place. The rap game is an interesting place, and I just look at these two dudes, man, and they gave us a classic. They gave us a classic.
It was an amazing weekend. One that, honestly, unlike anything I can remember. And I'm still hung up on Manny talking about underground LL Cool J. Like, I don't even know when that was. LL burst on the scene when he was like 17. And Manny heard him. That's why I'm fascinated by man. Manny was in these streets.
My guess, Manny might be in the chat. Brought to you by Matthew's Mattress. And he could probably explain. I'm trying to think of Mama Said Knock You Out. There seemed to be a change between Mama Said Knock You Out and then Mr. Smith. But Around the Way Girl.
Mr. Smith was hard.
Around the Way Girl was on Mama Said Knock You Out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I Need Love had already dropped. I Need Love was years before. And despite him denying it to this day, Russell Simmons said that record was trash and it was going to ruin LL's career. For real. He's that's not true. Literally everyone else involved said Russell fought that record. He's like, you're gonna ruin LL Cool J.
Did you see the
But maybe I guess you, but I wouldn't call Mama Said Knock You Out or Mr. Smith or Bigger and Different. That's not underground.
No, not underground, but it had a little bit more edge to it.
A little edgier. I got you.
And then he said, you know what, let me talk to these ladies again. Got with Boys to Men doing it, lounging. And all that.
His biggest records.
What's his biggest record?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go look because you just mentioned that album with like lounging on it. That was as a matter of fact, doing it was, but Hey Lover, that was Mr. Smith.
All three of those were Mr. Smith. I think his biggest record, I want to say Mama Said Knock You Out, but I would say
Love You Better was a monster.
Oh, Love You Better was big time. I'm gonna go Hey Lover.
Baby was a monster. You know what? I think that's what it is. I think it's because Boys to Men was on it, and Boys to Men was white hot at the time. I'm sure there's a way we could look this up. Also, we do this from time to time. Bro's got a lot of them.
Come on, man.
He's got a lot of records.
Come on, man. It's one of them dudes. And
all I have was a smash. Doing it was a smash.
Doing it was crazy. I think Ebro spoke on it. Now, I thought that was a good comparison. Manny did too. I think the LL Drake comparisons are pretty apropos. I think they're pretty spot on. I look at LL as one of the
He's
greatest.
just not making records for ladies versus no rapper can rap quite like I can.
It's like, and I look at both of those guys like they get categorized as making records for the ladies, but when they want to rap, they will rap, and they're looked at as like these pretty boys, but they won't run from no fight. Like I don't care who you are, you want to battle, let's do this, and that's another thing I tip my hat to Drake for.
Want to battle? It's over. Just getting your butt in the ring.
Yeah. Nobody was messing with Kendrick. Nobody was messing with Kendrick. And Drake said, all right, let's do it then. And win or lose, and to be able to kind of hold his own. I think Madman said it last week. He kind of earned some stripes with that. From some people, maybe not everybody, but this, regardless of what people think, this wasn't a wash.
He didn't have to earn stripes. That was the thing for me.
In some cases, in the hip hop communities, in some cases, I
feel
agree
like
with you. But,
okay, all right. I feel like I've been in this game to a certain degree for a while, and this stuff is fun, and it's especially now that we have 4 hours to talk every day, and the Kings aren't in the playoffs, and we had 2 hours to devote to this. Like, it's fun. It ain't going to change the next time Drake drops a record. It's going to hit on 102.5, and it's going to play every hour and 15 minutes.
I said
all I want is Kendrick Lamar to not take 4 more years before he drops an album.
He better not.
I need Kendrick
because
you
King Kenny now. You gotta put it out. Now he's in different label situations, so you're supposed to be carrying the crown for hip hop right now. The one thing I did say that I think Drake should do, and he still might do it, is say one thing one last time. And Joe Budden kind of actually echoed it too. Come out with a track real quick. Say what you got to say. Make it as dope as you can. Say I'm about to get up out of here, man. Like it's whatever.
That was definitely strategic. Yeah.
It's like, man, it was whatever.
Yeah.
Dip out for about 3 to 4 months, and the second, I guarantee you, we're gonna be on 102.5. And like, there's rumors Drake is on such and such's remix, and it might be dropping tonight.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be like,
and
the
it
biggest
won't drop
song out.
tonight. It'll drop the next morning.
and that'll be the biggest song out at the time.
Yeah. Did Ace also get a Drake jacket? Did you guys get those together, or no?
He don't even like Drake like that.
Kendrick's
he don't like Drake. He don't like
Kendrick's
Drake at all.
battling one guy. Drake's battling 6. When in reality, Drake invited that battle. He didn't have to. He didn't have to respond. I guess maybe he felt like if he had just gone at Kendrick and ignored. Maybe you mentioned Future and Metro Boomin, since I guess that's where this all started.
Yeah.
You with all due respect, Drake could have ignored Rick Ross.
He could. I mean,
or
he could have, or a separate,
or hit it
situation.
on push-ups.
Yeah,
and kept it moving.
Yeah, separate. Oh man, I said we was going to stop, but what did you think about? Because even Jason Jones got involved, and he was talking about Drake's line to Future, like why he won't talk about Future. And in the Family Matters, he was like, man, the stuff with Pluto hurt my heart. We never had a falling out like this. And then he blamed it on Metro or whatever. I was like, I thought that was, I didn't have a problem with it. He really likes Future. He's like, man, some communication got mixed up in between. And you my dog. I hate that we fell out. Like, I don't like that. And Jason was like, nah, he made a whole album about you. You got to go back at him and, talk crazy. I was like, well, he likes the dude. Like,
you don't have to be guilty by association.
Yeah, he's like, bro, you got put up to something. I believe you got put up to something by somebody talking. And I ain't really like that, man. You my dog, man. Well, he didn't say that, but it's whatever he said. There was a couple of little bars in there. He said, made a whole 2 albums dissing me.
Mm-hmm.
I just skimmed through it. I skimmed through it. Oh, that second verse on Family Matters, he was
it's fire. Yeah,
he was floating.
I think that's one of the hardest verses he's ever dropped, if not the hardest verse he ever dropped.
That boy was floating.
It was fire. In the first person shooter beat switch, like I thought it hit. Yeah, he did that. Even on the run back where the first verse and the third verse, those like I didn't. But to be fair, you saw my initial reaction. I didn't love those two verses to begin with.
Yeah.
Those are the two verses where it was like, all right, whatever. But that first one the middle one is.
That one went crazy.
It is just nasty.
That
it's J. Cole level first person shooter. By the way, shout out J. Cole.
They said he riding around on his bike
Shout
somewhere.
out J. Cole, just living his life as happy as can be. Talking about, I don't know what the problem is. I'm just living, smiling.
Like I said. People want to say OVO, Kenny, or whatever. That Family Matters go crazy. That song go crazy. And then the third verse with the bars.
I don't think anyone will
deny
that. Yeah, the visuals were the visuals were cool. There are things about Drake that I laugh at, like when he talks about pulling up in the van, sliding the door open, like
tear down my cheek.
Sir, just don't do that. Stop it.
Well, like that, but then
I get it. That's what you do,
right?
But
that's the other thing. Would you think Kendrick doing that?
Well, no, but there's a difference. Kendrick didn't rap, bend that ass over. Let that. I know Drake didn't either, but he's not on that song. Like, come on, man, come on. Here, do either of them do it? No. Is it more believable when Kendrick says it than Drake? Yeah.
Shout out to Sexy Red, who's diversifying her portfolio over the weekend. Did you see her?
I did not see Sexy
Red
at
the country concert.
I did see that. I did see that. Did you see the Sexy Red before she was famous?
She was a cute girl.
She was.
I mean, she's not ugly now. I'm just saying she was cute, like before all the tattoos and you don't need the lace front. She was a cute girl.
She's heavily.
She's a cute girl.
She looks so innocent.
Yeah.
Who knew what was running through her mind back then?
Also, because we didn't talk about this on 102.5. I don't know if we will. Did you see Jim Jones?
We're actually haven't gone on 102.5 yet.
Oh yeah, not yet.
Did I see Jim? Yes.
Yo, that was crazy.
Yes, I saw Jim Jones.
Was crazy.
Jim Jones was like the real life embodiment of what would happen if Jimmy Butler and Pat Riley were face to face. That was crazy. Yo, that was crazy.
Oh, hip toss that dude down the escalator.
Yo, Jim Jones is wild. That was insane.
I got to know what happened. He had a response video. I got to watch. I haven't seen it, but I got to watch it. But
yeah, out of all of this, that video popped up on Twitter like, wait, what? Jim Jones did what and why?
2024 is crazy.
Bro, April and May are crazy. And also, happy birthday, Meek Mill.
Oh, Meek.
That's the shoot. It's his birthday.
Oh, Meek. Shout out to my boy, Meek.
Wait a minute. Hold up. It's our guy, Lewis. Oh, let's
go. Hey, shout out to our dude. Shout out to our dude, Lewis, man. Come on, man. I'm glad he pulled up on us, man.
Doing all this? Y'all doing all this?
Yeah, because we heard you got mad at us, dog, and you know we love you, man. Stop doing that, Lewis. You know we love you, dog.
I was on my lunch, but okay.
Lewis, just so you know we love you, Lewis. Come on, man.
I know. Listen, all right, let me get in on this now. We're talking about the real thing. We're talking about Kendrick and Drake.
Uh-huh.
I'm a person who do the research, right?
Drake got 326 top 100 records. Kendrick got 77 top 100 records. Drake got 77 top 10 records. Right? He got more top 10 records than Drake got top 100 records. Drake's the highest top performing artist of all time in terms of Billboard. So, you know, to me, I'm sitting back and I'm just like, I'm asking myself why. And I'm older, right? So I remember when NWA, Ice Cube, and all the hardcore rappers came for MC Hammer. Everybody was happy. It was my high, everyday people. We was everyday peopling. And then all of a sudden we was wearing Hammer pants and it was cool. And it was cool. And then they came for Hammer. And then Hammer buckled. He became the funky headhunter.
Yeah.
Anybody remember that?
Yeah. Funky headhunter went hard too.
Yeah, that was It's All Good,
It's All
right?
Good,
Pumps and a bump. Yeah. A little, yeah, that was an
Bust them in the
Hammer.
back of
That's
their head
yeah, that's
and
a
watch
good
them
call,
suckers
Lewis.
play. That too.
Love you, Lewis. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Drake's resume, man. This is what I always talk about, like the essentials and stuff like that. Like we ain't never seen nothing like that in hip hop. That don't mean he's better than Kendrick, because Kendrick is. I don't want to say I've never seen nobody rap like Kendrick, but Kendrick he's up there in the tops for the way he could rap. But Drake's resume is crazy.
I don't think there are, for all of the comps, rightfully so, I get it, the admiration and all that of Kendrick to Pac. I think there's a really fair comp between Kendrick and Big. When you look at the records they make, and I know the sample size is just tiny, but when you look at the records that they make, we talked about this, I think, at least I think we talked about it. Kendrick's records are meant to be played from beginning to end. Like it's a for lack of a better, it's an audiobook, right? It's a TV show. That's what I've always said about Ready to Die. To me, nothing's changed. Ready to Die, the greatest hip hop record ever released. Cinema on wax, right? That's what it is to me. You play it from the beginning, you play it to the end. It plays out like cinema, then it picks up with part 2, Life After Death. Similar, they got a little greedy with the double discs. Doesn't miss, but the story flowing is a little bit different, but it's there.
Yeah.
Kendrick's records are put together with that purpose. Like Good Kid, like it's hard to put records from Good Kid, Mad City on a playlist because you wonder, like, what is this? Why is there interludes at the end of all of these? It's part of the storytelling to get into the next song. The story of Damn, playing it one way, and then they released it with the first song, the last song first, and the first song last, and it's meant to play like a completely different album. That's the thought that Kendrick puts into his records. It's not just a collection of songs of like, all right, let's get the heater out here at the beginning. Let's get the hit, the monster radio record, like third or fourth, and then we'll put, the club bangers in the middle, and then we'll close out with something strong. Like there's a strategy to how these songs are put together on an album. But with Kendrick, it feels like the strategy is the storytelling. And I don't think a lot of artists do that. He is a one of one in that sense. And the fact that he's a lyrical genius on top of it is extraordinary. It's different than what Drake does. But the way Kendrick puts his albums together doesn't appeal to everybody. And that's what, as fun as these conversations are, music is subjective. And it's no different than Brady and Montana, LeBron and Jordan. You can do like Lewis did. You can use these numbers. You can use numbers to support your argument, but it's always going to be subjective because Joe Montana is not going to go against Tom Brady. Michael Jordan's not going to go against LeBron James. There's not going to be a battle to find out who the greatest of all time is. You could call this a battle if you want to. The winner is subjective. Music is subjective. It's what you like. I love Kendrick Lamar. I don't really care that much for Drake. Now, that doesn't mean I hate every record Drake wrote. That's 100% not true. But in terms of like, who do I run with? it's Jay, Big, and Kendrick.
And a guy like myself, like I like both of them. I love both of them dudes. And there's two different times that I'll listen to them. When I'm just vibing out, and maybe want to be inspired by something, I'm tapping into Kendrick. If I'm headed to Tiger, I'm not playing Kendrick. I'm gonna throw Drake on or Jeezy or something like that. Like to me, that's the beauty of hip hop. That's the beauty of music. You have different type of music, different songs that can go to different parts of your life.
Yeah.
And I enjoy them all.
Okay. I'm going to try this again. I know Ramsey don't want to talk about this. He'll straighten this out. Ramsey, hang on. 916-909-1320. I do want to talk about Orlando, some of those reports that came out today. Obviously, Cleveland's moving on. Want to show a little bit of love to Donovan Mitchell, the Minnesota Timberwolves. James is going to join us in 45 minutes.
Yeah, I got to break down the game, too. Got to break down the game, man.
Oh,
got to break down the game, man.
Yeah.
Inside the West Sac right
Kenny
here on
Caraway's return to the basketball court. Now, keep in mind, I was getting live updates.
I don't even know how long he was there.
Well, getting live updates regarding Kenny Caraway on the basketball floor. We'll talk about that. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I know Michigan, but we're waiting all day for this.
Yeah, well, Michigan probably hadn't because he was wrong.
Show some respect, huh?
Let's see. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones, my guy always. Shout out to Jordan Brand, my people over there. And we had a nice little fight on Cinco de Mayo Saturday. Canelo Alvarez taking on Jaime Munguia. And what started off is like, oh, I want to see where this goes. Like, what's going on, Munguia? He ain't scared or whatever. Canelo drops Jaime, I think in the fourth or fifth round. And Drake, nothing was the same after that. Kind of beat the starch out of him. It almost felt, though, like Canelo had respect for the young Mexican fighter and didn't take him out the way he could have. You know what I mean? He kind of carried him the rest of that fight. And, he ended up winning by a unanimous decision. I thought this was the best I've seen Canelo look probably in a couple of years, probably since maybe Plant. I thought he looked good against Charlo, but Charlo was a smaller guy. That was easy. I didn't think he looked great against Ryder. Obviously, you got the Bivol fight, Triple G, all this other stuff. I thought this was the best I'd seen Canelo probably in about 18 months to 2 years. And he looked really good, looked really sharp. Obviously, what everybody was looking for at the end of the night was what was going to happen with him, David Benavidez, who was in attendance. Was he going to call him out? Was he going to say, yeah, he's ready to fight him? And he didn't. We all know that. He talked about he wanted to spend time with his family. Sir, you were just off for 9 months. What are you talking about? What are you really talking about? He said, the money's right. I'll fight him. He did that other thing during the week when he's like, the money's right. I'll fight them both tonight. Stop, bro. Stop. We don't want to hear that. You're capping, right? You're capping. It looks like the next fight is going to be Edgar Berlanga in September. And he'll beat the brakes off of Berlanga. He won't stand a chance. And it's just another match away from any possible Benavidez Canelo fight. So shout out to Saul. Nice win. And shout out to my kids. Show a little heart. And was able to hang in there the whole time. But no surprises on Saturday. Canelo, easy work. And that's the 13th round. Sure, he controls it, which tells you a lot when he runs from Benavidez. If you want to fight him, he can fight him. Monk, yeah, he is who he is. He probably learned a little bit, but he won't really apply it like that, in my opinion. He's a fighter. Leaves himself open against really skilled fighters. He's always going to have a problem. The key is he going to be able to get to them before they break him down? There we go.
Let's get to Ramsey, 916-909-1320.
We got any guesses or?
Caitlin Clark.
Kentucky Derby.
All right, both wrong.
Really? Oh, wow. What's up, Ramsey?
Thank you for taking my call. Just wanted to give some love on this May 6th to probably the best San Francisco Giants player ever to put on a uniform on his 93rd birthday. Happy birthday to Willie Mays.
There you go.
Well, you're 100% correct with that. And I was about to just yell at you and be like, Giants don't get no love at all today. Getting swept in Phil. Well, no, they got a game today against Philadelphia.
They're playing right now.
Yeah, but these guys. Oh my gosh, Farhan. They gave him a contract extension. This guy's putting this out there. Don't even get me started.
And don't get me started either. I mean, Logan Webb on national TV not showing up, but they are playing the best right now, record-wise. So that doesn't help matters.
True, very true.
Appreciate you, Ramsey, as always. Yeah, Willie Mays, phenomenal. Good call there by our man Ramsey. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Again, we appreciate you so much for being with us here today on this Monday. And, hey, quick air horns for the Chatty House. Hey, how y'all feel about going corporate? We've talked about this for years.
Yeah, man.
The Chatty House is going corporate. Matthews Mattress.
Let's get it.
Now the sponsor of the Chatty House.
Let's
Boy.
get it. If y'all need a mattress, I'm telling you, that's the place to go. I'm telling you right now.
Well, I need one, and I'm going.
My wife says we need one, so I'm going to.
Yeah, you sure are. You absolutely are. They got same-day delivery. They got some great things going on. Go to MatthewsMattress.com. But yeah, we're gearing up for the sponsorship and Chatty House. Congratulations, y'all sponsored. The thing is, though, when y'all go in there, you got to tell them D-Lo and KC sent you. It doesn't matter which one of the 10 locations you go to. You got to tell them D-Lo and KC sent you. You got to tell them you're part of the Chatty House.
That's right. You have to. Rory asked, do they deliver? They might deliver to where Rory is. I don't know.
I don't think they deliver to the Philippines. I think there is a limit to the same day delivery, Rory. But like South Sacramento,
oh yeah,
sure.
They got you.
Rockland, got it.
They got you. El Grove, we see you.
Philippines, I'm gonna have to call Kevin. I'm just gonna, not positive, but I'll ask Kevin. I'll ask him. MatthewsMattress.com, 10 locations in the area. So Donovan Mitchell gave us a hell of a weekend. One of them was in a losing effort, but he gave us a phenomenal Game 7 performance to help the Cleveland Cavaliers come back from an 18-point deficit to beat the Orlando Magic.
It was popping in Cleveland too.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. 106-94. So Cleveland is moving on, and perhaps more relevant to Sacramento Kings fans, the Orlando Magic are beginning their offseason. And it didn't take long before your boy, Shams Charania, started tweeting about Klay Thompson in Orlando having mutual interest. You've said from jump, I don't know that Malik is there. I don't know that Malik is their top guy. We're hearing Klay. We're hearing D'Angelo Russell. We're hearing how important Jalen Suggs is to all of this. We're hearing all of these different things. And this report comes out from Shams, and it's like, aha. I'd caution everybody to pump the brakes on that just a little bit. Not because Shams Charania is wrong, not because he's just talking to talk. But rewind 1 year ago, when Draymond Green was a free agent, They tried desperately to link him to a specific team. Show of hands. Anybody remember who that team was? Right. It was the Sacramento Kings. We told you from jump. No. That's not happening. This is a work. This is clutch. This is a work. This isn't real. 2 seconds after free agency starts, Draymond Green signs with the Golden State Warriors. All right. I'm not saying that's what's going on here. I'm just saying, keep in mind, even though they got a lot of money that they're able to spend, should they choose to manipulate their roster that way, they could potentially have, I think, up to $60 million to spend this offseason. Pump your brakes before you celebrate too much with the idea of Klay Thompson going to Orlando. But if nothing else, I think it does feed into something you were talking about, have been talking about for weeks now, and it's that whether Orlando is interested in Klay Thompson or not, there aren't really any reports out there that talk about Orlando and Malik Monk.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm not saying that in Orlando people aren't talking about it, media members. Not saying that. I'm just saying whenever there's a report with Orlando, it's been like 3 other guys outside of Malik Monk. I've never heard Malik Monk outside of Sacramento. You know, when people talk about it. And Twitter. I don't know, Sean, and what you're saying is a heck of a point about remember what happened last year. But I don't remember what Shams might have tweeted at that time. But this is there's a little more oomph to it than the Draymond stuff.
Okay. I agree. I smell what you're cooking.
And because, I tried to pull it up and just try to see if like they had some of the same wording of there's interest from the Kings and Draymond and vice versa.
I don't think the term mutual interest was ever used between Sacramento and Draymond Green.
Once again, Dr. David may not
because there wasn't.
No, once again, Dr. David would be able to do a better job of pulling up the tweets and stuff like that. But when you just do a quick Google search, the stories center more around. Sorry,
I should have been there to cover you, and I wasn't even paying attention. I was reading a text from Kamara that came through.
The stories center more around people writing stuff saying, "Is Draymond exactly what the Kings need?" Or Draymond would be a good fit in Sacramento. Not necessarily, more like stories as opposed to reports that, hey, these guys, they got some mutual interest. So while what you're saying is 100%, people could be working right now.
Yeah,
people absolutely could be working. It's a little different than Draymond and the Kings.
I agree. You're right. Just throwing it out there.
Klay and
trying to make people feel good on a Monday. We got the Matthews
you're
mattress
making them
chatty
feel
house.
bad.
No, I'm well, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
You did kind of come in here like, hey, I know you guys are excited, but this is what it really means.
You're right.
I think I also think Klay is more of a natural fit in Orlando.
Oh
than
yeah,
Draymond
Klay makes a ton of sense.
is in
I think they should do it, to be honest with you.
They should.
If they want to take that next step as a young basketball team in the Eastern Conference, Klay Thompson is the guy to go get.
I agree.
Do it right now. What's a tampering penalty anyway?
Yeah, whatever.
Just pay the penalty.
You got it.
Second round pick. Ugh, gross.
You got it. Hey, and look, seriously, I think they should too, though. Like, I think that's
Like as a shoot?
As a shoot. That's a good move for them. That's a good move. I think we kind of differ. Like me and Jesse differ. I think Klay has a little bit more in the tank than people.
Yeah,
realize.
I do too.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I do too. Because I think the discussion was, we were talking about Draymond Green versus Klay Thompson earlier, and you say
if it came down to one or the other, I'd probably I'd pay Draymond over Klay. I think he could just do a little bit more. Like Klay, I think Klay's a little bit slowed down from his injuries and all that, and I just don't like the idea of a guy who kind of used to be coming to a young team and stuff like that.
I don't think he's going to get substantially slower over the next couple of years. I think, and also, wasn't he like 20 points per game?
Yeah, I think he was like 20.
Like, and
maybe I'm doing too much, but I thought it was like 22 points a game last year.
I don't think you are. I think that's about what it was. But and if that's a drop off, like, all right, I don't think he's going to drop off a lot more like next year. Draymond, I think, is going to depreciate every year moving forward.
Well, thing is too with Klay is like he's been vocal about it. Like his role, like kind of shrinking and stuff, has hurt him
Mhm.
and all that. Like, is he going to be looking for a crazy role when he's with the Magic, or is he just kind of going to buy in? Like, what Klay are you getting at this point?
18 points a game.
Wait, for real on the season?
18 points a game on the season in
Jesus, kind of
77 games played.
botched that.
I don't know where I heard 22 at.
Probably in a Drake diss song. What I don't know, Drake or Kendrick. Someone mentioned 22.
You thought you had a bomb year, but you really 18 a game.
They were asking on Twitter too. Are we still doing Drake bars going forward? Or?
No, they banned.
Well, I mean, the only reason we wouldn't be doing it is because they weren't working, not because of Drake.
It wasn't Drake's fault.
Not because of Drake, man. But like, if you know,
What did we say? They were
come back
like
next year.
20-0 when we did Drake bar game. They were really like 0-20.
We were doing the Goldberg streak,
Yeah,
and it was actually like in reality, it was Gilbert.
It was 100% Gilbert.
Klay
bad,
shot
bad.
43% from the field, 38% from beyond the arc, which isn't bad. Like I'm saying, like it's bad, but
It feels like the 43 is low, not the 38.
43 is the. He's shot that low before, but they were kind of coming off of injuries as well. I do think he'd be a good fit in Orlando. You know what? You're gonna double down off of Paolo to leave him open? No, sir.
Who's a better fit, him or Malik?
Klay, because they don't need to me, they don't need a creator. They need a shooter. They need a floor spacer. So I think Klay would be a better fit. Now, if you got a creator, you can make that work as well. But I'd look for the creator, or excuse me, the shooter.
At this point, I'm with you too. I don't even know if you definitively said, but I think Malik's back here next year.
I think he is too. James had us thinking, or had me thinking at least, which would be like a great idea. And I think it's the move. I think you brought it down too. Man, that 2 + 2, yeah, that is the move.
Yep.
That is the move right there.
2 + 2
guarantee
gets
yourself
you,
worst case scenario, the 78 or whatever, but you have an option to make a gang of money. And the most you can make would be with the Kings, right? Because they'd have his bird rights at that point.
After, if you opt out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on. That's the move.
Yeah.
That is the move.
Yeah. Years of service change, like everything, like you start to hit different tiers. For Malik, though, remember, you're betting on yourself again. Now you're getting the maximum guarantee from Sacramento. So in the end, if you're comfortable with Sacramento, you should do the 2 + 2. Because unless there's something I'm not understanding, there's no advantage to doing a 4-year deal. Because you have the 4-year deal, you have the 4 years guaranteed money,
right?
But you have the ability to make a lot more, and it's essentially an olive branch from Sacramento saying, "Look, we'll take care of you. Keep doing you. We'll take care of you."
Yeah, and
at that point, you're starting to ingrain Malik as like a part of this franchise for years and years to come.
Right. And I don't know, maybe it's the same thing, maybe it's semantics, but Roy, who knows these things, is really good at them. He said you can only have a 1-year player option. You can only have 1 player option year. Isn't that different than an out though?
What do you mean?
Like
the player option year could be in the third year.
Right. But if the player option year is in the 3rd year, then that last year wouldn't be guaranteed if it was a true player option, right? Because you can only have 1 year as a player option. But setting it up for a out in the contract where you either can get out of this contract or you're locked into the next 2 years, I feel like that's different terminology. Like I feel like that's a different thing, but I could be wrong. It's the same thing, but
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what you just asked me.
So Rory's essentially saying
you can only have one, but
he
can't
only offer him a 3-year deal with an out.
You can only have one
so
player.
He wouldn't get $78 million. He'd get whatever
the 3-year deal.
The 3-year deal is to be able to get out. I kind of thought the out, like you could have a 4-year deal with an option to either be out of it at that 2 or you're stuck to the rest of the deal. Like you can't say no, I'm not exercising the option after year 2 and then come back year 3 and be like, I'm exercising the option. Like after the 2 years, that's your decision. You're either here for the next 2 years or you're out of this contract. That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought too.
But I don't know.
That's what I thought too. But Rory's a nerd for this stuff, so maybe he's right. That just this doesn't sound new to me. No. 2 + 2.
I thought you could do a 2 + 2. I don't know. Rory, call us from the Philippines.
Rory, what time is it where you are?
I think he says like 3 a.m. Whenever he asks, he's like, yeah, it's 3, 2, 4 a.m.
Rory, are you ever coming home? Do we get a bonus for people listening in the Philippines?
There's today's show title right there. Good stuff.
Yo, we worldwide. Stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. We worldwide.
Big in Japan. Big in Australia.
Come on, man.
I see. I see.
That's facts. There's numbers behind that.
I see.
Timzu?
Say it one more time just in case they missed it. Put it in the title.
Timzu?
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on these conversations. So we'll keep an eye now that their season has begun, now that their off season has begun. We'll keep an eye on Orlando. Anthony Edwards' moment continues.
Ooh.
43 points in a game 1 win versus the Nuggets. He has been absolutely incredible this postseason. He has been absolutely incredible the last 3 games. And man, he's cooking.
Man,
he's next level right now.
This dude he's having a moment like we talked about. And I think he's going to lead this team to knocking off the defending champs. I think he's going to do it. They actually the Nuggets kind of have an Anthony Edwards problem. Like they don't have the right guy to be able to guard it. I don't know if there's a right guy.
Who has an Anthony Edwards problem?
Denver.
Oh, no, they don't. You didn't hear? Oh, no. Michael Malone said, no, that's what Anthony Edwards does.
Oh, he's true.
He's going to get his. He's more worried about the Nas Reeds and the Mike Conleys.
And that is understandable.
He's worried about the others, as he said, which I believe that was his exact terminology in the presser.
That's understandable. I get it. But they got an Anthony Edwards problem too. that dude, he's just a force of nature right now.
Yep.
And he plays offense and defense. Come on, man. Come on. Did you see Legends with him and Jamal?
Yeah, I did.
That's the other thing. Anthony Edwards, he be having a hell of a time, and he's not here to play with you at the same time. like that's the crazy thing. Like he was like Jamal Murray, like this will be fun, and that was like lock that up. And then he like gets a steal or does whatever, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I love this." What? Which one is it? Are you serious? Are you playing? Like this dude crazy, man. Damn man, crazy. But the other aspect that it is,
he was just playing himself in Hustle.
That's it.
It turns out they did it. Oh, we don't need an actor. We just need Anthony Edwards for this
just
role.
Be yourself. That's it. Unscripted. He ad-libbed all that. Minnesota also, I think, has a roster that matches up well with it. You know, they've got the bigs to throw a Jokic, even though he's able to score.
So one thing Michael Malone did acknowledge was there is difficulty in facing those 3 big guys.
And McDaniels didn't even start cooking yet. I'm gonna stick. I'm not gonna say it's a short series or nothing like that, but I'm gonna stick with what I said. T-Wolves in 6. It's on. Tonight's a big game for Denver.
Yeah,
Tonight
it is.
A big game.
Tonight's massive, and I wonder how the complexion of the Western Conference changes if Denver doesn't get out of this series, because a lot of people have been really loud about Denver as the Western Conference champion is inevitable. And there really hasn't been a, well, but what if type of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
A win tonight by the Minnesota Timberwolves creates a yeah, but what if conversation.
Yeah.
And then you've got to ask yourself some questions about what this conference looks like moving forward. How in are you on Dallas with the Jason Kidd extension? I think. Is that official? They announced that? I think they announced it. How in are you on Oklahoma City? And how in are you on these Minnesota Timberwolves?
I think Minnesota here to stay. I talked about it a little bit on the handoff, but did you see the I don't know what you call it, but just the ironic nature of they're talked about the basketball gods and the worlds have all kind of evened out about the Warriors and the T-Wolves.
No, I don't get it.
No, this is pretty just interesting. Just a nice little coinky-dink. So the tweet goes, it's funny how the basketball gods work sometimes. According to Brian Windhurst, the Timberwolves tried to trade the top overall selection in the 2020 NBA draft to the Warriors. As the Dubs dynasty is seemingly coming to an end, the T-Wolves, led by Anthony Edwards, are making their ascent on the NBA mountain. Maybe fans of both teams can consider themselves even. And they talk about that because the Timberwolves passing on Steph 2 times in 2009. And now here you go. They had the Warriors allegedly, according to Brian Windhurst, had a chance to get Anthony Edwards and passed on him. And we're talking about potentially two of the top 10 players to ever play the game. I know it's early to say that with Ant, but I can see a world where that is the case. I'm not saying he's definitely going to get there, but that's just the truth.
He's showing signs, as I think Marv Albert. I think that used to be a Marv Albert line. He's showing signs.
He's showing signs. When I was younger, I did a better Marv Albert.
Now your voice is too raspy for a Marv impression.
Oh, a spectacular shot by Michael Jordan.
I think it was a spectacular move, wasn't it? Come on, KC.
It's a bad job.
Come on, man.
Bad job by me.
What you doing?
Oh, a spectacular move by Michael Jordan. Magic, did you see that?
You sound.
He looked over at us to say he can't believe it himself.
This is your worst impression. This is bad.
Sounds like you're gonna hurt yourself.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like something else, and I ain't gonna say it, but it sounds like.
What do you think it sounds like?
Like he needs a laxative, bro. That's what it sounds like. You do not, bruh. That's tough. That is tough. Oh
man, when I was younger, I had a dope Marv Albert impression, man. Now I ain't younger no more.
Well, man. All right.
Jose, chill, Zay, chill.
Man.
I didn't say that. Zay said that. Get him, man. I didn't say that.
You said it about a month ago.
I mentioned Dallas a second ago. Jason Kidd getting that extension, and I read a really interesting quote. I guess someone asked Mark Cuban, who is just a vibe curator with the Dallas Mavericks.
Hell of a job.
How they've gotten Kyrie to be more locked in than he has in perhaps like the last 5 years. It's something, I don't think they use the term locked in, but that's the gist of it, right? Like, how have you gotten Kyrie, the most engaged he's been in the last 5 years? And I thought Mark Cuban's answer was really interesting. He said, by listening to him and not telling him. And I thought that was such a great, I'm in tune with a player's personality and way of thinking answer. We talk all the time about how you can't coach every player the same way.
Right.
And Kyrie, who had one of the most, I feel like it's the 10th time we've said this, ridiculous shots you'll ever see over the weekend. I thought that was such an incredible line by Mark Cuban. And it told me a lot about Kyrie, but it also told me a lot about Mark Cuban. We get our jokes off about Mark Cuban, but dude is a successful, business person.
Absolutely.
And you have to understand people in most cases to be successful the way that he is in multiple different fields. He's clearly a guy who understands people. And I thought that was a great line by Mark Cuban. And I thought that was a great line about Kyrie Irving.
No, it was, man. It was. And I hate that it's worked out in Dallas.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it for a number of different reasons, but
yeah.
I like Kyrie, and I definitely hated to see him in Dallas, but he's cooking. That 4-point play he had on Friday.
Oh my God, man.
When he was mixing up PJ Tucker. Oh man. Come on, man.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. We'll come back. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Couple of more NBA stories we want to talk about. But the real basketball story we're here for.
Oh boy, inside the West Sac.
No, okay. So you said it first, and I didn't say anything, and now you made the face. So yeah, no, that's tough, pal. That's tough. That's passionate for us.
That's the name of the area.
No, figure it out. Figure it out.
Yeah, we'll just come back. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I was like, maybe he doesn't say it a second time, and he did.
Wild times. My bad, Joe. I got a headache in a second. Trying to fight this headache off for like 3 hours. Just can't fight no more, boss. Oh, man.
Speaking of Thompson, Tristan Thompson getting minutes in a playoff game.
Whoa.
Disgusting.
Crazy.
Celtics in 4.
Because we were having tequila and Chipotle. I left my orange in over the weekend, and it's in less than stellar shape. It's not bad, but
Russell, good signing for a third receiver.
Yeah, he's also smart. I never had any problem with J. Cole bowing out of this. It's like, I'm not going to say he's in third, but I never had any problem with him. Like, yeah, I don't really want to do this.
Feel a certain way about it when he did it, and I get it now. But also, I don't think you can ever rap about being like the top guy still.
Yeah, I guess so. I just don't think you have to diss someone else to be the top guy. That reminds me, I have one more question. It's kind of related to all of this when we get back. It's actually in my notes. I just forgot to ask it. And it'll be quick. It won't be
long. 1,000% lazy.
That's a hell of an analogy. Not wrong, but a hell of an analogy. Let's go, Zay. That's what we doing. Yeah, buddy. I got to get my bed this week. I gotta go get it immediately. And I'm all for it. All for it.
So what do we do after this beef? Do we all just go back to being friends after, or what's going on? Like, this is a moment.
I don't envision Kendrick and Drake ever doing anything, but I could see Kendrick and Cole and Drake and Cole working together. Ooh, Pacers or Knicks. I think I'm going Knicks, Leezy. I think I'm going Knicks.
Is that a rivalry? Like between them?
I guess.
Or is that just the Reggie Miller 30 for 30 doc at this point?
It's a rivalry, I guess, but it's kind of like it needs a little it needs some spice tonight because it's so old.
I did not watch Backlash Wrestling.
Hey, that's it. I like that. Chatty House is no longer slept on. Good call, Spencer. The Chatty House is no longer slept on. Big ups to the Chatty House and their new sponsorship.
Yeah, man.
Chatty House brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. James Ham's going to join us here in just a little bit. We'll get a recap from Kenny Caraway's return to the basketball court.
Yeah, man.
Coming up here in just a heartbeat. One quick question on Drake and Cole. It came up, not Drake and Cole, Drake and Kendrick, but Cole's a part of this because it came up during we were talking a lot about J. Cole during the commercial break, and salute to J. Cole. But knowing everything we know now, do you think First Person Shooter was a diss track?
It's hard to say because the rumor has they tried to get Kendrick on there.
Right. And then I wonder if the verbiage changed.
Could be.
Because the Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake can't be uttered if Kendrick Lamar is on the record. So I wonder if and I told you when Like That dropped, I heard First Person Shooter different.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Cole kind of like stepped out, it was like, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I feel like Cole and Drake initiated it. And then Cole was like, nah, I don't want to do this. Like, now I don't know what to think. I feel like you can hear it how you want to hear it.
Right.
It's either a record or there's just some sly little disses in there.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question that only Drake and Cole know, really. You know what I mean? I don't know. Could have been. I mean, you listen to the last verse, when Drake was, talking his talk, it felt like at the time, it felt like he was talking to somebody, but it was like maybe he's just talking in general.
James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour.
I looked down. I thought we was back in the group chat again. I didn't know it was popping off.
Yeah, it was no.
I was like, you never know what be popping off in that group.
No, I laughed earlier because we got a text from our Kamara in the group chat, and the text popped up. Great discussion surrounding this past weekend's events. I thought he was talking about us.
No, I did.
I was like, hey, appreciate you, Brody. Looked at the link and was like, oh, he just sent us a link to someone else discussing this weekend's events. All right, Kamara.
I did the same thing, bro.
I was getting ready to reply, hey, thanks, man.
I'm about to send him the fist, bro. And then
now you can send him the finger. Be your own people, man. Be your own people.
I literally
That's
did
so
the
damn
same
cold.
thing. That is hilarious.
So damn cold. No, I laughed when I looked at my phone because someone, I won't say who, just asked if we were available for a meeting on Friday.
What?
At noon.
What?
Someone who works here.
Take a lap, whoever you are. You listening? Probably take a lap.
Oh, they're not. Hey, they're not listening. They're not listening. But I'll give you a hint. When that person's here, I could see them from where I'm sitting.
Again?
Yes.
No.
Yes. L's.
Come
L's
on.
all around.
It's getting a little crazy, bro.
Y'all want to go to a meeting? We just bring the whole Chatty House with us. We trying to get some things done around here. We got people asking us to show up at meetings.
No. Tell them, yeah. Meet us in Studio 1. They'll be so confused.
Oh man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Our people are wild. So, man, let's talk about it. I heard there was a hashtag I'm back.
Come on, man. Your boy was back, man, for the first time in, I don't know, 3-4 years.
How'd it go?
Went cool. It went cool. I ended up with
You're walking normally?
Yeah, feeling good.
Theragun was popping.
I was under strict orders before I left the house. Do not get hurt. Because if you get hurt,
that's sound advice.
Yeah, do not get hurt, because if you get hurt, your responsibilities will not change.
That's
so
tremendous.
Don't get hurt. Didn't get hurt, man. It was good to get out there. Shout
I
out
would
to my
like
man.
to point out that Jasmine is a very loving woman.
Oh, very loving.
And every once in a while, you'll say something. It's like, Jasmine's crazy. Jasmine's not crazy. She just don't put up with Kenny's nonsense.
Yeah,
that's all it is. She is not here for the foolishness.
She about her
Look,
business.
man, you want to act like you 20 years old, go ahead, but you still gonna paint this fence when you get back.
But yeah, man, shout out to Confucius Kings. You know what I mean? My man Jay Cliff bringing me aboard. Let me rock with him, man. And we went up against I don't even know. I gotta figure out what
This was a star-studded event, by the way. I heard Chris Haynes was out
well,
there.
Chris, yeah, I missed Chris.
Yeah,
I missed him.
I got the whole rundown.
But look, I'll tell you guys right now. I'll let you guys know right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys, yo, I might have to scalp tickets here. They don't even sell tickets these things. Might have to scalp tickets. Potentially, KC versus Chris Haynes, June 2nd, River City High School, 1 p.m.
Wait, what? River City High School, 1 p.m. What day is June 2nd?
Sunday. It's a Sunday league.
Oh, it's a Sunday league. All right.
Potentially June 2nd. I only say potentially because I don't know if Chris will be there. Chris may be working. You know what I mean? But
I don't think he will be, because that's NBA Finals time, isn't it?
That's conference finals.
You're right.
I'm not sure.
No, conference finals. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's around conference
I guess
finals.
so.
But yeah, man, shout out to the Confucius Kings, man. You know, I came in there, I had a cool little 17. You know, it's trying to get my legs back under me.
How many shot attempts? How many times did you cross half court?
What was that plus minus looking like?
Well, yeah, what was?
Oh, plus minus was major. Who the team we played yesterday? Is that 5-5? Yeah.
Are there box? Are you looking at an official box score?
No, I'm looking at the schedule. We played the Bucket Getters, three-time reigning defending champions of that league. They saw me come through there. They saw another homeboy come through there. They was like, oh, they went and got some people. They went and got some. Oh, they trying to take us down. They went and got some people.
Can you define?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you define what you mean by another homeboy? Because it sounded weird to me, and I just want to be clear.
Well, one of the Brodies. I don't know, is another brother. I don't know who else. I don't know who else was new there for that game.
Okay,
but I think that was the first time they saw the Confucius Kings. And they was like, oh, we see what y'all doing out here. Like, yeah, man, they went and got Kawhi. The Raptors went and got Kawhi. You know what I'm saying? I'm here. What's up? So, you know, quick little 17. If I had to, I'd probably say 6 of 13 from the field, maybe 6 of 12, something like that.
Okay.
And I was probably like 4 of 9 from beyond the arc.
You sure you maybe weren't Danny Green in this trade?
Huh?
You sure you maybe weren't Danny Green in this trade? No defense?
No, I locked
Shooting
up
only?
a couple times. I locked up a couple times. I locked up, got a couple steals, whatever the case may be. I was out there doing a little bit of everything. But I'm still trying to get my legs under me. Still trying to get my legs. So, you know, I'm working some kinks out. Hopefully by the playoffs, you know, I would have ramped up enough to be able to go. But there's only so much ramping up. I'm not gonna turn into 25-year-old Kenny. There's only so much I could do.
You don't go to the stretch lab? Cryotherapy?
Yeah.
You ain't
Why
doing
not?
none of that. Stop it.
Why not?
You ain't doing
Well,
none of
I mean, if I got a plug, yeah.
Yeah, I got a plug to the tune of about $200 a
See,
month.
that is not that's not it. I'll just go stand next to the freezer.
Well, sometimes I wonder every time that direct charge hits, I should just get an ice pack. I just love I love cryotherapy. I love the feeling when I get out of that chamber. I absolutely love it.
I'm going to try it at one point. Somebody want to give me a complimentary.
I'll get you a complimentary one. They'll get. I'll take you. My people will take care of it.
I'll try it for sure. But yeah, man, it was.
I don't think you'll like it though, because you don't like being cold.
I don't like being cold.
And it's cold. Like there's no it's cold.
Make sure you put your shoes on too. Don't be like Antonio Brown.
Wow.
Well, they do a fit check before you go in. You got to have long socks. You cover the Achilles.
Give me whatever
slippers.
it is.
You cover your ears,
Mhm.
and then you wear a mask for your breathing.
Yeah.
And then gloves.
All right, give whatever it is that they have. And they said, just go ahead, put 2 on if you need to.
No, I know
Do
you
that.
don't. You don't. You just need one. But
Like we said at the end of the game, we talking, we having a good time, man. And shout out to the bucket getters, man. Some good dudes over there. Some dudes I know from back in the day. Big ups to them, man. Those are my people. They can hoop. But we talking, whatever the case may be. Somebody's like, KC. I'm like, what's up? Oh, snap. Yo, what's good, big dog? What up, boy? How you doing? He's like, yeah, man, what's up, man? I was trying to get you out of here with me. I was like, I don't remember this.
Well,
But apparently he recruited me. I don't know.
he'd be talking sometimes.
I stuck around for a little bit of his game. I had to get back to the house because Reese had something he had to do. I wanted to stay for the whole game, but yeah, man, they was smacking somebody up. So let me see when. I don't know when that game is. I don't know if they played them yet or not. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. It's on and popping. But your boy back. Your boy back.
Happy to hear that, man. Happy to hear that. 916-909-1320. Let's get our man TC in here before James joins us. TC, what's happening?
What's up with my 2 brothers?
What up, TC? How you doing, boy?
Man, I'm just all vibing, man. Look, I want to make it real quick, D-Lo, because I kind of want to hear what James talking about. But, hey, check it out, though. Hey, first of all, before we get started on the Kings, hey, Kenny, hey, was you out there hooping with Javon, the homie Javon, Tarvis, Flo? On his team?
I don't know. How would I know Javon?
Javon is Ronnie, folks. D-Lo, you know Ronnie. My boys I play on the team
Ronnie?
in the West Sac League. Ronnie, that's my boy. Yeah,
Ronnie. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Flo play out there too, though. He had a game after our game because we played at 11 a.m. yesterday, bro. Because we play at Bright Park.
We played at 2.
Sunday morning.
We played at 2.
Y'all play at 2. So y'all might not be on the same team.
We was at the elementary school, the River Bank or something. I don't know what it is. Yeah, River Bank.
Oh, okay.
Are we gonna have a KC versus TC matchup? What's up with that?
Listen, hey, Casey, hey, we might. I gotta get back on my hoop. Hey, we might. I might jump in and kind of dunk on you, Kenny. I'm gonna call you D-Lo. I'm gonna send you a picture, D-Lo, of me dunking on Kenny.
Okay, I'll be ready for that.
What's going on, though, man? What you think about?
But check it out. Kendrick and Drake, man. Listen, y'all know how I feel about that. I ain't gonna go too far in it though. Listen, they acting up. I'm glad Cole's stay out of it. It is what it is. Hey, Jesse, I'm with you. Hey, I love Cole. Lyrically, that's my boy. But bro, you talking about you falling back and all that, dog. You can't really be coming out. Yo records moving forward, bro, gotta be super peaceful how they been. You can't be coming out here like I'm smashing rappers. Drake and Kendrick can't mess with me. Like, nah, bro.
He's never said that.
I know. I'm putting words in his mouth.
TC, I love you, dude. Oh my God. I love TC so much. TC, appreciate you, baby. Also, Drew Down, I love you. Drew Down has already changed his name to Drew Mattress Down.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, shout out Drew Mattress Down.
Yes, indeed.
All you real ones do the same thing,
know
man.
What it is.
Yeah.
The Chatty House brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, that's tremendous.
So, but look, what did the play-by-play say? I didn't even know there was play-by-play. I didn't know there was live updates.
Oh, that was the work. I didn't get to play. I was just acknowledging. I got a call. Yesterday. I hadn't talked to my guy in a couple of days. Talking about my man Io. I hadn't talked to him in a couple of weeks actually, and get a call. Yo. Yo, what's up, man? Hey, I saw your boy KC today. And I'm like, I got a couple of things running through my head. I was like, oh, word? Oh, basketball. Like, I was like, I knew where you were yesterday. Like, oh, basketball. He was like, yeah, we was in the same league. And he's talking. And he said, yeah, I know he watched you play. But he didn't really, he didn't say.
That league
he lit the place up.
That league be popping. I'm supposed to be. Hey, word on the street. I'm supposed to be playing Wednesdays in Elk Grove at Wackford with. And I mean this when I say this because everything's good now. Everything's good. But with your boy, supposed to be linking up. Sacramento Media Connect with our boy Leo. Leo sent me the information like, yo, it'd be this much for the league. I was like, let's get it popping.
Okay.
So now you can see me in West Sac. You can see me in Elk Grove Fridays. Hopefully I'll be able to play out the softball league. I'm everywhere. I'm the whole pitch to the wife is, let me do this now. I don't have much time left.
Oh.
Okay. I can't just go around and be playing all these games all the time for too much.
She was like, you can do what you want to. You still gonna do this other stuff. You can go out on Friday, Sunday, Saturday, but you better have the fence painted. You better have little crypto.com polished and ready for people to play.
Doesn't need to look nice.
But did you catch that? Hey, did you catch that? What? He didn't even ignore crypto.com. He didn't.
Yes, right.
It didn't even phase him.
Didn't even phase him. Yeah, it does need to look nice. Yeah.
I'm talking about the fence. Don't do
that.
Didn't
even phase
Don't do
him.
that. I'm talking about the fence. See how the media, bro. I tell you, bro.
Wow.
I tell you, man.
Wow. Let's bring in
Damian Lamar out here just going with whatever.
I guess that means Damian wins, huh?
Well, Hammer, what's up, man?
Chaos. I don't know what's going on with you guys. I'm
it's
here for the ride.
You know what? One thing we haven't talked about that I'm sure James would love to chime in on is the other part of the Kendrick Drake stuff from the epic Friday night, May 3rd, 2024, which I believe will go down in hip hop history forever, is the fact that it really stalled the Clippers out.
Wow.
From a large portion of society who was so locked in on Kendrick and Drake that they weren't even paying attention to the fact that the Los Angeles Clippers failed in the first round of the playoffs again.
I paid no mind to that, and that's crazy.
They were saying on Twitter, Kendrick saved LA because he dropped, I think, the day after the Lakers lost, and then with the Clippers too the day of.
Oh my God. Kendrick single-handedly saving Southern California.
So look, we got James here, and we kind of didn't even talk about, like, then crazy things started to come out of Los Angeles. So I don't know. I was busy this weekend. I didn't really dive back in to what was going on. What's up with Kawhi? Is that true?
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
I missed the Kawhi
it must
story.
Not be true. It must not be true.
What was the Kawhi?
What did you hear?
What did Drake say about Kendrick? Or what did Drake say about Kawhi?
Kendrick said something about Kawhi.
If Kendrick said it, people would believe it.
I saw it clearly was fake, but somebody said Kawhi is contemplating his future in LA.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I heard.
So I'm gonna take that as fake.
With all due respect, I heard the usual suspects trashing Russell Westbrook, and then of course Paul George's future's in question. I did read, I guess Ty Lue. I think this happened Friday when the Lakers thing broke. James is. Suddenly, the Clippers were really interested in giving Ty Lue an extension after Darvin Ham got fired.
Yeah, it feels like everyone wants to lock up their coach so the Lakers don't steal them. I'm not quite sure what exactly. And like, who wants the Lakers job? I know everybody wants the Lakers job, but do you? Do you really want the Lakers job? Because you're just going to get fired in 2 years. I mean, I guess it could be like it's becoming like the Sacramento Kings job where you get paid for 4 and you only have to coach 2, but
except you might win a championship.
You might.
Except maybe, just maybe.
you might be coaching Bron and Bronny and Anthony Davis and your roster might change over in February. You might have an entirely new roster come the trade deadline.
I mean, like I understand what James is saying and I get it, but just be real. What's the better job, the Lakers or the Hornets?
You
know well, it's
the Lakers.
Yeah, I hear you. It's different. Like it's different. Like Yeah, you're right. It's different though. Like you better not fall short, and LeBron better like you.
I'll take my chances with that.
No, I understand. I understand. Watching what happens next with Darvin Ham, I think will be really interesting, James. Like Frank Vogel was an established coach. The Luke Walton thing will always be weird because he had his next job lined up before he was fired. But Darvin Ham, that'll be interesting to follow. Like, does he get another job next year? Is there even another job available? How many, does he go back, to sitting on someone's bench? Like what happens with him next, I think will be really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic, like young retread coach. Like he's going to go back into the assistant pool and he'll be a top tier assistant on a team this year. I would assume he's been a really good assistant for a long time. Works under Mike Budenholzer in Milwaukee. But that's why you have to be leery about taking this job. I've always found it really interesting, like just the way that they've kind of like cut through coaches so quickly, and that they don't typically go out and get like a big name guy. So I'm just kind of confused by what the Lakers are doing, because it's a really tough job. It just is. I mean, you're under a microscope. You're expected to win a championship. And if you fall short, you're going to be out like super quick. And so for a young guy like this, like Darvin Ham, who stepped in for his first coaching job, it was a mistake to say yes. Like, sure, you went out there and you made the playoffs twice, but or at least you made it to that. I guess you did make the playoffs twice, but I'm not sure that anyone should fault him for what happened here and the direction that team went. It's just chaos. And you're always going to get blamed no matter what, because heaven forbid they'd blame LeBron James and, for anything that's happened there. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting deal. I do think he'll be back in the league next year as like a top tier assistant on some staff.
The other thing about that though, James, is there's a very real possibility he wasn't good. Like, so we can't just say like he is getting blamed without reason, because there are people, and we deal this all the time, right? Like, people who watch the Kings say it's Luke Walton's fault when there's other things, there's nuanced things going on. But I don't know a Laker fan who watched the Lakers.
Shout out to Luke Walton, by the way. I think he just advanced to the second round of the playoffs.
Big ups to him,
if he's still on that staff, he just advanced to the second round of the playoffs.
I don't know a Laker fan who watched them all year who thought Darvin Ham was getting a raw deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to look at what he did last year. You got to look at what he did this year. All the injuries that they had plenty of injuries. I think people overvalue their talent, like nonstop, like all kinds of overvalued talent on that roster. It's tough. I'm not like, I wouldn't recommend to a friend taking that job. That job is tough, and it eats like really good coaches alive. And, if there's a coach who does step up and, makes a lot of sense for that position, I think you do have to at least consider it with the hope that you're going to be able to spend money. And if, LeBron at least has a year or two left of playing at a high level, probably maybe a little bit longer than that for AD, but not much. You can't expect AD to have the longevity of LeBron when he's already had like so many injuries to this point in his career. But you could also be part of like what's next for the Lakers, because, they always have a what's next. They're not a team that goes into the tank for very long, and they always have the option of going out and paying some high price guy to come in and fix everything.
We mentioned jokingly a second ago, but it's factual. Cleveland's advancing to the second round of the playoffs. Hell of a performance from Donovan Mitchell in Game 7. But James, more important for Kings fans is the Orlando Magic season is over and their off season is beginning. And of course, Orlando is essentially, to piggyback off the weekend, the boogeyman in this scenario. And they're a team that Kings fans have had their eyes on very closely as it pertains to Malik Monk. One of the first reports we got today from Shams Charania was about Klay Thompson, and it kind of feeds into something Kenny's been saying for weeks now, is when you search Orlando Magic and free agency, you see a lot of names that aren't Malik Monk. You see Klay Thompson. That's been out there for a while. You see D'Angelo Russell. You see some of these other names. But now that the Orlando offseason is here, how long do you think before the Malik Monk rumors start getting spicy?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. We could see Klay just kind of trying to play up another team against the Warriors so he actually gets more than, a pretty bottom basement deal that I think most people would expect. I also think the Warriors, if their goal is to get under the luxury tax, it's going to be pretty ugly. Like that, it's not going to be bloodbath because they do have the ability to waive Looney. They have the ability to waive Chris Paul for like half of what he makes. They can also trade Chris Paul, and then, well, I guess it's too late to trade Chris Paul and have him opt out, or have the other team opt out of his money. But you could, I guess, conceivably always pick up his option and then trade him, and then be able to get something else. I don't think that that's what they're doing, though. I think that they're looking at like their roster right now and saying, how do we get under the luxury tax, and then how can we get reasonably close to building a roster out. And that probably means that Klay Thompson's going to have a tough time fitting into what their world looks like moving forward. And if he's expecting $25-30 million a year, he's going to have to go elsewhere. And that's where I think Orlando really does come into play. If Orlando comes in strong with starting salary around 30 million, and maybe it's a declining scale contract, but since they have cap space now and you can get them for 3 or 4 years, maybe that makes sense to them. And
how much did you say?
What's that?
How much did you say?
30 million a year. Well, you got to look what Klay makes already, and I'm not paying him that,
Ooh,
but that's kind of what he's gonna want. And
Yeah,
you're talking
I
about a guy who
guess.
averaged over 20 a game last year, and 19 or 18 this season. Like, I think he's going to want something like that. And I would want a declining scale contract with him for sure. But the thing that I find interesting is that they seem so hot on the path of one guy already, and that we're not hearing Malik Monk's name. And if Malik Monk isn't a priority for the Orlando Magic, then he's going to feel that right away. Like, the priority
Yeah.
for the Kings is to bring back Malik Monk. That's priority number one. It is. Like, I know it is. So once you get past priority number one, then it's like a bunch of chaos. But for Orlando, if we're already hearing so much about Klay Thompson, the mutual interest stuff and all that, if I'm Malik, I'm kind of looking around like, okay, like maybe I'd still go there, but if they're prioritizing another guard and they already have Jalen Suggs, and what are they going to ask of Malik? Is he going to would he go to Orlando for a couple million more to be a 6-man for them? I don't know that you would. I don't know that you would jump on board with that if you're as opposed to what he's going to be offered in Sacramento. So we're going to have to see how it all plays out. But Orlando is only at $85 million in dedicated salary for next year. If they sign, let's say, Klay to $15 million, they still have $42 million to spend. If they sign him to $25 million, they still have $32 million to spend. It's if they get much higher than that, they would start running out of options to go out and sign a guy like Malik. Because I think that's where you buy him out. It's probably around the $25 million range, maybe a little bit less than that, where he just goes, I have to go because it's so much money. And again, I think the Kings will be in a position, whether it's the best position, I don't know, but certainly they're going to be a team that's competing for their own player.
We had a little discussion about this earlier, and I thought something that I think you brought up a couple of weeks ago is 100% the move to make, but we were a little unclear. Maybe we heard you wrong or whatever the case may be. But I think if it's possible, the 2+2 move, if I'm Malik's agent, that's the move to make. I mean, that's the situation where you potentially can maximize everything. You have 78.5 locked in for sure. Worst case scenario, you're getting that. But you have the potential in 2 years to burst out of that contract and sign with either the Kings, where you can make the most money once them TV rights deals hit and everything, or you can go somewhere else where there's going to be money all throughout free agency. Is that still a possibility, or is it just they can offer a 2+1 or a 3+1?
No. Okay, so if they use early bird, the only thing they can't do with an early bird is offer a less than a 2-year deal. Like he has to at least accept 2 years with the early bird, which was like 17.4 and then 18 point something. So right around 36 million over 2 years. And then on top of that, they can offer like a full 4-year, but have opt-outs after year 2, have an opt-out after year 3. Like there are different ways that you can build this out. You can also you can do trade bonuses for a guy like for this type of contract. You can do like a 15% trade kicker. But yeah, I expect the Kings to offer him, whatever the best thing is for Malik, whatever is the most advantageous. Like if he can do a 2, he gets 2 years guaranteed, and then a player option after year 2, after year 2, and that would allow the Kings to come back with full Larry Bird rights and sign him to an extension without regards to the salary cap and the luxury tax and stuff like that, up to his years of service. So that's like the opening offer to Malik. It's not, hey, we want you here 4 years and we're not going to give you a 2-year guarantee and then no player option and stuff like that. They're going to, do the best they can to be in the ballpark with him, from what I know.
Okay.
I would just sit down with Malik and his people. Sir, what would you like? And we will sign you to that and figure it all out from here. Hypothetically, worst case scenario, Malik doesn't re-sign here. This is probably an impossible question to ask, or excuse me, it's probably an impossible question to answer. It's actually quite easy for me to ask. How steep is the drop off after that? Because we feel like Malik is so vitally important to what the Sacramento Kings are doing, to what they're building, to their future, to the core, to all of this different thing, all of this different stuff. And ESPN 1320 reports Malik Monk signs with the Orlando Magic. All right, how steep is the drop off after that? Are we just, because I feel like you lose so many things right there. You lose the love, the spark, you lose the fan interest. Like, can that be made up in a single player? Like, how does that get made up should worst case scenario happen?
Yeah, I mean, like certainly it's a huge blow to the Kings. Like I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I mean, this guy has been like sort of your, I don't know, like your guiding light the last 2 years, right? He's the guy who brings all the energy. But like this is the NBA. Like there's a couple of ways that you could fill that spot. Like, and maybe not all of them are like super attractive to people that are out there that are looking at this, but I think you also have to see how it works in practicality. You can go out and sign another guy like Malik Monk. And, I would like sort of remember that, again, we've brought this up before, but like Vernon Maxwell and the first original build before the Kings got to Bobby Jackson, Vernon Maxwell, Tony Delk, right? These guys come in off the bench. They're lightning. They have huge impact. Everyone likes them. But they go on to greener pastures. And then you get to Bobby Jackson, you kind of settle in, you find this guy that brings something different, same type of energy that we're seeing from Malik. Like there's possibility that there's another player out there that comes into Sacramento and fits perfectly. And you're just looking at him and going, okay, this makes he's like Malik, the point 2.0. Now you might miss a bunch of times trying to find another Malik. That's totally possible. And I think that there are some intangibles that Malik brings. But I would also caution people, like, just because Malik is like this sixth man that means so much to the Kings, that doesn't mean that the Kings can't do something completely different at that shooting guard position. It's not, they could go out and try to chase like a frontline shooting guard and a guy who plays 35 minutes a game. And, so the need for a lightning rod off the bench is minimized slightly. And then you would still have like Keon Ellis to use. You would still have, potentially Davion Mitchell could fill some of that like change of pace off the bench. Or you could go find another guy who plays a different position, whether it's the 3 or the 4, that brings that same type of energy that Malik does, just in a different package. And so I think that there are totally different ways that the Kings can address it. Sure, losing Malik would be like catastrophic, like on day one. But then you have plenty of time and plenty of assets to go out and try to bring in the player that, whether it's a full Malik replacement or it's a guy who fills in a totally different role. And then you use other players to sort of fill in that, like exciting guy off the bench. So yeah, I think it would be tough, but at the same time, like this is NBA. I mean, they don't grow on trees, but guys like that do exist. And it would be on the Kings to go out and find it, whether it's like Anthony with Orlando, which I think all of a sudden looked more and more like somebody that might make sense in that type of role, or Trey Mann in Charlotte. I like Bones Highland. You can try to find that guy, or you can go out and try to find a guy who legitimately is a 20-point per game scorer at the shooting guard position and could really minimize the impact of losing a player like that.
I keep talking about a guy like Kelly Oubre. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's as good as Malik Monk, but I like the idea of Kelly Oubre. Even if you were able to keep Malik Monk.
Yeah. Oh no, I think like for me, I've always liked Kelly Oubre as a player. He can be erratic, and again, I've said this a million times, but him and De'Aaron Fox are close. They played AAU ball together. They're both Houston guys. They know each other well. But I would also caution that if they don't go that route, just know that Mike Brown coached Kelly in Golden State, and Jay Triano coached Kelly in Charlotte. And so their coaching staff specifically has a very good idea of who Kelly Oubre is and whether he would fit or not with this team. And, like we may never know if it got to a certain point where where you're doing all the deep background, but I don't think it would take too long to get the deep background done on whether or not the Kings would want a guy like Kelly Oubre on their roster. And that's just because he's a little different. He does bring the athleticism, the speed, the length that the Kings might need at the 3. But also like he does have some warts as a player, which is why he's playing on a low dollar contract this season and, hasn't really made the money that you thought he would have early on in his career.
I thought Casey wanted to add something. He kind of chuckled at.
No, he said he's different. So
he's that. That's certainly one way of putting it. Yeah, he's a little different. Is the defensive wing, be it the 3 or the 4, given Keegan's, I really almost said Kendrick's versatility, given Keegan's versatility, is the athletic 3 or 4 the next biggest thing that following Malik Monk that Monty needs to address?
Yeah, I mean, I even put it.
I know you feel a certain way about the backup big too.
Yeah, I'm okay. No, the backup center position, I'm totally fine with. If Alex Len is back next season, I'm totally fine with that. And again, you've got to continue to build and continue to find pieces that make sense to you. But I could see the Kings going with a low salaried backup center for a couple of years, because you've got Sabonis who's going to play so much. And the key is that you have to find the other players that maybe you can run the offense through when he steps off the court, when Sabonis steps off the court. Yeah, I don't really care all that much about that position. And again, it's because you have a guy who plays 35, 36 minutes. The position that I think the Kings have been lacking is a 3-4 with length and athleticism. I've been super clear about that forever. And until they find that, I don't know, and could Kelly Oubre be a piece that kind of fits that? I think the Kings have to get multiple players at the 2, 3, 4 that are long, athletic, that have defensive prowess, and that kind of give you sort of that athleticism that you don't have right now. And, that's going to be difficult because those guys don't always grow on trees, and they're valuable in the NBA. But that's sort of where Monty should be attacking. Of course, you got to figure out the 2. You got to figure, whether Kevin's coming back, whether Malik is coming back. what you're going to do with Harrison Barnes at the 3 and all that stuff. But you clearly know in order to compete in the modern NBA, you got to have the Jaden McDaniels, you got to have the Brandon Ingrams, the Herb Jones, like all these players that are long and athletic that cause the Kings so many problems. And if you don't get those players, it just makes life really, really difficult. And it puts all the onus on Sabonis to be more of a defensive player than he should be. And even, Fox, it puts a lot of pressure on Fox as well. So I would hope that is sort of like, how do we walk into an offseason and build out like the length and athleticism of this team? And I think they should have done it last offseason. And they should have attacked at the trade deadline. But at this point, it's like, it's such a glaring weakness that I can't imagine that it's not high on their priority list.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball with our insider from the Insiders.
I got something I want to ask, because now we starting to cook. Now we about to start cooking.
I know what you're doing. The Kings aren't going to sign you just because you had your first basketball game in 4 years.
And he's shooting.
You're not wrong. Steeler with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. How was your weekend, James?
It was all right. Yeah, a little off. I don't know. We weren't feeling great yesterday. Feeling much better today. So, yeah. Let's see.
Well, I think a lot of us would, but
Sorry.
Can he step it up on the defensive end a little bit to pull that off?
No disrespect to Duarte, man. We could be on the same team, man. We could,
Well, you might have to be on the floor at the same time. Duarte on the defensive end, Casey on the offensive end.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no disrespect.
I don't think that's legal though. I'll have to check the rule book. Yeah, what was the weather like where you were, James? That's a good question. Was it pretty wild?
Oh yeah, it was totally wild. Yeah, I actually sent Kyle a video like I zoomed down to the water on the lake, and you could see the rain just hitting the lake so hard and splashing everywhere. It was wild. We even had hail at one point. It was definitely strange.
Yeah, Thunder was pretty vicious.
Sorry, I'm reading up on CBA stuff.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, we got a podcast in on Saturday. That was nice.
I saw that. I got to listen to a little bit of it. I didn't get to finish. I haven't finished it yet. So you guys are officially with Blue Wire.
Yeah, we've been Blue Wire for a while.
Oh, have you?
Yeah,
I don't think I
Blue
noticed.
Wire.
I don't think I noticed the logo on it. So.
Yeah, I think beginning of the season, around then. I don't know. Russell Hunt, I don't think Jordy Fernandez has filled out his coaching staff yet. He's picked up a couple of guys, but I don't think he had some offers extended to a couple of Kings assistants, but nothing that I have heard that happened. Yeah.
I might elaborate on that when we get back, or ask you to elaborate.
Okay. Yeah, we
Reddit. Odyssey says to change your password notice.
No.
Oh no!
Literally, it's the worst time of the year.
Which email was worse? That one or the one you got a little while ago?
The one we got a little while ago.
I read that.
It was even worse. It was even worse because James and Kyle are on it. Like literally, none of us can be there.
What time was it?
12.
Oh no, that doesn't work.
No,
I was
no,
looking
it
for a
does. That's,
time.
in fact, it does not work. That is correct.
Yeah.
Do we know what's going on, man? Come on, man. That's unacceptable.
Should-
That's unacceptable.
Oh my
man.
God. Oh my God.
Behind the back. Oh,
Watching these dudes' highlights is crazy. Even in standard definition.
and then here comes this, man.
Yeah, man.
I like Tari Eason. I don't know. You're not going to be able to get Tari Eason out of Houston from what I can tell. I think they also like Tari Eason.
Oh, watch out. Oh.
What are you guys watching?
Anthony Edwards.
Mm.
My goodness.
Oh.
My goodness. And poor John Collins.
Oh, yeah, that was violent. The Kings, like, I don't think this is going to be big name coaches. It's going to be a back of the bench coach or two. They've already moved Luke Laux up to the front of the bench.
Luke. Attaboy, Manny. Attaboy, Manny. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I don't know what we're doing here with the mattress gig, but I'm here
Chatty
for it.
House brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Hang on. Yeah, James just getting the news. The Chatty House is brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
man.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Shout out to the mattress connection. Drew mattress down.
Yes,
and anybody else in
indeed.
the Chatty House that needs to be on that mattress wave, man. Come on now.
If you're headed into one
that's
of their 10
exciting.
locations, yes, indeed. If you're headed into one of their 10 locations, just make sure you tell them that D-Lo and Casey
Gotta
sent you.
tell them
That
D-Lo
is
and
very,
Casey sent you.
very important. Hammer.
Real
Sorry.
quick before we
So,
get into that,
yeah.
I saw something not too long ago. Rudy Gobert questionable tonight
Mm.
due to the birth of his first child.
Salute. Boy, he's
All
gonna
right.
get a verbal lashing if he misses a playoff game.
I don't know. I don't think people do that for birth.
A word? Okay.
Who they do it for?
I don't know. I'll be interested to see what Shaq and Charles say tomorrow.
Oh,
if they if he doesn't play.
Yeah, maybe
they already hate Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, maybe they get him. But usually people.
Okay.
Don't
By the
think
way,
about birth of a child.
Call back. I know a lot of y'all are with us every day. Call back. It's 3 days. We eventually, Hammer. We listened to the Paul George interview, or I'm sorry, the Paul George media scrum. Yeah. The context in which the question was posed about when Paul George when TNT clipped that answer of talking about Paul George saying, you put in the work, you got to be satisfied with the results. The question was really, really important to the answer, and it made Charles and Shaq look a little silly with the response. Now, clearly, again, they didn't know the question. That's what you do. You cut, you take sound bites, you present them out of context. That's what they did. But hearing it in complete context, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what Paul George said on Friday.
I agree.
Thursday.
If I sounded a certain way, I'll take it back too, because in context of the question, it wasn't related at all.
He answered the question, is what he did. I know you had something you wanted to jump in on, but James,
Gobert.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
the other. Oh yeah. No, go ahead. Yeah.
I wanted to ask James something about he was talking about with the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, a second ago during the commercial break. You asked about Jordi Fernandez. Jordi Fernandez filling out his coaching staff. Can you walk us through a little bit how that process works for a coach headed to a new location, and like what Mike's role in this is and what Monty's role in this is?
Yeah. Okay. So when Jordy leaves, like, there's usually so coaches. There's a list of coaches, right? So Jordi Fernandez was the associate head coach for the Kings and defensive coordinator. Jay Triano's the offensive coordinator, and then you have your other front of the bench guys, right? So Doug was front of the bench, and I think that's it. I think you only get 4, right? But the rest of them have there's a coach number 4, coach number 5, a coach number 6, coach number 7, coach number 8. And these are all like, I don't think that they're like slotted salary wise or anything, but they're certainly sort of like, as you move up through the ranks, you can go from like the 8th guy on one team and find a new like success on another team by moving up to like number 5. And usually head coaches are pretty open about this. Like if with Mike, if he's losing Jordy, it's like Jordy has every right to offer some of his guys like better opportunities. What you wouldn't want is for like, hey, I'm going to steal your number 8, your number 7, your number 6, and I'm going to make them my number 6, number 7, number 8. It's like you want guys to go and have a better opportunity somewhere else, if that makes sense. So maybe someone gets offered like a 4 or a spot 5 on a bench, right? And I'm pretty sure that Jordy offered a couple of the coaches on the Kings bench opportunities, and whether they take those or not, I don't know if they have. But I'm also not going to get into which coaches those were and what they were offered in Brooklyn. Just because like until that's Jordy's job to do. That's like we can break news when we want to break news, but I'd almost like it's kind of a big deal for someone to get a bump up and join someone else's staff type deal. And let's wait and to see who actually takes it. But it's I do know that there were a couple of guys that were given an opportunity, and those are always like typically it's with the head coach's blessing. Like you don't want them to take your lead assistant unless that guy's going to be elite. Well, even that you don't want to lose your lead assistant along with your other guys. Like so you don't want to lose a coach, have him take a new job, and then have him take your number 2 and your number 3. That wouldn't be cool. But outside of that, I think, most coaches are happy for guys who are moving up. And then as of right now, the Kings don't have another front of the bench. Luke Laux is moving to the front of the bench. Doug Christie will be coaching the summer league team this summer, which is great for Doug. It's a really good experience that Luke Laux got last year. And, again, like as far as pecking order, Doug is still above Luke Laux from what I know. But this is also one of those things that, like, if you want to be a head coach in the league, it's good to go out and run your own program for 2 or 3 weeks, go through a little mini training camp, go through, what you deal with when someone's injured or when you're losing a top tier prospect because they only get to play 1 or 2 games. It's just, how do you deal with all of the rigors of being a head coach, like in a small window, and how complicated it is. And I think that's a good learning process for anybody. But then the Kings will probably bring in 1 or 2 coaches on the back of the bench. And it depends on whether they lose any, to Brooklyn or to someone else, because someone else can come in and say, hey, again, name that coach on the Kings bench, but say Leandro Barbosa gets an offer to be a lead assistant somewhere, you pat him on the back and say, hey, go ahead and go. It just kind of depends on what's out there.
Is another thing that I thought about, just trying to figure out the coaching situation and what could be. Is there anything that would bring Lindsey Harding back potentially? Or she a head coach in the G League, that's where she should be if she wants to make the next step. Or, maybe being in the front of the bench is a higher step in the G. I don't know which one.
I point out, I do this all the time. That's what Bobby did. Bobby he was
G League and then got a front seat, front row. So
yeah.
I'm with you. I think the Kings front row seats are already filled up, but would that be the only reason why she would come back from the G League to the Kings? Or, maybe she would come back to be in Luke Love's spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Lindsay. I know she did a great job at the G League level. I also know there are some G League coaches that may or may not get moved up, and that's just kind of the way it goes. Like sometimes you do promote from within. Bobby had to go outside of the Kings to go get his opportunity. He went to Philadelphia on Nick Nurse's staff, and he had a relationship with Nick Nurse because Nick Nurse did sort of the same thing. He had to go become the G League head coach in order to get enough head coaching experience. And I would say it's a little bit like going and coaching summer league, except for it's a full season and there's a lot more constraints too on the G League. Like you have a very small roster, you have a very small staff, And, so I think it's a really, really good learning experience, but that doesn't mean that you instantly move back up to the bench and have a like slot on the front of the bench because you went and did that. Again, look at Bobby. There was no room for Bobby to come back and move to the front of the bench in Sacramento. So he took a job somewhere else. So I could see that being the case for Lindsay this summer as well. I could also see her be back in Stockton next year, and we'll see how that goes. But again, it's a sort of a person by person, and it's a head coach by head coach decision. And that's something I'd also point out. Like head coaches, almost every single head coach has it built into their contract that they get to decide who their coaches are, that they get to hire and fire their coaches. And I guess you could fire somebody's assistant coach if you're, front office personnel, like the Kings did years ago with Vance Wahlberg on George Karl's staff. But you also, when you're looking at that, it's kind of, it's something that a head coach should be able to surround himself with people that he's comfortable with, that support him in the right way, that bring a different, flavor to what he does, and, sort of fills in some of the gaps. And Mike had a phenomenal staff this last year and the year before, and I expect him to, sort of keep building that staff as we move forward.
Okay. Feels like there's a lot of moving pieces with the Sacramento Kings this year, and an off season you don't really want them to miss on. This is a vitally important off season for this franchise. And man, this feels like deja vu because I swear we just said this last year. But I also think, James, unlike last year, there was always the option of, all right, let's see what this team is able to do with the growth of Keegan Murray and, the old run it back scenario. And while that's certainly a possibility, it feels like it might be a little less of something that you can lean on if you're Monty, which means this might have to be his most creative off season so far as a general manager.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to be super creative. Like he knows that his team fell short, right? Whether we call this last season a failure or just sort of a plateau or whatever you want to call it. You want to talk about the injuries that happened that didn't happen the year before. Either way, the depth of this team was questioned, and I don't think it held up in the way that you needed it to. I think you did find like a magical piece in Keon Ellis, which was sort of the silver lining to the injuries and everything else that happened this year. But overall, I think that Monty has, yes, he used every single tool at his disposal, and he's got players he can trade. He's got exceptions he can trade. He's got draft picks he can trade, whether it's trading the 2024 pick on draft night, or it's, moving your 27, 29, 31 in a big deal. Like, I think that we got to give him some leeway to make the moves. But this is a super, super important offseason for Monty, and super important offseason for everybody. Like, again, it slid under the radar, but Domantas Sabonis turned 28 last week. And, you probably have 5 more years of him in his full-fledged prime, and then maybe another 3 years of him being a really good player after that. But you also have to look at that and know that, everybody, the clock is ticking. I mean, NBA players only have a certain amount of time they get to play in the league, and you've got to capitalize on every minute of that if you're a general manager, and you got to support your head coach the right way.
Hey, real quick follow-up. You used 2 interesting words right there. Was it a failure or was it a plateau? Which one do you think it's closer to?
No, I think it's more of a plateau than it was a failure. I mean, I think we could look at, again, like Mike Brown talked about, like there's 5 or 6 games that if they just hit their free throws, they would have won, and they could have been a 51-win team without even like getting crazy on anything else. Just hit your free throws. And so, yeah, I don't think it was like some huge step back. And I think if you're an owner, you're probably looking at it as a major disappointment because you got a taste of the good life last year, and you started, taking in that playoff money and understanding how much playoff money means. And so that's one thing. But overall, like, I don't think it was a failure, and I don't think that Mike or Monty should be looked at as a failure for last season. Like, this is a build. It's not a rebuild. It's something that you need to add to, and you can't just expect, you try to run it back, right? The run it back theory, and the run it back theory only got you so far. It got you basically the same team you had the year before, except for Mike was able to trade a little bit of his offense for a whole lot of a defense. And so that's good. I mean, you're able to jump from 24th or 25th to like number 13 in the league in defensive rating. That's spectacular. It's not good that you fell from number 1 to number 11 in offensive rating. So now this next season, it's about finding that offensive push and also, trying to maintain or get your defense even a little bit better. And the best way to do that is to add more talent to the roster. And I think that that's what everybody is expecting this offseason. You can't walk in and just expect, the same 8 guys that they're playing to come in and make the same impact that they did, maybe 9 guys, because it's not the way it usually works in the NBA. You have to evolve a team, and you have to not just grow as a unit, as a team, but you have to allow new pieces to come in and sort of change what it is that you are as a team. And I think the Kings are to that point where they understand now that in order for them to make the next step, it's got to be, they have to change some of the rotation, not all of it, but some of it for sure.
Well, now we're talking. Now we're getting active, because this one, I know I didn't get Chatty House on this one. I saw this one for sure. James, the streets are saying that Brandon Ingram might be available. There may be a situation with Brandon Ingram. I'm just going to ask you straight up. Would you explore that possible scenario if you're Monty McNair?
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, like I don't have any problems.
I only ask because he's in a contract year coming up. There's the potential that you may trade for him and not be able to re-sign him. I think he's worth that risk. I think you do too. But do you think they can afford to make that risk?
Yeah, I think so, because if you're gonna make a trade for a guy like that, you're gonna have a conversation before you do. You're gonna know full well whether he's gonna stick around or not. And yeah, I expect the Kings to at least have cursory discussions. Now, look, if you read the tweet where that was put out by a reporter in New Orleans, it's pretty specific, and I would point to a couple of pieces of that tweet. Number one, it's the Pelicans are not going to offer him an extension this summer. He makes $36 million. He's eligible for like $208 million this summer, and they're gonna prioritize Trey Murphy over him. And that's something that if I'm the Pelicans, I understand and I even agree with. You're looking at a player who's younger, who's developing super fast, and all of a sudden looks like he's ready to take another step. But on top of that, I think hidden in that tweet as well is they're looking for another star level player to pair next to Zion Williamson. I don't know that you can get a star level player for Brandon Ingram straight up, especially considering that he's only under contract for 1 more year. But what I do think is that if we look and see how the sort of the rumor mill was around this team at the trade deadline, it's that they were willing to explore trades for a center because, they think Valanciunas is kind of capped out, and at his age, they need to start looking for a younger alternative. And so I think the first thing that they'll do is probably offer Ingram to the Cavs for a guy like Jared Allen. Whether they can get Jared Allen for him or not, I don't know. But that kind of would make a lot of sense. And that's where I would just caution Kings fans is there is no traction on a deal. There is no the Kings aren't some leader in the clubhouse somehow to get Brandon Ingram. They have pieces that might fit in New Orleans. They don't have the center that they're going to be looking for. They do have shooting, which might really help that team because that's one of the worst it's not one of the worst 3-point shooting percentage teams, but volume, they need more 3-point shots. And so would a guy like Kevin Huerter make sense there? Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. I don't know.
I personally think Kevin Huerter would be great there.
I agree.
Exactly. But it's also going to cost you draft capital and everything else. And I don't think that they're going to take a huge step back. in order to facilitate a Brandon Ingram trade. But I would also caution them that this is a moment where you probably want to trade him. So someone would at least have a year and someone would at least have a summer to discuss an extension with him. Because if you trade him at the deadline, then it's like a 25 game rental, and who knows what happens.
They probably feel like they wouldn't be, though, taking a step back. I don't think the Pelicans would feel like trading him would be a huge step back. I think they're probably running through the BI or Zion thing in their head like, hey, it's not just reporters and radio show hosts in Sacramento and virtually every NBA fan on the planet who realize we tend to operate better with one of them than we do both of them. And we could find the right complementary player, then we'll be in good shape. The question just for the last couple of years is, who are you finding the complementary player for? Brandon Ingram or Zion Williamson? And it feels like maybe contractual circumstances is leading them to find the complementary player for Zion Williamson rather than Brandon Ingram, recognizing those two might not complement each other.
No, I get that. But from a pure asset standpoint, you don't want to take a step backwards because as of right now, Brandon Ingram is a very good asset. Well, if you don't get dollar for dollar, if you don't get what you need from that. So like
I don't
think we don't know what they want right now. Like to throw out there looking for a star, like that's just kind of broad.
Like shut the hell up.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get
but
that.
if they are looking for
and Kevin Huerter's a star, damn it.
a starting level shooting guard and some backup forward help, whatever that might be. And then maybe 2 first-round picks. Hey, I think they got to listen.
Boy, that's a lot for a player with 1 year left on his contract. That's a lot, and I get it. It's the league, but boy, I don't know. That feels like a lot for a player who you're crossing your fingers on.
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you.
Yep, let's do it.
Hey,
well.
If
It
I'm
sounds
a
like
Kings,
Trey Lyles is a part of that in James's scenario. Not saying James didn't say Trey Lyles, saying you're looking for backup forward help. Oh, all right.
Well, yeah, but
and Trey Lyles fits.
Yeah, but there are other options the Kings have there. I mean, again, Duarte, Davion Mitchell, all expiring contracts. Maybe they are looking for a veteran to help them sort of push this thing along. Maybe a guy like Harrison Barnes does make sense for a team like that. Like there are options here, and I just think that like Brandon Ingram is a top tier talent. Whether he's always great and always putting up the numbers you want, who knows? But I still think he would be intriguing and a really good fit for the Kings.
James, we're running out of time. I did want to ask you this though before we go. What do you think about Minnesota getting that Game 1 win?
Shocking.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect. I thought Denver would roll early on just to like kind of like plant the flag. I was surprised that they lost Game 1 and now they're going to be playing from behind the rest of the series, and that's not what I expected from them.
Okay.
Better be careful tonight.
I
better
boy,
be careful,
man. The conversations change if Minnesota goes up 2-0. But it's fun, man. I'm excited to talk about this. I was just getting ready to ask James on his thoughts on Kendrick and Drake, but as good old JR would say, we're out of time, folks.
Just out of time.
We are out of time. Make sure you go check out the latest episode of The King's Beat, available wherever you get podcasts from. Become a premium subscriber over there at thekingsbeat.com as well. And most importantly, make sure that you are back here with us. Are we running it back today? Yeah, it's got to be Kendrick and Drake. If you want more talk on hip hop,
Corners of the culture, you get one.
Yes, indeed. And we'll see you here tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Knicks. Oh, now we do it. We definitely vamos Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals, baby.
All righty.
I did listen to about 4 minutes of Drake's rebuttal today. Yesterday.
No, I think the hard part 6.
Is that 4 minutes?
He said he only listened to 4 minutes.
Oh. No, I got to the 4-minute mark and he started talking about pedophilia, and I'm like, I think I'm out.
What did I walk into?
Wow.
What did I just watch?
James,
I got to a point where I'm like, oh no, this is going dark. I'm out.
What was that? Was that it wasn't SpongeBob, but where the guy pushes the door open, walks in?
Yeah.
The Simpsons.
The Simpsons. There's also
Grandpa
another guy that does it, right?
Yeah.
It's like a Smurf or not a. I don't know what it was.
The little mouse.
Yeah.
I don't remember who you're talking about. I know exactly. Like
I
I know what it is, but I don't know the name.
cartoon,
Yeah.
I don't know what cartoon.
Not
that
Tom
was.
and Jerry? Is that who he's thinking?
No, it was like a Nickelodeon.
Yeah, it was Nickelodeon. It's like the little blue mouse that comes out the side.
But they use that gift a lot.
Yeah, it's like Grandpa Simpson comes in, sets his hat on the rack, turns around, grabs his hat off the rack, and walks back out the Abe
I've
Simpson.
had enough of this hip hop shit. I'm out of here.
Yeah, it got
All right,
a
guys.
little wild. Got a little wild.
Well, that's one way of putting it. Guys, we got to run. We have to talk in about 7 minutes. So if you want more Kendrick and Drake, head over to 102.5. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Big ups, Matthews Mattress. Let's go.